The world is currently going through a global crisis. A pandemic caused by a novel coronavirus has spread around worldwide, infecting at this point over 2 million people, and it has killed more than 100,000 since being discovered in December of 2019. Originating in the Wuhan district of China, it has been dubbed Covid19, although many people simply call it the coronavirus, even though there are many other versions of the coronavirus. These are generally the facts that most can agree on, and these are the only facts that people can seem to agree on. It's been in the media's eye since at least the middle of March, and different people and different governments have had vastly different reactions to the virus. It's quite clear that many people claim to have an answer, but really have no clue what the hell they're talking about. In the meantime, we've been dealing with mass panic, extreme government actions, and all manner of conspiracies cropping up, such as people attacking 5G towers because they're very desperate for an answer. Let's talk about people before we talk further about the disease. It's important in this context to understand people, to understand the reaction to the disease. A pandemic is something that can be called a perfect problem, and I mean perfect in the sense of a perfect storm, a detrimental situation arising from a combined, unique set of circumstances. A pandemic is not like a war. With war, people can pull out and end the situation at almost any time. A disease pandemic has an uncertain end, and the theories on when it might be over are wildly different. And that's another problem. Very little about the potential damage of the situation is certain. Predictions are all over the board, and of course, there's no way to solve this problem without being unscathed in one way or the other. There is no magic bullet. This is a situation in which there is no absolutely right answer. There are objectively bad and wrong answers that will inevitably lead to disaster, but there is no answer that will not lead to some kind of harm in the future. And anyone who says otherwise is deluded or peddling snake oil. None of these issues play well with human psychology. Humans like certainty, and they have trouble assigning value to risk, especially if they're trying to compare apples to oranges. In this particular situation, it's economic risk versus medical risk, in which everyone's comparison is completely different and opinionated. Throughout this situation, I have grown many frustrations. I have a feeling that this pandemic is going to be a very defining moment of my life, for better or for worse. I feel that this situation has made me a lot more misanthropic. To put it bluntly, desperate or anxious people become stupid. Stupid people are annoying, and the quantity of stupidity and short-sightedness is vastly overwhelming the demand. As George Carlin once said, imagine how stupid the average person is. Now imagine that half of them are stupider than that. Just so there's complete transparency, let me tell you exactly where I am on this whole situation. I'm from a state that has one of the highest case totals in the country. In my current city, there have been cases in the higher double digits, and there's been at least one death in my own city. However, on the other side of the coin, I've had friends and family either lose their job or need to quit to avoid risking the rest of my family. I've had friends and family fall into even darker places than that. Out of respect for privacy, I'd like to avoid the specifics, but do note that they get quite dark. However, through much of the situation, I'm not afraid as many people are. I'm not worried, I'm not anxious. My emotions have been anger and disgust, as people have been desperately clamoring to try and solve a problem that they just can't, throwing whatever they can at the problem, even if it has no chance of actually working. The extreme short-sightedness is some of the most infuriating things that I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to be completely blunt. A man in the United States was arrested for paddle boating by himself. That broke social distancing rules. A man in the UK was arrested by being on his own front lawn. People were arrested on a bus for not wearing any masks, in an area where there was no mandate to wear a mask. A man was arrested for playing in an empty park with his daughter. A church had a drive-in service where people were socially distancing from within their cars, 6 feet apart, as per social distancing rules. And each of them got a $500 fine. Possibly the most disgusting thing that I've ever heard was frontline workers like doctors losing custody of their kids solely because they are frontline workers, and kids generally aren't at risk due to this coronavirus. No, actually, that's not the most disgusting part. Why I'm becoming so much of a misanthrope lately is because whenever I come across the majority of these stories, the general reaction on the internet is, good, should have stayed inside. You're risking everyone. I wonder how many people are still going to be doctors during this doctor shortage after they learn that their kids are being taken away. But no, this stuff must be done for the public good. This kind of stuff makes me and many others want to say, fuck the public. It's not worth saving. Keep in mind, the majority of these people were working within social distancing protocols, following the law. And in these situations, the authorities have basically decided to break their own social distancing protocols to throw them in a jail cell with many other people, which according to the public understanding of the virus is a death sentence. But then again, for the prisoners' benefit, many of them are being let out and back into public temporarily. It's mostly non-violent offenses. The fact that burglaries have risen astronomically has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. It's just looters. And let's ignore the prisoner who was released, now brought up on murder charges. It's an anecdote. We should also ignore the large rise of firearm purchases that have happened as COVID cases began to skyrocket. We should also ignore people like the governor of Michigan deciding that people can't buy non-essential stuff like home repair equipment, gardening equipment, or things that are clearly stocked right in front of their faces. The protesters are just angry that they can't go motorboating. It's not like some places are facing food shortages and being able to grow your own stuff is important right now. But no, the police are right. Protesting is clearly a non-essential activity at one of the biggest governmental authoritarian overreaches in the modern era. We should be grateful here in the United States that our mayors aren't threatening to send in the police with flamethrowers, or China literally welding people into their apartments until they starve to death. It's all for the public good. Except that these measures did not halt either of those countries from becoming major epicenters of COVID. The people who are supporting this kind of stuff care about the public good. They are so kind and caring. This is why so many of them sung with glee when Boris Johnson, a world leader who they didn't like, got COVID and hoped that he would die from it as a consequence for being too lax on COVID. After all, that's the way it should be. If you're not paranoid and hiding under your bed, you deserve to die. You deserve to die in your own fluids, and all your family members do as well. I would be more willing to tolerate these attitudes, I guess you can call them, if these people seem to know anything about anything. Some of these people are incredibly short-sighted, and I'm going to say that 95% of them or more are stupid. So let's get into the facts and figures, shall we? A lot of countries and states are beginning to consider opening things back up, and on many of these forums, including the one Reddit is specifically pushing for people to join to get coronavirus news, opening up at any time before a vaccine is good and ready will be the worst idea in history. After all, they say that as soon as the quarantine is lifted, cases will start rising again. Yes, they will. This was always the plan. This is what we signed up for. This was always the intention, and this is what we were told. I'm sorry that you were lied to or were swayed by sloganeering. The quarantine and lockdown measures were never meant to prevent people from getting sick at all. It was never meant to prevent anyone from getting sick at all. You cannot get immunity to a disease that you are not exposed to, and it would be impossible to completely get rid of a disease without putting the world on a time freeze, which we do not have the power to do. The lockdowns had one purpose. They were meant to stop people from getting sick all at once. The only purpose that they had was to stop hospitals from being overwhelmed. That is it. That is the only intention they ever had. No matter how many cute cartoons Google shows you, or how many times you've heard the slogan, flatten the curve. So it'd be really nice if you guys can stop moving the goalposts. And make no mistake, waiting any longer than when the curve is flattened is moving the goalposts past what was originally intended by this. It did buy us time, which allowed us to discover treatments and better ways to care for people who came down with COVID. But to assume that we can stay in lockdown until all this is over is ironically one of the worst and most short-sighted ideas in human history. The most optimistic forecast for a vaccine put the time crunch on 12 to 18 months. That's optimistic. Do you know how long it could take to get a vaccine? A very long time. The more that this disease mutates or gains extra strains, the longer that it will take. If you want to look at, the common cold, they've been trying to make a vaccine for it since the 1950s. It might be impossible to make a vaccine for this. But let's assume that these most optimistic estimates are the ones we get, the ones that are going to come true. Vaccines are not made from nothing. They require raw materials and it takes time to produce them. We can pump out hundreds of millions of vaccines per year, but we have billions of people at this rate who need them. And getting those hundreds of millions assumed that we stop producing other vaccines, such as influenza or measles, the latter of which is more infectious than COVID-19, by the way. And ironically enough, over 100 million children are at risk of missing out on their measles vaccine due to this pandemic. One of the bigger mistakes in the epidemic, made by the powers that be, was the attempts at trying to downplay things for the sake of preventing fear and panic. And I'm talking everyone here, not just the president or whatever. Flatten the curve. It's a cool and catchy slogan, but like many slogans, it only tells half the story. The true story is that we're going to have to flatten the curve many, many times. Optimistically at 12 to 18 months, on and off. And no matter how many cute logos Google makes, that doesn't sound optimistic at all. All downplaying the panic, by the way, was move it around time-wise to when the curtain was finally pulled. I can guarantee that people will not tolerate a second lockdown, no matter how high the cases spike. You're not going to get one, unless you're as authoritarian as China. And I can prove it. There was some drama about medical masks. At the start of this, the CDC and the WHO, and even esteemed professionals like Dr. Fauci, said that the average person should avoid wearing masks. Some of them were honest and said that we needed to save the supplies for the medical professionals. But some of these organizations, professional organizations that we look to for situations like this, stated that the masks have no benefit for people if they were not sick. Of course, the story inverted at some point, when it did become hard to deny that areas that had masks were faring a lot better than those that didn't, provided you were wearing them correctly. Wearing a mask like Chuck Schumer, an elected party leader by the way, won't protect you. Cover your mouth and your nose. Some places did eventually make it a law that you had to wear a mask in public. And not just a self-made one, an actual professional one. Too bad by the time that the news changed, masks were sold out or overpriced, and many people were out of their jobs and couldn't afford one anyway. Good going, guys! So when are you gonna drop the hammer on the 6 feet apart thing? You know, since that's based on guidelines from the 1930s, and we've discovered a lot about virology and epidemiology since then. An MIT researcher says that droplets may travel up to 27 feet, not just 6 feet. The counter-argument to this, of course, is that they say that many more people would have to be sick if that were true. How many are we talking on that? We're past 1 million. We're past 2 million. Is it 3 million? Is it 4 million we might eventually hit? How far are we talking here? See, this is what happens when you don't give me the full truth. Now I need to doubt every single thing that you say. By the way, even the current 6 feet standard does not apply to actions like sneezing, coughing, or even talking. 6 feet is too close to talk if you want to avoid risk of infection. So yeah, the only way to truly avoid infection is to stay home forever and ever. I mean, that's what the Hollywood celebrities are saying. I mean, you know, after they got done singing Imagine There's No Heaven.
Imagine there's no heaven.
Imagine there's no countries, yeah.
And no religion too.
Imagine no possessions.
No need for greed and hunger.
It isn't hard to do.
Yeah, no shit, guys.
The way you can fight it is simple, my friends. Just stay the fuck at home.
I mean, it should be really easy. I don't know what's so hard about this. The rest of us have these huge mansions to explore, and we have enough money so we never have to work again. Then again, even having these huge mansions and so much money that they never have to work a day in their life, they're even breaking. What hope do the rest of us have? I mean, it's simple. You've heard the meme. Our grandparents were asked to go to war. We're asked to just stay home and do nothing. Except, scientifically, it's easier to get people to go to war than it is to get them to do nothing. Literally, the only thing you cannot ask a populace to do is nothing. That is just about the only thing that humans will not do. There was a study a few years back. Scientists put people in a room to be alone with their thoughts, and the only thing that they could do to distract themselves was administer themselves with an electric shock. And people, by and large, chose the shock. People would rather experience pain than be alone with their thoughts. It's a good thing that all the sports and movies and entertainment options are canceled, while toys and games are deemed non-essential and can't be purchased. Now we get to see this experiment on a massive scale! If you think that an indefinite lockdown can only save lives and will put no one at danger, I'd advise you to start volunteering at a suicide hotline sometime soon. Remember what I said earlier? Gun sales have risen through all of this. Well, calls to suicide hotlines have also risen. Anxiety and depression are going through the roof. And with them, we're going to see a lot of drug and alcohol addiction, and of course, a sharp rise in suicides. Yeah, those memes about drinking at 10 a.m. are going to become a lot less funny soon. And let's not forget some of the other social consequences of this, were the only ways that some kids were able to eat. And on top of that, domestic abuse is slated to also skyrocket because victims are now trapped at home with their abusers. And we're already starting to see a rise in these things. Depression is treatable, though. I know that for sure. In-person therapy is perhaps the best thing for it. Too bad in this current situation, it is impossible. But there are some treatments you can do on your own time. For example, getting exercise. Too bad people can't go to the gym and are getting harassed by police for going into their local park. I mean, just going outside can do wonders for one's mood. Oops, lockdown. Honestly, in my experience though, the last thing that you want to do for depression is sit at home and just do nothing. It makes depression worse. Oh wait! Well, keep a consistent sleep schedule, which is hard to do without a consistent everything else schedule. Eat right! Oh, that's right, canned and non-perishable food lasts longer. It's usually less healthy though. But at this point, you get what you can get. Well, one silver bullet for depression can be a visit with friends or family. Oh wait, gonna be a real hard time for some people. This is just one of the things that I mean by short-sighted. Just keep in mind that the elderly commit suicide at a larger rate than young people. People 45 and older are much more likely to commit suicide than people who are younger than 45, and that is just one consequence of lockdown. Grandma might not die of COVID, but with her savings all dried up, she might pull the trigger. You've probably heard about the urging to restart the economy. This has actually led to the most disgust for people with me. And no, I'm not talking about the people who want to restart the economy, ironically enough. No, the people who think that the economy is just rich people problems and think that anyone who does want to restart the economy wants Grandpa to die. Well, sorry, Grandpa was 2 years to retirement, and if everything goes belly up, everything he saved for his entire life will be worth nothing. The economy is not stocks and bonds and the margin of profit that rich people get. I mean, it is that, but it's more than that. The economy is whether or not you have a job, whether or not the stuff you buy is affordable, and whether or not you're able to eat. So, it's been stated that for every 1 point rise in unemployment, that's between 37,000 and 40,000 deaths, between suicides, homelessness, drug overdoses, and all that good stuff. So that's just 3 points of unemployment, and that's more than the current amount of COVID deaths worldwide so far. If this lockdown goes on too long, you might be looking at a 32% unemployment rate, 1/3 of Americans out of a job, and things like food banks, which are already being strained, running out of resources. If the math all adds up, that's over 1 million deaths. Oh, and that's not all! That includes a substantially worse quality of life for everyone who has survived. Oh, and believe it or not, it's not really the big rich people and the corporations struggling to get the economy open right now. It's the middle class people who are going to be screwed if it doesn't. The rich people are probably going to be fine no matter what. In fact, a lot of these big corporations are doing really, really well right now because they have no competition from the smaller mom and pop shops. Currently, and this isn't theoretical, this is actual stats and stuff that's actually already happened. 1 in 10 small businesses is not opening again when all of this is over. 6.6 million people right now are trying to get benefits. And that's the people who could access the website here in the United States. Not all of them are getting off of unemployment when all of this is over. The Postal Service is slated to be out of money by November. And yeah, the federal government could give them more money to keep them afloat, but they can't keep everything afloat. We do not have the resources for that kind of stuff. I mean, they could keep printing money, but that adds resources like plugging a power strip into itself provides power. Every dollar you print makes every other dollar less valuable. As more money gets printed, people's savings get eaten up as inflation rises. We've seen what hyperinflation does in Zimbabwe and in Germany after World War I. It's not pretty, and it leads to very not pretty things. I have no idea why basic economics is not mandatory in American schools or in schools anywhere. I keep hearing people use the situation to try and push ideas like Medicare for all. Except giving everyone access to medicine doesn't make it so there are magically more ventilators or a vaccine magically appears from the sky. In fact, it could honestly be the opposite. That could have put us in a worse situation than we are now. We've actually overproduced ventilators now to try and meet the demand, but we could have had less of them to begin with if we put all of our resources into diseases that more people had before the pandemic. Not to mention, more people would think that they were entitled to healthcare, and they would probably overwhelm the hospitals even quicker. Then there are people saying that the eventual vaccine should be free. Alright, well, someone is going to need to pay for the raw materials, someone's going to need to pay for its production, and of course, I suppose you're going to say that the heroes trying to create one don't deserve a damn dime for their efforts. Economics 101 is about supply and demand, which people, by and large, don't seem to understand anymore. We do not have an infinite supply of anything. We do got a lot of stuff, but it isn't by any means infinite. And in cases that we have been seeing, a lot isn't enough for everyone. Countries with more universal health care are having a ton of problems. That isn't a magic bullet that would have made this all okay. We do not live in a utopia. Thank you for finally noticing. And looking for the utopian option is the fastest way of getting people hurt and killed. Normally, I really don't like to get this political, but as I said, I'm very annoyed, and I'm probably going to care less and less what people think of what I have to say from here on out. I'm also very tired. Healthcare is not a human right. At least not in the same way that speech is. No matter what, someone cannot magically produce me a vaccine and cure me if I fall ill. Unlike speech, which is always available to me. No one gives me speech. No one gives me the right to defend myself. That's why these are rights. In order to prevent myself from dying, someone has to provide me with a service. And I believe that if somebody prevents me from dying, they should be compensated for that service. And don't say that public taxes are something that could pay for it. That's exactly how insurance works, pooling everyone's money to pay for treatment, and it works so well. And to talk about other people's politics, people are saying that capitalism can't stand up to a situation like this, and that means that capitalism is bad. That's a terrible argument. That's the worst anti-capitalist argument that I've ever heard. I mean, my house is structurally sound, and it works pretty well. I'd call it a good house. But if a bomb blew it up, it'd probably go down. That doesn't mean that the house is bad. No system is prepared for every eventuality. Back to economics, though. Many other countries rely on the United States economy. The Great Depression back in the 1930s started here, and mowed across much of the rest of the world, because the United States is such a big trading partner. An economic issue of this scale will cause massive civil unrest, and may even spark civil wars. So please, have a little understanding when people begin saying, "This isn't fucking worth it, I'm going outside." Yes, it's very possible that I will get sick. It's very possible that most will get sick. If a vaccine takes too long or isn't possible, this is going to be a reality that we are faced with. And the countries that didn't lock down or relied on herd immunity may be better off in the long run. I am thoroughly convinced that most people are going to catch this eventually, because as time goes on, the alternative is looking worse and worse. When the food shortages start at this rate, and they will start, civil unrest is sure to follow. So let's talk to the doomers. So one of the groups of people that I've been most annoyed at is the doomers. If you don't know, doomer is a term that has been applied to people who are running around with like chickens with their heads cut off, who want to contemplate suicide because they coughed into their own fridge, and who think that causing all of society to collapse is worth saving the life of even one person, even if that one person would be only living 3 years longer anyway. The disease itself is not going to be the end of humanity. If you catch it, you are most likely not going to die. In many cases, it is asymptomatic. And no, that isn't just its incubation period. Some people have COVID and never show symptoms ever, or they show symptoms so mild that it's not worth reporting or caring about. The numbers look bad in some cases because many people do not feel sick enough to go to the hospital. This means that the case total is a lot higher, but the death percentage and the hospitalization percentages are much lower. Wash your hands, don't touch your face, and take basic precautions. That is good things to do. If you are not elderly and not immunocompromised, this most likely will not kill you. Let me make it clear, if you are not in those two categories, you will most likely get out of this okay. Of course, if you do get sick, avoid people who would be the most vulnerable to it. It is common sense stuff. You have to remember, this virus is not a death sentence. If you want to know what else you can do to help your chances, most of the people who do get hospitalized are obese. If that describes you, that'd be something to work on. If you smoke anything, not just cigarettes, anything, this includes marijuana, now is a good time to quit. Eat right and sleep right, and physically, you should be fine. Mentally, I would highly recommend you stop being obsessed over the news. Watching the news all day will make you paranoid, and that's when the world is normal. Speaking of that, stop calling this the new normal, or whatever we're walking into, the new normal. That's defeatist thinking. You're better than that. Let me put it like this. Back in February, all the news sources were saying that this was just the flu, and you shouldn't be worried about it at all. Influenza is deadlier. They were wrong back then, but who's to say that they're not going too far in the other direction now? Remember, getting eyes glued to the screen is how they make their money, and the easiest way to do that is to enrage you or to terrify you. Try cutting out the news for at least 1 or 2 days a week. You'll feel a hell of a lot better, I can guarantee you on that. Yes, there are anecdotes of 20-year-olds or younger dying to this. There are anecdotes of children dying during tonsillectomies. People die during routine surgeries. You're always going to find extreme cases or flukes. Chances are you are not going to be one of them. Remember, anxiety is something that is incredibly dangerous in and of itself. It makes people irrational and stupid. And during this situation, that's the last thing that you want to be. Self-care is more important now than it has ever been before. We will see the sunrise again. The desire to have someone do something, anything, in such a situation, in a knee-jerk reaction, leads to more pain and suffering in the long run. 9/11 gave us what? The TSA, the NSA, the Patriot Act, and 2 wars that are still ongoing to this day, all of which were demanded by the general public, because the general public was scared of an imminent threat. Wanting to stay in lockdown until a vaccine comes along is almost as illogical as attacking 5G towers. Although staying in lockdown that long is actually a hell of a lot less feasible. I honestly feel that the measures we took to prevent a COVID apocalypse will be seen as a great mistake in history. One of the more popular measures taken was curfews. Because that'll prevent a pandemic. Because as we all know, the coronavirus is nocturnal. It gets very, very sleepy when the sun rises, and it doesn't infect anyone during the daytime, squeezing all of the people into the smallest window of time possible. I mean, I don't have a doctorate in epidemiology, but I can't see how that will help prevent the spread of the virus. Curfews do nothing to prevent pandemic. I can easily argue the opposite, that curfews help spread pandemic. It's the same with only allowing certain stores open, putting everyone in the same place at the same time. Those kind of measures make a lockdown almost pointless. Either a container is airtight or it's not. But I mean, if your sole focus is to stop or slow the spread of disease, you can definitely choose to avoid everything else. It's kind of like preventing cavities by not eating anything at all until you starve to death. I mean, that's the kind of solution that we found ourselves in. Honestly, the comparison is too perfect. Staying in lockdown until the virus is eradicated is exactly like not eating any food to prevent cavities. Both of them are going to end with people starving to death. I mean, that seems to be the kind of solution that people are asking for. And solutions going forward seem to be even worse. I've heard people talk about mandatory vaccines in their panic. Well, with the anti-vaxxer movement, I've heard this one come up a lot in recent years, but it's at the forefront now. And it is a terrible idea. To put it bluntly, mandatory vaccines are a human rights abuse, and every dictator in history would love to have something like that. Honestly, my frustrations with short-sighted people have been bubbling for a very long time now, and this is just the apex of it. But let me put it like this. A government that injected pregnant women with plutonium to see what would happen, that hired a service which unknowingly gave LSD to college students, in an environment where it was legally allowed and encouraged to forcibly sterilize mentally handicapped people up until the 1970s, with a medical apparatus that propagated Tuskegee, in a place where lobotomies were the established science, which had such a great eugenics program that Hitler wrote a love letter to it, does not get the right to mandate something like forced injections. Ever. No matter how annoying Karen is on Facebook. I don't care if the people or institutions have changed over times. And I can come up with countless examples from pretty much every other country in the world. No one gets the right to do this anymore. Especially a vaccine that people want to fast track in their desperation. Look up thalidomide if you need another reason why mandating something like that is a bad idea. I'm sorry, but when the people at the top on this crisis, like Dr. Fauci, are recommending things like immunity cards, it proves counterintuitive and makes me want to not take any of this seriously, because it makes the cure far worse than disease. It makes me think that you've all lost your minds, that you haven't been eating or sleeping well, you're turning into a Dr. House, which the human is irrelevant to the disease, that you've got some kind of hero complex, or you're starting to play God. I mean, there's a ton of stupidity that I've seen on the forums. People have recently taken to saying that the government here in the US should have taken more precautions earlier. They should have done all those lockdown stuffs in February. Right, because that would have gone over beautifully. You know, considering the World Health Organization didn't declare it a pandemic until the middle of March. An unpopular administration restricting travel around the world, demanding everyone to stay in their houses when the WHO said that person-to-person transmission didn't happen, and the media saying that it was just the flu, all while decrying that the current China travel ban was racist. I mean, coronavirus was such a big deal in February that Italy had a Hug a Chinese Day to curb racism and the rising worry out of the situation. I guarantee it that every single person demanding sooner actions would have revolted if they got exactly what they are asking for now when it was opportune to do this. After all, the WHO condemned travel restrictions, stating that they were unnecessary, and now people are angry that the US defunded them. The WHO has been wrong every step of the way on this. From their bullshit about saying person-to-person transmission was unlikely to happen, to their BS statement on masks. Oh, what's that, WHO? Cats and dogs cannot transmit the disease? Okay. Oh, wait, what's that? Only cats can? Oh, no, wait, cats and dogs both can. And I'm not even gonna talk about their whole issue with Taiwan. But seriously, the spokesman is a real-life person, not a cartoon character who thought that the I'm breaking up, we're going through a tunnel would actually work in real life. It's gonna be the funniest comedy movie of all time in a few years, I guarantee that. People scare me more than any disease pandemic could. A virus is rational. What it does makes sense. You can predict it. And honestly, nature itself encourages the virus to be better. The less deadly that COVID becomes through mutation, the better it is for COVID's own survival. Killing people is counterintuitive for the virus's survival. For the same reason, blowing up your own house is counterintuitive to your own survival. This is how many pandemics snuff themselves out. Nature does the work for us. The less deadly the virus is, the better it is for the virus. It's natural selection in work. Panicking people, though, what they do makes no logical sense. And in a way, it attacks all logic, and it is more likely to get everyone hurt. I want to believe that cooler heads will prevail on this one. My faith in humanity is largely at stake on this one. In a month, when the lockdowns are loosened or people start rioting, I'll let you know if I'm a misanthrope. Oh, and let me be very clear. Those are the only two options available. I guarantee you that one or the other is going to happen. Or I guess there is a third option. People start starving to death because no one can buy food anymore. Or grow it because, seeds are non-essential. But my opinion on society hasn't sunk quite that low yet. Please do not prove me wrong. Alright, let's try this again. My original video on the pandemic was rather angry, and it was fueled by anger and disgust. It's not going anywhere if you still want to watch it, of course, but I do understand that that might not be the best approach to get to other people, and to get them to understand where you're coming from. You have to show them where the anger is coming from, or else you're just going to be shouting into a thunderstorm, which doesn't help anyone with anything. I mean, people who agreed with me from the start probably were encouraged by hearing someone else having their same beliefs, but that's not very important to discourse in the end. So I thought that I'd tell you guys my own lockdown story and where my feelings are coming from, where all of this anger and disgust has boiled up from. I just need to figure out where to start. I suppose I should start with, I know how scary this virus sounds. I've been following YouTubers and several outlets reporting on this since January, so I've known how it was growing all along. It gave me time to prepare. In mid-February and earlier, I was stocking up on supplies by then. And it also gave me a lot of time to worry about the virus itself. I wondered about all kinds of what-ifs. As always, I do think about my own mortality in this situation, and I have several relatives who are very vulnerable to this specific illness. I have a great-grandmother who's been on death's door fairly recently. In 2018, we were almost certain that it'd be the end for her at the time. She's still alive right now, and 92, I think. And when news of the pandemic was picking up, she did come down with some kind of illness. The doctors claimed that it was the flu, but it's hard to know what it really was, since they didn't test her for the hot new disease of the season. At this time, she is currently doing better, but it was still a scare. Several of my relatives smoke and are overweight, which are both major risk factors of getting hit by the disease. It's not like I don't understand how frail that life is in this case, and it's not that I think that there's nothing to worry about. However, during this pandemic, the only time that I saw an ambulance in front of a family member's house was not due to the coronavirus. It was due to a suicide attempt. One of my relatives, for privacy's sake, I'm not saying who, attempted to end their own life. They're also doing alright right now as far as I can tell. If my guess is correct, I'd assume it's because of a new job that they got in February that they most likely no longer have. If you're curious, the attempt was with alcohol. It's funny, really. In places like Michigan, liquor stores are deemed essential, but visiting friends and family who don't live with you is a bridge too far. But no, the protesters just want to get their hair done. That's the reason. Several of my friends and family have lost their jobs, right out of the blue. Some of them are close to the poverty line, or were food insecure, and I don't know how well they're doing at the moment. Some of them I do communicate with online, but not all of them. Perhaps that was a mistake on my part. Hindsight is 20/20 and all. Here's one for you, though. My grandfather either does or did work in a factory, one that makes airplane parts. And before this, he's close to retirement. Let's just say that the situation isn't looking very good. The mental health issues have been a little bit harder to deal with. My own and those of my friends. I know many people with depression, anxiety, or some other disorder. Some of them, I didn't know they had it, but the situation has hit them a lot harder. And some of them have been in a darker place than I've ever seen them. Even I have had depressive symptoms come out of remission, even though recently I've gone through my first winter since high school without being depressed. So, you're going to have to forgive me when I say this. If you think that it's anywhere close to feasible that we can stay in lockdown for 18 months at a bare minimum because you are not getting a vaccine faster than that, you are a privileged fuck and one of the most disgusting individuals that I've ever had the displeasure of knowing about. Some people around here have an idea of what poverty or living paycheck to paycheck is, or having mental issues that we can't cope with alone. If anything, maybe a pandemic would have taught you to stop taking things for granted. I can understand some people's frustrations. During the protest, you've probably seen a clip of the doctor complaining about how he can't get to work because of Michigan's Operation Gridlock. He goes on, what if it was your grandmother? What if it was your infant son or daughter? Well, Mr. Doctor, what if it was your infant son or daughter starving to death because you couldn't afford food anymore? Which is a more real possibility and a larger risk to that infant child. Doctors are medical experts, and we should listen to their medical opinion. But during a multifaceted issue such as this, listening to only one type of expert has been a major mistake. Would you structure all of society during any situation according to the whims of any any other type of career or expert. Farmers, fishermen, lawyers, lumberjacks, police officers, anything. And this isn't just for a pandemic, I'm talking about any situation. Like if there's a ton of crime or whatever, would you let the police officers just run the society? We have flattened the curve. When there are stories of cancer patients being rescheduled, while some hospitals actually remain empty, I think that we've really failed at planning this thing through. Continually, we've beaten the most optimistic estimates. Remember when we were going to face 200,000 deaths? And that was if social distancing was followed? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's 60,000 now, even though there are holes in social distancing and some places don't practice it at all in the United States. I mean, in the United States, more than 60,000 people have recovered from the coronavirus. I get it. Making big, scary numbers makes people react more seriously. You know, like when you spook a bunch of animals, they stampede, destroying everything in their wake. People aren't that different, really. There are plenty of stories of people getting trampled by crowds in panic. But no, CNN will tell you that 1 in 1,000 people in New York City is now dead to the coronavirus. What they won't tell you is that New York City has been counting every death that has had coronavirus in their system as a corona death, even if it was a suicide with a side of sniffles. They also won't tell you that the number is 8,000 because it doesn't sound nearly as scary. Because that's what the media has been doing this entire time. Stop extrapolating that New York City is exactly the same as the entire country, or that any place that doesn't completely lock down and completely shut off everything is going to become New York City in 2 minutes. New York City is a huge city with a lot of air pollution and population density that was an epicenter of travel from around the world. It's going to be an outlier. But no, everywhere is everywhere. That's why it's okay when CBS showed a picture of Italy and extrapolated that it was New York City. Honestly, the media is disgusting. It has been trying to keep people in a constant state of fear, because they really do want to live up to that honorable position of enemy of the people. Calm breeds calm and panic breeds panic. What they have been doing is not only toxic, but their reckless desire to sensationalize shit has actively endangered lives, keeping people in a rampant state of paranoia. Look, I don't know if hydroxychloroquine works in treating COVID symptoms, but the media was pretty damn quick to turn a potential cure or treatment into a partisan issue. There are studies that show that yes, it does work, and the media ignores them to report on the studies that show it doesn't. You know, when they're not stopping the presses to report on someone who drank fish tank cleaner. That has nothing to do with the situation, except the fish tank cleaner sounds kind of like the drug that was recommended. Oh, remember when they reported that Elon Musk did nothing? When he gave a hospital exactly what they asked for? CNN, Fox, MSNBC, ABC, XYZ, I don't care, they're all shit. Every single one of them, and we'd be better off without any of them. Andrew Cuomo was sick, guys, so he's self-quarantining, except witnesses saw him far away from the place he's quarantining, out in the open with his family. And you people wonder why there are people who hate your industry beyond all belief. But no, they're all Trump supporters or Russian trolls. Every single one who hates us falls into those two categories. If you do not believe that everyone who hates us is a Russian troll, you are a conspiracy theorist, plain and simple. So pardon me for thinking that the danger is more than a little bit exaggerated at this point. I mean, it's not like the internet has been perfect on this one either. Whether it's YouTube demonetizing any information about the coronavirus, because we don't have that high level of standards of CNN, which they do place on the front page. Or, of course, it's the problems with the forums. Remember, Reddit has been specifically pushing forward our coronavirus. They do this for no other subreddit. And of course, that subreddit has become fear porn. If you don't seem like this is the most deadly pandemic that the world has ever faced, you get downvoted to oblivion. And of course, they'll remove posts saying that Sweden has been handling this whole thing better than some countries that did have a full-on lockdown. Hell, on our China flu, if you even suggest that this lockdown might not be the best solution, they'll ban you. So yes, if you're wondering, this is bipartisan. Real talk, while we're saving grandma, all of this is going to be traumatizing as hell to kids. I mean, for starters, in-person socializing is uber important for young children, and there's only a small window of time that you can fill this with. While we have been seeing a rise in depression and suicides for years, call centers are now flooded at the moment. But we're going to see a lot of post-traumatic stress disorders, many more anxiety disorders, OCD, and the rest of an emotional cocktail as well. I suppose it's all worth letting our kids starve to save grandma, though. And no, that is not a straw man. People are really arguing that. They just don't realize it because they can't think through the implications of their short-sightedness. Either that or they're so deaf to the other side of the argument that they just downvote it and block it and ban people over even suggesting that there's another side of the argument. Every time that you demand that the lockdowns get extended, people, including kids, are going to become homeless and starve to death. I mean, sure, the food might exist somewhere, but the food banks are running out of food. They're dealing with miles-long lines of people. And because the processing plants can't sell stuff, They can't buy food from the farmers and such. Or the processing plants are just shut down altogether because they're not essential. This is why so much milk is being dumped and not just given directly to the needy, because it needs to be processed. Trust me, you do not want to drink raw milk. It's a bad idea. But these people want to extend lockdowns because many of them feel like they're saving lives. But many of these people want to extend lockdowns because many of them feel like they're saving lives. It's the easiest thing they've ever done to be a good moral person. They want to be a hero. I'm gonna come right on and say it. I can see this as nothing else but stolen glory. The doctors on the front line are heroes. You sitting in your bedroom, which there's a good chance that you were doing before this and a good chance that you're going to be doing this after this, is not being a hero. I'd post this on our unpopular opinion, but they don't accept unpopular opinions anymore. A hero ain't someone who snitches on people by themselves just because they're out in the open. In fact, I think those kind of people enabled the opposite of heroes. Heroes don't wish death on people who went to Florida's now open beaches either. No, a hero is someone who flattens the curve, even though the curve has been flattened. It's just as likely to say that I'm a hero for keeping my local stores in business by ordering a pizza. I mean, it's something I was probably going to do anyway, but now it helps stop an economic crisis. Oh, by the way, funny story. Vitamin D plays a high role in immunity, and it might reduce your risk of catching COVID, as noted by an Irish study. And with all the milk being dumped, do you know what the best source of vitamin D is in humans? The sun. Could you imagine if the steps that we took out of panic actually didn't help us, or even made things worse in the long run? After all, it's not like infection is more likely to occur in closed spaces rather than out in the open, except yes, it does. I also hear that starving is pretty bad for immunity as well. So is homelessness. People keep saying that the government should be taking care of these people, and you think that they're not. Many of these food banks that are running out of food are government run. They're just running out of stuff. Because if no one is working, stuff doesn't get done. Stuff doesn't get made or processed. If no one makes the stuff, we run out of the stuff. Sure, we could print money forever. Money itself doesn't grow the food or make the clothes or repair the infrastructure or do the 1,000 other things that we need to be done on a daily basis that you don't get to see because the people are working to keep these problems invisible to you. For example, let's talk about a little bit of the landlord hate I've been seeing. The government could say that you can't charge rent, but when you end up breaking your building's piping because you flush down toilet paper, which is not flushable, the landlord isn't going to have the money to fix it. And you're going to be living in sewage until people start paying the rent again. Did you guys think that landlords just sat on their asses and collected your rent? I mean, I'm sure bad ones do, but what landlords are supposed to do are keep the buildings up to code and fix things like the building's infrastructure. Which, gosh darn it, they can't do without money. Even if they have the skills to do it themselves, they'd still need the tools. All anger aside, I truly believe that this lockdown was not just the wrong move, but it really does seem like it's going to be seen as a major mistake in history for the economic damages alone. But there are many vulnerable people out there. Yes, and they should remain isolated. People who are not in those categories should not be isolated. Another bit of irony for you. One of the reasons that the number is high is because this disease destroys veterans and nursing homes, who have people that usually do not go out, that are usually isolated at the best of times. Most of the population is not in this vulnerable position, but they could spread it to someone who is vulnerable. That's why you keep the vulnerable people quarantined until this is over. This is what herd immunity is. And it's been touted for years at this point. If a kid who is unlikely to suffer serious complications from COVID, and then they get immune, then the COVID can't pass through the kid and go to grandma. And by the way, the people waiting on these vaccines, you guys do realize that the vaccine changes nothing for the immunocompromised, right? Immunocompromised people cannot take vaccines. But there may be long-term effects that we don't know about yet. This is why we're called Generation Snowflake. We've tackled our first global crisis by shaming anyone who's not scared of their own shadow. Yes, it's a risk. It's a risk that we have to take. You have to get this through your head. There is no way that you are going to minimize the risk to zero. And trying to do that will actually lead to a lot more damage. Sheltering in place will not, and never has been proposed in curing or eliminating COVID. Its only job was to slow it down, which we have done. And by arguing that if we get out now and there's going to be some kind of apocalyptic event, what you're actually arguing for is that lockdown has done absolutely nothing and it's been a waste of our time. Because there's never going to be a good time to start opening things back up. Ever. At this rate, we ain't gonna be alive long enough for a vaccine to come along. People do have to go to work sooner or later. It's the mentality, it's a dangerous job, but someone has to do it. I know many people who have been far more hurt by this lockdown than they ever would have been through COVID. Especially as more and more studies are showing that so many cases are asymptomatic. Not pre-symptomatic, asymptomatic. Or so mild that they're not worth caring about. And it drives me so furious. Seeing people be all high and mighty and hating on people who are protesting because they don't want to lose their home, their dreams, they don't want their families to starve to death. It's frustrating. It really is. And to be fair, some of them are hating on people who are doing things like going to the beach. But when the lockdown rules have proven to be confusing, change on a whim, draconian, even counterintuitive, and overbearing, it's really easy to just not care about them anymore. And if you don't believe me on that, just look at the history of masks. Like, not only did some doctors and experts explain that masks were not the right course of action, that general people shouldn't be wearing them, they went so far as to explain why. When the average person removes the mask, the bacteria and the virus would be able to get off of it and go into your mouth and your nose and stuff. Apparently that's not true anymore. And when you can't wait for these Florida beachgoers to get sick, it doesn't make you seem like the heroes in this situation. To be honest, the worst parts of me want these people to get exactly what they're asking for. Shutdowns until vaccines come along. Vaccines which, at bare minimum, will take 18 months, but could take much, much longer. And I'm talking years longer. The worst parts of me want them to deal with basically society collapsing. Plenty of looters and rioting, food shortages, mass homelessness, mass starvations, civil wars breaking out in Africa, which seems to be happening already. But like I said, these are the worst parts to me. The parts that I am not proud of. There's been a lot of complaints about protesters, and that really makes me sad. And yes, some of them are idiots, and some of them have other baggage. They're asking for things that don't matter in the long run, like haircuts, and some of them have really bad symbols like the Confederate flag, which I do not support. But in general, it's exposed the idiocy in a lot of people. This is not the time to protest. No, this is the best time to protest. Or, let me guess, you're only supposed to protest when things are good and there's nothing wrong ever. Is that how protesting works? And freedom of speech is only for the speech that people want to hear, am I right? But it's different now. There's a pandemic going on. Yes, and as we all know, there has never been any worldwide plagues or pandemics or diseases before 1776, and the Founding Fathers gave us the right to protest. Patton Oswalt made a funny tweet. Anne Frank was able to stay in the attic for 2 whole years, while some people can't stay inside for 2 months and blah blah blah. Hey Patton? How did it work out for Anne Frank again? I'm not too up in history, but I don't think it ended very well if I'm not mistaken. As I recall, it was a story of people hiding up for 2 years that amounted to most of them getting killed in the end anyway. In all seriousness, though, if you're complaining about the protests in general, you cannot claim to care about poor people at all, because it's clear that you don't. And this whole situation is exactly why virtue signaling has such a bad reputation. It shows how short-sighted that people can really be, what they're willing to do, and how little they're willing to think to get those social brownie points. Right now, we're hearing a lot of frightening shit. It's important to stay optimistic. Not just good, but actually important in times like this. I can see that this issue is nearing the end, whether these people want it to or not. We have to tell ourselves that this is not the new normal. We must refuse to let this be the new normal. Only people who want the world to be this way would say that this is the new normal, at least after 2 months. And those are not people we should be taking our cues from. Sooner or later, we will be picking up the pieces. I don't think that many of these people are going to reflect or change much. When this happens, they'll blame something else, downplay or deflect. That's not important. Those people can be lost in their own asses for the rest of their lives for all I care. It's important to tell this side of the story and get the voices out there to prove that it's not all astroturfing as they're trying to claim now. There are stories of those who have been hurt deeply by a crisis caused to prevent another. Whether it's depression, domestic abuse, suicide, loss of careers, loss of home, food insecurity, these stories need to be heard. They are missing in the national conversation at this time, and it's important for us to hear these. At this time of social distancing, it's important to talk and share our experiences. I understand that many of us are scared, anxious, or in an even worse place. The best thing we can do right now is talk about it and encourage a return to normalcy. Most importantly, though, do not feel guilty to be unafraid or to feel brave in spite of your fears. Those who would shame hope or optimism do not deserve your time or your thoughts, especially in a time where optimism is the most important thing that we can feel. We will get through this. This is not going to be the end of society or the collapse of our lives. We will get through this, we will pick up the pieces, and we will move on to the next adventure. Stronger than we went into this one. The year 2020 will, more than anything else, be defined by the ongoing pandemic and how our societies have reacted to it. At the tail end of 2019, a novel virus was detected in the Wuhan district of China. It was a coronavirus, which refers to a wide variety of a particular shape of virus that includes everything from Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome to the common cold. What this one was most similar to is SARS, which was declared a local pandemic in the country of China in the early 2000s. As such, the current virus was dubbed SARS-CoV-2, which causes the disease that we know as Covid19, or colloquially known as the coronavirus. Unlike SARS, which was mostly self-contained to China, Covid-19 made its way across the world to every continent except Antarctica, and affecting almost every nation on Earth. Even before that, we had heard scary things about the virus. It had a long incubation period, 14 days being thrown around a lot, but there were stories of even longer incubations going on, for almost a month. People speculated that the virus was airborne, and people panicked, but that mostly happened later. Let's go back to January and talk about how we got to July. This year is long, and it might be wise to go over its history in order to better predict its future, and the legacy that this year will leave in future history books. Despite being discovered at the tail end of 2019, no one outside of China had really heard of COVID-19 until January of 2020. And what we heard in January was frightening, both of the disease and what the authoritarian government of China was doing to curb the spread of it. By late January, with only around 25 deaths, China had stopped all train, bus, and air traffic. They made surgical masks mandatory. By February, we had seen footage that suggested that the government was sealing people in their apartments to prevent the spread. People were unable to leave their buildings for medical treatment to curb the spread of the disease. China even used drones to spray disinfectant. None of these stopped China from becoming the epicenter of the disease for the first leg of the year. That may be because their government was more concerned about the diplomatic look of unleashing a novel virus onto the world than any medical concerns. A man known as Dr. Li rose early concerns over the risks and dangers of the novel coronavirus. The man posted a video on the Chinese social media app WeChat and sent it to private friends and family, but it went public and it went viral. He was forced by the Chinese government to write an apology for doing this. Afterwards, he caught the coronavirus and died roughly around the start of February. Making China look even worse is that they frequently sent out equipment to the rest of the world that was either faulty or infected with the coronavirus. If you want to know why people are supportive of the United States leaving the World Health Organization, it all starts here. On January 14th, the WHO released a tweet. This one. In it, they parrot the Chinese authorities saying that person-to-person transmission of the coronavirus was unlikely, finding no clear evidence of it. This was, coincidentally, the same day that cases outside of the Wuhan district were discovered. The country as a whole had 201 laboratory-confirmed cases then. For the World Health Organization to not scrutinize the data, to them not having access to this necessary data, or to misunderstand viral spread this severely, put their credibility into question. This issue was compounded later on when it came to the issue of Taiwan.
Would the WHO consider Taiwan's membership?
Hello? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I couldn't hear your question.
Okay, yeah. Let me repeat the question.
No, that's okay. Let's move to another one then.
Right, because I'm actually curious on talking about Taiwan as well, on Taiwan's case.
We decided to give Dr. Alward another call to follow up.
And I just want to see if you can comment a bit on how Taiwan has done so far in terms of containing the virus.
Well, we've already talked about China, and when you look across all the different areas of China, they've actually all done quite a good job. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for inviting us to participate, and And good luck as you go forward with the battle in Hong Kong.
During an interview, a senior member of the World Health Organization dodged questions about Taiwan, despite their successes in their own coronavirus fight. During the interview, the WHO senior member literally called Taiwan China. Whether it was a slip of the tongue or not, it put even more worry onto the credibility of the WHO, to basically ignore Taiwan and its successes, when their methods on controlling the virus could have benefited the rest of the world. So the rest of the world, it looked like the WHO was valuing China's contributions more than actually stopping the ongoing pandemic. Not helping the fact was that this outbreak happened at possibly the worst time that it could have, before the Chinese New Year, which took place on January 25th of this year. During this time, people traveled all over the world, especially to and from China, to visit family and acquaintances from all over the world. When you combine this with the fact that the virus could be incubating for up to 14 days, it was a perfect storm for disaster. To put it bluntly, though, the rest of the world didn't help very much. When rumors of this new virus circulated around the Western world, they were often shot down as racist. Talking about the virus in some areas was seen as being prejudiced towards the Chinese. Italy went so far as to have a Hug a Chinese Day campaign on February 1st. People were encouraged to photograph themselves hugging Chinese people in an attempt to curb racism towards the people. Coincidentally or not, Italy became one of the worst countries for the virus. This was a theme that was played throughout the globe. In the United States, coronavirus measures became partisan almost immediately. Left-wing politicians such as Nancy Pelosi and Andrew Cuomo not only participated in the Chinese New Year events, which caused massive gatherings of people in huge urban centers.
And Queens is stronger than ever. It is literally an international tourism site with so many visitors coming to Queens. And it's such a joy to see the Asian American community flourishing here in Queens.
You should come to Chinatown. Precautions have been taken by our city. We know that there's a concern about tourism traveling all throughout the world, but we think it's very safe to be in Chinatown and hope that others will come.
The news media did not help either. Many of them made the claim that the flu was more deadly, and they repeatedly told people not to worry. The day after the United States issued its first travel restriction, USA Today reported that the flu was more worrying on February 1st. Get used to me saying this, but the media, at least here in the United States, has been a continual problem, and probably inadvertently caused many deaths. On January 31st, President Donald Trump issued travel restrictions, not a total travel ban as was reported. Non-citizens that were not family members of the United States citizens could not enter the country from China, and this move was criticized to hell and back. And I suppose we should talk about this and its validity. The chances that travel restrictions had done anything were slim to none for a variety of reasons. First and foremost, it happened far too late. Most of the travel had occurred before the Chinese New Year, and any spread of the disease would have happened by the time that the travel ban was implemented. The second main issue is this would have been way too easy to circumvent. All someone had to do was fly from China to a third country and then to the United States, or vice versa. It took until March for travel bans to Europe to be implemented as well. Additionally, the coronavirus was already in the country by the time this ban was implemented. The first case was identified on January 20th in Washington State, and by then, it was already too late to close the doors. Of course, as time went on, other countries closed their borders to each other, including members of the European Union, a compilation of countries that were designed for, among other reasons, to have free movement between each other. As time goes on, isolating a country has more and more practical concerns. Let's take New Zealand, for instance. In the ongoing attempt to control the pandemic, New Zealand has been seen as a pinnacle. To be fair, they've had an advantage to start with. New Zealand is an island country in the corner of the world that is not a major hub of travel. On top of that, it has a relatively low population density. Between 5 and 6 million people live in the country of New Zealand, which is less than the population of the U.S. state of Massachusetts. However, the New Zealand population is scattered across 2 islands the size of the entire eastern United States seaboard. New Zealand locked down hard. On June 8th, they declared that they had no coronavirus left in their country. From that day, they decided to start opening things up again. On the 16th, the country had 2 new cases. 2 people had visited the country for a funeral, one of which was showing no symptoms whatsoever. A third case was soon to follow, also someone who had come in from another country. New Zealand's main attempt to control the incoming virus was to have people quarantine when entering the country for 14 days. Many people do not follow this protocol. One story tells of a man who cut through a 6-foot fence in order to go to a liquor store. People who test negatively for a disease don't believe they're sick and generally don't like to be treated like prisoners. Another man who did test positive visited a supermarket. Their health minister had even resigned after breaking his own quarantine rules. Another theme that we'll probably see throughout this entire mess. If New Zealand, an island country that managed to take care of the virus domestically, can't keep it out of its borders, what hope does virtually any other country hope to accomplish by closing its borders? But let's assume that they were able to clamp down on this and keep control and stop COVID from getting in entirely. Then what? New Zealand's economy is highly dependent on tourism. In order to keep COVID out, there is nothing else they can do but keep everything else out as well. What's their plan? To keep things closed down until the coronavirus is gone from the rest of the world? That's not feasible by any stretch of the imagination. What else could they do? Quarantine everyone who arrives in the country for 14 days? Yeah, I'm sure the tourists are gonna love that. On top of that, travel restrictions based on the disease are usually enforced with infrared thermometer guns. These can be described as inaccurate at best, because taking a temperature is one of the least reliable ways to determine if someone actually has disease, even one that has a fever as a known symptom. First of all, thermometer guns aren't really tested for accuracy out in the field. Unlike determining speed from a distance, determining temperature has way too many variables. There could easily be interference from background temperature. Beyond that, there's the issue that comes from the conception of using these as a protocol. The average temperature of the human body is 98.6 degrees, or 37 degrees Celsius. The key word, of course, is average. Normal human body temperatures can go as low as 97 degrees, or as high as 99 degrees. If someone with an abnormally low body temperature has a fever, they can register as normal. Meanwhile, someone with a naturally high body temperature can be falsely dinged as having a fever when they don't have one. On top of that, you also have an issue with this. Tylenol, or acetaminophen, is an over-the-counter medication that is used to treat aches and reduce fever. It can't cure the coronavirus, but it can mask someone having a fever. In this pandemic, the entire big picture must be thought of. Thinking of things from moment to moment has led to multiple disastrous policies, and we're gonna go through every single one of them. And where else to start but with the most evil. Evil is the word that I want to use. The most evil thing that has been done in order to curb the spread of COVID. Here's a not so fun fact for you. Did you know that 40% of COVID deaths in the United States occurred in nursing homes? That is more than 54,000 deaths. In at least 24 states, a majority of the deaths are linked directly to nursing homes. But that's not the full story here. Let's talk about public health policy, shall we? The states of New Jersey, California, and New York required nursing homes to take in COVID patients. New York even had a special rule. As long as the patients were stable, nursing homes had to take patients that were diagnosed with the coronavirus, essentially condemning everyone within to die. Connecticut and Massachusetts had certain facilities within it designated specifically for COVID patients. This chart should show you how well that worked out. 64% of COVID deaths in Massachusetts occurred in nursing homes. In Connecticut, it was 73%, almost 3/4 of them. 3 in 4. To put things into raw numbers, 6,000 nursing home patients died in New York on the governor's orders. And we're going to be talking about him, one Mr. Andrew Cuomo, a great deal. He claimed that he was following the CDC guidelines and blamed Trump for his actions. A statement which even Politico rates as mostly false. I want to talk about how evil this man is. Let's start with the fact that he ran a survey on COVID hospitalizations. Looking at the data from 100 New York hospitals, 66% of people surveyed had gotten COVID while following his stay-at-home orders. And the second biggest percentage came from nursing homes at 18%. According to his own surveys, 84% of people had contacted COVID following his orders. He seems surprised by this, but he didn't let this new information change his plans or policies and continue to lock down. So much for following the science and the data.
The illness is death. What is worse than death?
What if somebody commits suicide because they can't pay their bills?
Yeah, but the illness is maybe my death as opposed to your death. You said, they said, the cure is worse than the illness. The illness is death. How can the cure be worse than the illness if the illness is potential death?
What if the economy failing
worse than death
equals death? Because of
mental
illness, the people stuck at home.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't equal death. Economic hardship, yes, very bad, not death. Emotional stress from being locked in a house, very bad, not death. Domestic violence on the increase, very bad, not death. And not death of someone else. It's not about me, it's about we. Get your head around the we concept. So it's not all about you.
This video interview from him is monstrous. Within it, Cuomo writes off every single possible side effect of the lockdowns. Poverty, domestic abuse, and so on. To every single thing he says, it's not death. If you're beaten to death by your husband, if you starve on the streets, if you become homeless and catch COVID out on the streets, it's okay. It's not death. It's fine by him. Then when suicide is brought up, he says, and I quote, yeah, but illness may be my death as opposed to your death. Watching the video in which he says this leaves me a special kind of speechless. I couldn't watch even the interview in one sitting, even though it's a fairly short video. Let me just say that the "it may be my death" line doesn't convince anyone who sees no value in the life of a soulless slimeball who only cares about himself. In my personal opinion, with this video and this interview, Andrew Cuomo declared himself the most evil man in American politics. And that is a bar to hit. And we're not even done with this guy yet. Andrew Cuomo requested thousands of ventilators. 30,000 of them. It was claimed that he had ventilators in a stockpile. He did, but he claimed that that was for the apex. He made a huge deal about how all of these would be needed. In the end, he had enough to start sending to other states. If the state of New York needed thousands of these things, why was he able to send away even hundreds? This whole ventilator race was moot anyway, because as we've learned, ventilators actually aren't the most helpful thing in the world to fighting COVID-19. Some hospitals were too quick to put people on ventilators. Unfortunately, certain features of the disease could make mechanical ventilation more harmful than helpful. In the UK, Boris Johnson was put on oxygen and not a ventilator. Moving away from ventilators might be one of the reasons that the death rates continue to fall. We've known since 2015 that mechanical ventilation leads to long-term effects, which may be the long-term effects that COVID-19 has been blamed for, and we spent the first leg of this race trying to make as many of these things as possible. Remember what I said, not thinking of the whole picture has been one of the biggest and most continual mistakes throughout this whole pandemic. Andrew Cuomo, after demanding ventilators that he would eventually send away, decided to tax out-of-state essential workers who had come in to help with the coronavirus pandemic. You want to know how the media treated this guy after all of this? They wanted him to be president. They kept teasing an Andrew Cuomo run in 2020 or even 2024. There were other politicians in the United States that have and continue to take objectionable actions throughout this entire pandemic, but it's impossible to talk about them without getting into the general lockdowns. Italy scared the world. After the outbreak escaped Wuhan, Italy became the epicenter for a while. As of the end of June, Italy has had about 250,000 coronavirus cases. Many Italians tried to keep continuing with life as normal. For those who say that this behavior was unique to the US and we're a special kind of selfish for trying to continue our lives, you're wrong. In Italy, people were ticketed for going on general walks. At some point, one mayor even threatened to send in police with flamethrowers. People have suggested that that was a joke, but considering the situation, I don't think that that could have possibly been considered a joke. Cultural barrier or not, telling people public safety orders during a pandemic is a terrible place to have a joke. The rest of the world did not want to become the next Italy. It almost became a meme. If we don't do X, Y, or Z, in 2 weeks we will look like Italy. Here in the United States, though, New York was looking like it would be. On March 19th, California became the first state to lock down. Let's talk about some misconceptions of the lockdowns, because the plot has been lost entirely. The slogan for the lockdowns when they were first sold to us was flatten the curve. You don't hear this much anymore because of something called the goal creep. You don't hear flatten the curve anymore because no one actually wants to flatten the curve anymore. Do you know what the purpose of the lockdowns were? Actually, let me rephrase that question. How many cases of COVID was locking down meant to prevent? If you answered anything other than 0, you are wrong. The lockdowns were never meant to prevent a single case of COVID. The purpose of lockdowns was not to prevent coronavirus cases, but to stop them from happening all at once. I know people have lost this goal because they're being surprised that cases are going up now that the lockdowns are ending. That was always supposed to happen. There's a reason that the states that didn't lock down aren't seeing the spikes that the states that are reopening are seeing. The idea was that our hospital infrastructure was going to be overwhelmed, and instead of dealing with all the cases at once, we would spread it over weeks. Not months. Weeks. Flattening the curve was supposed to be over the course of 15 days, and end roughly on April 1st. What an April Fool's Day prank that was. At the same time, experts did claim that we needed to lock down for several more weeks. Once again, though, weeks, not months. At some point, stopping everyone from getting the virus all at once became stopping people from getting the virus altogether. If you've lost count, we're between 4 and 5 months in. It's worth noting that every single lockdown order in the United States was an executive order issued by state governor, without any legislative oversight. To be fair, most other countries did have some kind of lockdown, with the notable exception of Sweden. Apparently, it's against Sweden's constitution. It's against the American Constitution as well to prevent freedom of assembly, but that's neither here nor there. We should be talking about the effectiveness of the lockdowns before we talk about the legal or ethical ramifications, right? I mean, the best time to do that would have been before we tried these policies, but the second best time is now, I suppose. Study after study shows that lockdowns didn't work for what they eventually became, preventing the virus entirely. Sweden's COVID death count has been approaching 0. They were heavily criticized for not locking down all throughout spring, but in a few years it may look like what everyone else did was simply delaying the inevitable. In the United States, several states such as Florida, Texas, and Arizona have been criticized for opening up too early. This ignores the 9 states that didn't lock down whatsoever, and didn't see explosive growth in the virus. Many states saw their peak before the lockdowns were enacted at all, or within the incubation period afterwards. And the lockdowns were doomed to fail from the start. Let's talk about the practicality of their measures. Starting with curfews, I suppose. Many states imposed curfews, saying that people couldn't be outside after a particular hour. The logic doesn't hold up. There is nothing saying that it's more likely to spread the virus at night than it is during the day. In fact, like many of the other methods, this could have a backlash effect. If you force people who would have been out at night into shorter and shorter hours, it crowds more traffic into less time, which increases the chance for infection. Only having certain stores open also has a similar effect. Imagine if there are 5 stores with 5 customers in each. Of those 25 people, only one of them has COVID. With 5 different stores, they end up infecting only the 5 people in the store that they go to. When you've crammed them all into one store, that creates 25 new cases, not 5. It can also get people to travel around more if they start looking for a store that is still open, or a store that is still allowed to sell the product that they are currently looking for. So let's talk about the costs of the lockdowns. Because of the media reporting, there's been a stereotype that anti-lockdown people just want haircuts, or they want to sacrifice grandma for the stock market. If you take me seriously as someone who doesn't fall into one of those strawman arguments, I will take you seriously as someone who wants genuine knowledge and information. Let's also keep in mind that it may take years before we truly find out the actual cost of our lockdown policies. Not just in economic terms, but in terms of human suffering and human deaths. Yes, human deaths. People have and will continue to die because of the lockdown policies, and I'm having trouble figuring out where to start. How about the medical establishments we were trying to save with the lockdowns? Let's start with elective surgery. Elective surgery is a terrible name, by the way. It conjures up visions of plastic surgery, like a nose job, but it actually includes things like stage 3 cancer surgeries. An elective surgery is simply any surgery that you don't need to have done right here and now, i.e., you elect to have it. In the UK alone, 35,000 cancer deaths may come about because of delayed diagnoses. And I want to have an aside about the media reporting right now. A lot of these media reports say coronavirus did it, like this one. This is not true. The coronavirus did not cause these missed cancer diagnoses. It was our human decision to lock down and prevent people from getting these diagnoses. We had the option not to do this. This is self-evident by the places in the world that did not lock down. Call it a desperate decision if you want, but this was our decision. Not the decision of the virus. None of these are side effects of the virus, but our decisions to lock down. And blaming the coronavirus for these is kind of like blaming the dog for farting when we all know that he didn't do it. Also in the UK, a backlog of surgeries threatens to overwhelm their hospital services. Isn't it ironic? In an attempt to stop hospitals from being overwhelmed, we created a system where people held off going to the doctors when they desperately should have. So months worth of cases will all come in at once. And that's just cancer, and one country. You want to add dentistry to that? An alarming number of people have attempted to do it themselves with wire cutters and super glue. Dentistry is definitely one of the things that should have never been closed, because it's going to become a huge problem in the coming months and years. Because if there's a type of treatment you do not want to delay, it's a trip to the dentist. Bad problems can easily become worse. A toothache untreated becomes a root canal. Root canals untreated can lead to an abscessed tooth that has to be removed. You know what doesn't help? In the United States, elective surgeries are a major part part of hospitals' business models. Because their main source of profit has vanished, many doctors are being laid off and furloughed. During a pandemic, because of our decisions, doctors are having benefits reduced and are even being retired or laid off. In the United States, 60,000 family practices have closed their doors. I need to keep reminding you this. Locking down was a practice that was meant to save hospitals and medical staff from being overwhelmed, and we've done so well that hospitals are being closed down. And we're not even done with the medical consequences of this. Vaccine programs have been interrupted in 68 countries because of the lockdowns. That's 80 million infants who are no longer vaccinated from measles or polio, as well as a bunch of other routine vaccines, like mumps and rubella. And the kicker is that we were pretty close to getting rid of polio altogether. In terms of mental health, calls to suicide hotlines have seen a 900% rise. I'm sorry, that's an exaggeration. The real number is 891%, or basically 900%. So, you know how when your friends or even a random stranger says that he's depressed due to the ongoing lockdown measures, and you just throw him a suicide hotline number? Yeah, you're not helping at all. Suicide hotlines have been too overwhelmed to do anything. Actual suicides are expected to rise in a similar fashion as well. It's a perfect storm to create mental health problems. First of all, there's a storm of stress and background anxiety due to the pandemic. Then you take them away from their jobs. Doing nothing like that is a way that depressive thoughts fester. Then you end up isolating these people away from any friends or family. Then you make them feel guilty for being a walking biohazard. Don't let them go outside, and make sure you end in-person therapy. It's too risky. If there is no major spike in suicide from the human organized lockdowns, it will literally redefine what we know about depression. It's also worth noting that gun sales have been on the rise, especially among first-time buyers. If you're feeling depressed, I'd give you plenty of advice on what to do to help take care of it, but it involves civil disobedience and breaking social distancing guidelines, and that could get this video taken down from YouTube. Childhood development is something else that's going to be of consequence. Children just can't put it off for months at a time. We may have a generation of socially stunted youth, crippled by anxiety disorders. Children who have trouble making connections with other people often turn to violence or drugs later in life. And that's not even mentioning education. Throughout the world, education programs have been interrupted, and it's actually a great deal of controversy right now determining whether they should start up again in the fall. People argue that Zoom-style education is perfectly acceptable. Distance learning has repeatedly shown throughout the entire crisis that it is a failure of an idea. In some school environments, 4 in 10 students have showed up for class 2 or less days per week. Missing out on education is well documented to hurt people drastically later in life. In the realm of mental health, let's go over some things that we used to know. Some people are forced to live and stay by themselves during the lockdown, completely alone. In places like New York, some apartments are about the size of prison cells. Solitary confinement has been deemed torture. Loneliness is about as deadly as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And if you're stressed about the world, that does even more to your mortality. Human beings are a social species. Preventing people from seeing each other is not just inhumane, it is literally inhuman. You see, maybe you've heard of this thing called oxytocin. It's a hormone in our brain that makes us feel good when we are physically close to each other. Not talking through a screen, that doesn't do jack shit for it, but in the same physical space. It's not to be confused with oxycodone. Oxycodone is a painkiller that is often abused by people who try to get high, and it's been an epidemic of its own for several years now. I bring this up because in times of intense stress, when people have nothing better to do, they often turn to addictions. And because alcohol is apparently an essential product, use of it is predictably on the rise. Both not having a job and being addicted to something are both direct causal links to abuse, both spousal and child. And wouldn't you know, like suicide calls being on the rise, domestic abuse calls have also been on the rise. The best thing that you could possibly argue for the lockdowns is that we are sacrificing some lives for the lives of others. And in that case, we as a society have failed the basic concept of triage. Let me ask you this. Between an 80-year-old man and a 17-year-old boy, which one do you think gets priority when it comes to a replacement heart? Believe it or not, there are people whose job it is to make decisions like this, and it is a very difficult job that I wouldn't envy ever. The victims of COVID-19 are primarily elderly, with the highest risk of death being those above 70. When you put things mathematically, a 17-year-old who misses a cancer diagnosis and dies weighs differently than a 7-year-old man who gets COVID and dies. It sounds horrible, which is why triage is done by professionals who are able to learn to put their emotions aside when making public health decisions. You hear, if we can just save one life, and a lot of other slogans as if our decisions aren't going to lead to any disaster or death on their own. These lockdowns will and have been leading to death of their own and other forms of human misery. This GIF was extremely popular in the coronavirus subreddit. I doubt it would be as appealing if it was, this person blew his brains out, this person died of a missed cancer diagnosis, this person was killed by her husband. Because what you have asked for with these lockdowns entails exactly that. It might not have if this lasted for 15 days as promised, but in months, yes, these are the real tangible effects of our lockdown experiment. And I'm not done either. This is only if you care about your own country. According to the UN, over 135 million people across the world are going to face famines because of our action. 300,000 people could starve to death per day over a 3-month period. People have often asked me if I wanted to die drowning in my own fluids when I take issue with lockdown measures or other measures used to curb the spread of coronavirus. I would prefer that vastly to starving to death. Generally speaking, from diagnosis to death in COVID takes about 14 days. It takes your average adult twice as long to starve to death while your body eats itself. It's a painful and horrible way to go. In the United States, food banks are stressed and overwhelmed. Several million children have relied on school lunches in the United States to be able to eat, which they no longer have access to. This isn't a problem that you can get out by printing more money. The issue isn't that people can't afford this free food, the issue is that people aren't working to produce it. Yeah, we have a surplus of food, and we're nearing the end of it. And of course, in the next couple of months, 28 million people will become homeless. Sure, you can delay the rent again, but as soon as that timer wears off, the landlords will be asking for their back rent that was missed, because they need to pay taxes on the property. If they can't pay the taxes on the property, the cities that have required rent freezes will be in even worse shape. And a lot of people aren't prepared to pay back rent, because CARES is going to expire at the end of July, and people who are on unemployment right now will be $600 short per week. You see, when people talk about the economy, they mean they don't want 28 million people to be homeless. It's a really simple solution to prevent this problem, though. Let people work. This is all that had to be done at literally any point in time. I am beyond confident that the lockdowns of 2020 will go down in history as possibly the worst public health policy of all time. Because not only did it fail to do what it was supposed to do, it literally did the opposite, and it threw in a bunch of collateral damage to compensate. I mean this with no exaggeration. If we did literally nothing in regards to the lockdown, we would have been better off. Every single bullet point seems to show that. And I'm not even done with the consequences yet. Let's talk about the authoritarianism that's been screaming around the world. In Kenya, more people have died from police brutality trying to crack down on people disobeying the lockdown than have actually died from COVID in that country. In their desperation to stop COVID, Hungary became a dictatorship. A mayor in Brazil warns of genocide, with COVID killing off a specific minority at a disproportionate amount, combined with a far-right government. In Melbourne, Australia, they harshly locked down their public housing towers in Victoria, not letting people outside. These were small apartments with no balconies, and the government took care of them like governments do, giving them food that expired in 2019 and giving Muslim families pork products that they couldn't eat. Contact tracing is another lockdown measure that has backfired horribly in some cases. In South Korea, for instance, a contact tracer traced an outbreak to a gay bar, and then increased incidents of homophobia across the country, sometimes outing gay people to their conservative and homophobic families. In the United States, the mayor of New York City has been accused of anti-Semitic double standards after singling out the Jewish community in a tweet, breaking up a Jewish funeral, and locking off a park in a Jewish area. He did this while supporting Black Lives Matter protests, which totaled in greater numbers.
My daughter Kiara was arrested at a protest. She believes a lot of change is needed. I'm proud of her that she cares so much that she was willing to go out there and do something about it. I admire that she was out there trying to change something that she thought was unjust and doing it in a peaceful manner.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer threatened people with harsher lockdowns for protesting her lockdown orders, and then went out herself to protest in the Black Lives Matter movement. In the United States, we've had several snitching hotlines turning neighbor on neighbor. The mayor of Los Angeles even himself infamously said, "Snitches get rewards." When the citizenry is encouraged to tattle on each other, it always leads to bad things. Well, maybe with some exceptions. When it was tried in New York City, it was filled with trolls and porn to the point that it had to be shut down. And when this was tried in Missouri, all the snitches got their personal information released because they needed to make it public to snitch in the first place. This information revealed exactly why this is a bad idea. A lot of the time, people snitched on bosses and workspaces they didn't like, or neighbors that they had a vendetta against to begin with. I can't speak to the rest of the world, but the lockdown orders are above and beyond unconstitutional here in the United States. You don't have to be a political scholar to see this. The First Amendment clearly states that the freedom to peaceably assemble shall not be infringed. There is no disclaimer that says, unless there's a pandemic, shall not be infringed. Ever. No limits. As long as it's peaceable, you can assemble. Several of our politicians, Whitmer namely, have clearly been on a power trip, and this is hard to argue against. And no, it's not like the Founding Fathers had never foresaw a potential pandemic. It's not like they're a new thing of the 20th and 21st century. The Founding Fathers knew the pandemics could cause devastation even back then. In fact, George Washington even led the first mass military inoculation against smallpox. People like to point out the court decision Jacobson versus Massachusetts, in which our Supreme Court did affirm the ability of the state to suspend rights in the name of public health. This decision was used to uphold a later court case, Buck versus Bell, which determined that mentally handicapped people could be forcibly sterilized against their will, which happened up until the 1970s. It has also never been expressly overturned. During this pandemic, Jacobson versus Massachusetts has been used to justify Texas suspending abortion rights. It's a stupid decision that could have even been used to justify the Tuskegee syphilis experiment and injecting pregnant women with plutonium. You can justify anything in the name of public health. One attorney even argued that the protocol for Ebola should be immediate execution. That guy later killed his mother's dog and claimed that he was the second coming of Christ. Yes, he was an actual attorney that actually had a part of high-profile cases and shit. This isn't old news either. This guy was arrested in 2018 and had a history of posting racist and misogynistic shit to Twitter before the platform banned him. Jacobson versus Massachusetts also led to the creation of the modern anti-vaccine movement, by the way. It's a terrible decision. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When you tell people that they have to do something, it will make some people more apt to not listen to you. I guess that's a good lean into masks. In the past few weeks, many places in the United States have put mask ordinances as lockdowns ease. And a lot of people are not happy about it, protesting in all kinds of ways. And a lot of people are wondering why the hell people don't want to wear a mask. I mean, some people are even going around saying that they're not even effective. Where did they get that idea? From the United States Surgeon General, the highest health officer in the entire country. On February 29th, he tweeted out that we need to stop buying masks. The tweet that is still in existence, by the way. The person we put in charge of pandemic control, Dr. Fauci, also said that we shouldn't wear masks.
The masks are important for someone who's infected to prevent them from infecting someone else. Now, when you see people and look at the films in China and South Korea, whatever, everybody's wearing a mask. Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet. But it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course. But when you think masks, you should think of healthcare providers needing them and people who are ill.
The Center of Disease Control said not to. If you want to wonder why there's a low mask compliance, it's your own damn fault. They actually gave reasons about the effectiveness of masks, or the lack thereof. In a 60 Minutes interview, Fauci himself states that masks could make things worse. If people fiddled with them, it could make them touch their face, which would directly lead to contamination. And this isn't just an American thing either.
Healthy West Australians are being warned against using face masks to protect themselves against coronavirus. A safety video is going viral, showing how ineffective some can be as the nation struggles with a surgical mask shortage.
It's the safety video going viral. An Argentinian firefighter with a deodorant can, simulating a sneeze or cough. It's feared coronavirus could travel in the air, like deodorant does in aerosols. This demonstration showing most face masks are useless at trapping or blocking moisture, unless they're the N95 grade.
There are actually several videos that show the risks of masks. So, before we continue, let me be absolutely clear here. Our understanding of a mask has not changed whatsoever. We didn't suddenly learn that what Fauci said here wasn't true. While our understanding of the virus has changed, the actual understanding of the masks has not. And saying that our knowledge of the pandemic has changed over time is not a defense for what Fauci or the Surgeon General had said about masks themselves. With that in note, we have a severe problem. Either every single part of our health apparatus here in the United States was lying then, or they're lying now. This is a dangerously bad bad situation for even the possibility of this happening. The CDC did admit that they lied, as they wanted to save masks for the professionals. The Surgeon General also suggested the same. But Fauci himself, our disease expert, gave reasons as to why the masks don't work. If these people were willing to lie for whatever the purpose, it means they're willing to lie again. Liars don't just lie once and then not again. If they can justify it for the public health, they will lie all night and day. And the fact that there's a reasonable doubt about this is a major problem. Fauci even admitted that he lied when he was questioned at a hearing.
So Dr. Fauci, you said as late, and I got a newspaper article that as late as March 31st, there was no consensus on wearing masks. And the president, as you know, relies on your expertise. Do you now regret not advising people more forcefully to wear masks earlier?
Okay, we're going to play that game. Let me explain to you what happened back then.
Should be a yes or a no.
No, there's more than a yes or no by the tone of your question. I don't regret that, because let me explain to you what happened. At that time, there was a paucity of equipment that our healthcare providers needed, who put themselves daily in harm's way of taking care of people who are ill. We did not want to divert masks and PPE away from them to be used by the people.
Okay,
now that we have enough, we recommend.
This video is more than a little worrying due to Fauci's response and for McKinley's lack of ability to ask actual follow-up questions. So we're going to play that game again, Dr. Fauci says. What game? Is holding him responsible for his medical advice, holding him to his word, considered a game in his mind? If he wanted to protect PPE for medical staff, why didn't he tell people to make cloth masks, like the CDC suggests now as better than nothing? Why should the American people trust anything else that he has to say, now that he is a known and admitted liar, who will lie as long as he can justify it for the greater good? Is he aware that because of his lies, there's a massive confusion within the United States about mask effectiveness? How many lives do you think could have been saved if people wore masks from the start of the pandemic? Fauci should take responsibility for lives that were lost from people who decided that masks were ineffective, based on his own words. Quite honestly, it's not so much that Fauci lied, but the fact that he was able to do so repeatedly, readily, and without dropping a beat. This is scary with how confident he was able to lie in those videos and interviews. Whether masks work or not, Fauci lied, either then or now. Currently, the CDC and the WHO say that masks are better than nothing, but let's really examine this. Do you, dear viewer, wear your mask properly? Let's run down the checklist. Are you clean-shaven? Mask effectiveness is greatly reduced when facial hair breaks the seal. Any longer facial hair, like a beard or such, will create gaps that a virus can easily escape from. And remember, you cannot mandate that the general public be clean-shaven, as that violates the First Amendment. Not only is fashion a manner of speech, and your type of facial hair is a type of fashion, but some religions require people to not ever shave, such as the Sikh. Second question, and this is one of the bigger mistakes, does your mask cover your nose? If you don't cover your nose with it, you have no right to criticize anyone else for not wearing masks, since you're basically at the same level. Third, have you ever shared a mask with anyone at all? Sharing a mask is like sharing someone's underwear. If someone has coronavirus and you wear their mask, congratulations, you got infected from wearing their mask. Next, have you ever used a disposable mask twice? Great, that's like using a disposable diaper or a condom twice. And of course, if you take your mask off to talk to someone, you have ruined the whole point. You see, that whole 6-foot distance tip, that's for when you're just around each other. When you're talking, the distance is much further than 6 feet. Talking releases droplets further than breathing. So yes, you are expected to communicate with people from at least 6 feet away with a muffler over your mouth. Next, have you ever touched the inside of your mask without washing your hands? You can't do that. Your mask has now been contaminated. Do you wash your hands before putting on your mask and after taking it off? And do you remove the mask from the ear straps and not the mouth area? It's quite hard for people to do all these things. But if you do each of these things, congratulations, you've done everything right and you might still not be helping. Lots of people buy masks from Etsy or Amazon that are basically mesh and provide no real or even theoretical protection. If there are holes big enough in your mask to see through, the virus will get through. Studies on mask use assume that people use them perfectly, but as you've often seen, people don't, because the protocol to use them properly is complicated, especially to do every time somebody leaves the house. So let's go over some common misconceptions with mask use. One of the most common things people will say is, all of these people are going to get COVID, but I'm going to be fine. I'm wearing a mask. Nope. The mask, even assuming that it works, is not to protect you. It's to protect other people from you. This is what it's supposed to do in theory. COVID or any other virus can get in through other orifices, like your tear ducts. Or, of course, if you follow mask protocol wrong and end up smearing the disease on your face. Rule 1 of not catching COVID, assuming that we haven't been lied to again, is not to touch your face. And by putting masks on and taking them off constantly, it requires you to touch your face repeatedly. There is reasonable doubt to the effectiveness of masks. People have suggested that you can make a mask out of anything, including scarves or t-shirts with holes. There is a reasonable doubt to these things working. And this is the problem with security theater. If these things don't keep people safe and just make people feel safe, they are more likely to engage in risky behavior, violating social distancing protocols because they feel that their mask is perfect protection. It's not just in the United States either. Canada started mandating masks in July, far past their peak for COVID. If these were the silver bullets that they were praised as, why did it take so long for the Western world to start mandating them at all? In fact, in many places of the world, masks have been illegal, most notably in Hong Kong, where they were banned last year in reaction to the protests. That ban lasted until April 9th of this year, which was ruled unconstitutional. As you can see, Hong Kong was already on a decline before masks were unbanned, and months later, they're on a rise again in spite of them. There is empirical evidence against the effects of masks from all over the world. Even if you ignore China, where the outbreak started and masks were mandated very early on. Some Asian countries like South Korea are so fed up with the masks because of it now being summer and very, very hot. And yes, it's hot and humid, and masks do make it more difficult for people to breathe. All I'm saying is that if masks were said to be effective back in winter, there would be much higher compliance than there is now. On an extremely humid day, your average person is not going to want to do anything that makes it harder for them to breathe. And even if they do, they'll sweat more. Sweat is a droplet. COVID is a droplet-based virus. This is why gyms are still closed. This is ignoring all of the other legitimate health concerns that masks may occur. There are physical ailments that do prevent people from wearing masks. Most notably, conditions that make breathing difficult on their own, such as asthma or COPD. But it also involves people who have limited movement capabilities, like those with cerebral palsy, those with tactile sensitivity that can lead to sensory overload, as in people with autism, or people who have had psychological trauma. Masks can cause some people to engage in panic attacks. Because of these things, by the way, masks cannot be made mandatory in the United States in any meaningful way. Requiring someone to wear a mask violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. And no, people with a disability do not actually have to prove that they have a condition. Unless, of course, you want to go to court each and every single time that somebody claims that they have a disability. A place of business actually puts themselves at risk of a lawsuit for requiring masks for everyone. That's even ignoring the theorized risks of masks, and I'm not really interested in getting into, but they involve both physical and psychological. There's plenty of reasons to doubt the efficacy of masks that don't rely on theory. For now, studies seem to imply that masks do work in ideal conditions. But one of the leading arguments against masks is that the conditions that people wear them in is far from ideal, and that a badly treated and contaminated mask is far worse than no mask at all. Of course, you do get a bunch of defenses for masks. If there's a potential that they could work to save lives, we should wear them. Right. There was also potential that ventilators could save lives, and those ended up killing people. And we spent the first leg of the race trying to mass produce something that we can't really use now. Anything we do poorly thought out can do more damage than it even has the potential of preventing. A lot of people like to bring up the Spanish flu, talking about how they knew to lock down and they knew to use masks way back when. And yeah, you could see a lot of people wearing masks and such way back in various pictures. Using this is a terrible argument. The Spanish flu was the deadliest pandemic in recent history. 50 million people died from across the world. And here in the United States, over 5 times as many people died from it than they had as COVID. From a cursory glance, it looks like whatever they did back then was a massive failure. Hell, even back then, actual experts were doubting their effectiveness, because people often made them out of whatever they had lying around and didn't wash the damn things. But there's a chance the disease can spread asymptomatically. You know, asymptomatic spread of disease isn't a new thing, right? And it isn't going away after COVID either. There are a few diseases that can do this, most infamously, typhoid. But there's also tuberculosis, which killed 1.5 million in 2018. And then there's HIV/AIDS, which can also spread asymptomatically. To follow that logic through to its end, you will need to wear a mask until asymptomatic spread is simply not a thing, because you could have a whole host of illnesses and never even notice it. And even mundane things like the flu or common cold can kill people. Anything to save a life can go to scary places if you take it to its logical extreme. If you set a super spreader on fire, that may eventually save a lot of lives. It's inhumane as hell, but anything to save a life is a moral standard that requires you to do something like that if someone is spreading a disease that you cannot cure. It's all too easy to be led astray by those kinds of feelings. And if you want to defend masks or lockdowns or social tracing or any other social policy, you need to stop thinking of these things in a vacuum, because they aren't in a vacuum. Everything builds into each other, and everything we are doing to fight COVID seems to be sticking around for longer than is necessary or even wanted. Sometimes. Do you want to know why our culture has seemed more than a little schizophrenic when it comes to its decisions? You can blame the media for that. Remember when the media said that COVID was just the flu and you were racist for being concerned about it? Great. The media doesn't remember that either. Some point after the Chinese New Year, the media went in the exact opposite direction, and they went that direction hard. And why this happened was stupid. I'm sorry. It's just the most stupid partisan shit that I've ever come across. You want to hear a story? In January, all the news reports were downplaying the coronavirus. All of them. The flu was more deadly. Here's just one of them. You can find many, many more if you use Google's archives. You want to know what happened? I'll tell you exactly what happened that caused their change in tune. Listening to the news and hearing that they were all downplaying this thing, the president, Donald Trump, said that we have this thing under control. Look, I am not the biggest fan of the president, but the news relationship with him has been frustrating as hell. Here's an article about he and the other presidents eat his steaks, because it's so important that the American people know that he eats his steaks with ketchup. So Trump issued his travel ban and declared the country under quarantine in January. Media tore him to bits for it. It was racist and ineffective. And if you want to really know my feelings about this whole thing, this makes me less angry at him for his actions. There's a concept in politics known as political capital. Political capital, more or less, is what any politician can feasibly do, based on their reputation or favors that they've accumulated. Unpopular things that politicians do cost more political capital, and extremely popular politicians are able to do things without expending much at all. In my opinion, the extreme backlash to the first measures that Donald Trump made it seem like he had spent as much of his political capital as he possibly could have. If he had done anything else at this point, he would have been dragged and berated. I honestly find the claim that he should have done way more back in January or even February a little bit short-sighted and stupid. I'm not saying what he did was effective. Not at all. I'm saying that anything more he would have done would have unilaterally been seen as unpopular by the wider public. Not only that, but in January he was going through an impeachment trial. Anything that he did would have made that situation even worse. His hands were further tied. What did people want to tackle this crisis? Oh, well, eventually they wanted more travel restrictions, which back in January and February were racist. Eventually they wanted us to all lock down. They wanted people to be prevented from going to their own jobs. How do you think it would look for a president who is being accused of various types of corruption to begin an authoritarian clampdown during an impeachment trial? By April, everyone criticized the guy for not doing anything. You find articles from April and May about how he should have done more things. He had early warnings. Earlier action could have saved lives. Yeah, sure. And one of the main criticisms of the lockdowns is a rise of authoritarianism. And do you know one of the bigger fears of the Trump presidency? That he'd pull a Hungary and turn himself into a dictator. And the media has been like this since the beginning. Remember when Trump called the coronavirus a hoax? In February, after he had already banned travel from China and put the country on quarantine and brought on Dr. Fauci. For the record, he did not call the disease itself a hoax. He called the politicization of the virus a hoax, which is still a poor choice of words because it doesn't seem to be a hoax at all, but actual observable reality. Petty politics is one thing, but the attitude of the news media has probably gotten people killed. No, this is no exaggeration. And I'm not talking about the panic that people have been frenzied into. Let's talk about hydroxychloroquine. In March, Trump argued that the drug, an anti-malarial, which had been used to treat lupus in the past, had hope in treatment of COVID. And of course, the media was quick to tear him a new one. First of all, a woman killed her husband with fish tank cleaner, not hydroxychloroquine. She claimed that it sounded similar to that of the drug that was touted, and she fed it to herself and her husband. She blamed Trump for this, and the media ran away with it. She is now under investigation for murdering her husband with the fish tank cleaner, because nothing about her story added up. For starters, she was a registered Democrat, not a Trump supporter. I cannot stress this enough, but if you have a medical concern or a question, please ask your doctor and trust them above anyone else. Anyone else. Do not try to cure yourself with a drug that you hear the media touting, or the president, or anyone but your doctor. People even claim that Trump had a financial stake in the sales of hydroxychloroquine. Snopes rated this as mostly false, mostly because he sought to gain like $100. He had independent trusts that he didn't really control that have partially invested in the drug. The amount that he could have gotten was way beyond negligible for a man who was a billionaire. The drug itself immediately became political. Let me repeat that. A medication became a political football, and what people thought about it in some cases depended on their political opinion. And yeah, there were studies about this. One study was so significant it got the WHO to stop trials on the drug. This study was later retracted. The people behind the study didn't respond to independent requests for audit. Outside experts raised concern over it. It was largely propped up for political reasons, and it got the WHO to stop trials on it. Does hydroxychloroquine work? Does it not? I don't know, and this is a problem. I can't know because there's so much competing information. This isn't just scientific disagreement either. It's political disagreement. Some studies show it's effective, some studies show that it kills people. There's a major problem here. You want to know a fun trick? Log into Google and look for search results before the year 2020, and look for news reports under too clean. You will see countless, and I mean countless studies and articles and web pages that say that we are too clean as a society, that we kill beneficial bacteria and destroy the horny layer of our skin by washing too much, that being too clean will cause increased allergies in children and autoimmune disorders in the rest of us. Is this true? I don't fucking know. I really don't. Did we all just decide that all of these peer-reviewed studies that were repeatedly reported on are just not true anymore? Yeah, science changes over time, but not this quickly. The fact that this was such a common idea before 2020 was a problem. Either that or abandoning the idea completely is a problem. One of the most frustrating things of this whole pandemic is how society as a whole seems to have a memory of the goldfish. Maybe memory loss is a symptom of COVID. Remember back when protests were seen as white nationalists back in April? You know, and so the protests became about Black Lives Matter. According to the news, Black Lives Matter protests actually led to a slowdown of COVID. We went from protesting is putting hospitals in jeopardy to over 1,000 doctors signing an open letter saying that protesting some things were important. Protests that were bigger, closer knit, and went on for longer than the lockdown protests, by the way. In some places, the George Floyd protests are still going on. Let me tell you, that letter that the doctors signed shot the credibility of our health establishment even more. It showed that our medical establishment was willing to put politics in front of medicine and science. Not to mention that they have all engaged in an act of racism for doing this. COVID, as long been known, disproportionately affects black people more than white people. What these doctors have done was condemn the white people from going out and protesting, and instead encouraged a more vulnerable group to go out and protest during the pandemic. Yes, it wasn't only people of color protesting, but the protests did occur mainly in areas with higher concentrations of minority populations. By putting politics in front of medicine and science, these people condemned vulnerable people explicitly by their own words to an uneven risk for a pandemic disease. Remember how the news said that Donald Trump was stupid for saying that the sunlight could do a number on COVID? And then we found out that sunlight could do a number on COVID? Yeah, it's a really good thing that we told everyone to stay inside and out of the sunlight. It's also a good thing that we closed all of the gyms because obesity is another main risk factor for COVID, and one of the reasons that the US was hit so hard. And the news is still doing this shit. It started with worrying about COVID is racist. Then it was COVID is going to kill us all. Then it was the lockdowns are necessary and protesting is evil. Then it was protesting is highly important and no, it isn't causing an increase in cases. And now we're back to a mysterious second wave of the illness that has come out of nowhere. COVID cases have been spiking in many states around the US. Here's the rub though, and here's what they're not telling you. The death rates of COVID continue to fall. No one is actually sure why though. There are some guesses. One of the things pointed out is increased testing. In some locations of the United States, you can get a test on demand basically. Another theory is that it's now infecting young people rather than old people. The news reports this as the big scary thing, but it's actually good news. A young person's immune system is far more robust at fighting off an illness than an older person. This is one of the reasons that the elderly's death rate from this has been so high. While people under the age of 18 have died, they've died far less than even from the flu. If this thing only affects, or primarily affects younger people like the flu does, we're on the road to getting better. This is how evolution works, by the way. A virus does not actually want to kill its host. That would be like you burning down your own house. A virus would rather have you alive. So, over time, it gets less deadly. Another theory, of course, is that all the people who are going to die of COVID already had. Look at this chart here. This is the CDC's chart for excess mortality. Anything above the line with a plus marked on it shows that more people died in that month than were expected to. The leftmost bump was the particularly bad influenza season of 2018. I want you to take a look at the far right, though. These aren't bars in progress. They're already finished recording, and June had the lowest excess mortality altogether, far below expected projections, while the lockdown measures themselves have been expiring or ending. It's fair to speculate that the absence of June deaths may have been because of the earlier excess deaths. In short, some of the people that COVID killed back in winter and spring would have brought June's excess mortality to relative normal. Another issue, though, is that people have been recording deaths funny. The most notable issue is that in some states, 11 of them, have been mixing antibody and viral cases. If you've had COVID and have recovered from it, and you get an antibody test, you are counted as a positive case. Colorado, Delaware, Georgia, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Virginia, and most notably, Texas have all been doing this. I point to Texas because right now, these higher case totals, quote-unquote, have caused them to freak out about a second wave. Some states, such as Arizona, do not report recovery numbers. Most damningly, however, is that the CDC has asked states to start including probable cases in their findings. When the two of these are merged together, like they happen in New Jersey, it can make things look far worse than they are. In New York City, 3,700 people were counted that had never tested positive for COVID because they were all probable cases. Do you want to know how bad the testing situation can get? The country of Tanzania sent the WHO a goat, a quail, and a papaya sample to test for COVID. All of them came back positive, and you wonder why the US is pulling out of this organization. The news has been desperate to scare people. Kawasaki disease is something they ran with for a while. Of 21 cases in Canada, only 4 of them had COVID antibodies. Also, I want you to take a careful look at that headline. It almost disagrees with the content of the actual article. Also, according to actual people who look into Kawasaki disease, we've been seeing less diagnoses of it this year, not more. The extent of the media's lies is disgusting. CBS used footage from Italy and insinuated that it was from New York City. Chris Cuomo, a news reporter, talked up his symptoms of the disease and made it sound absolutely horrible. In the end, he broke quarantine like so many others, including one Neil Ferguson, who basically came up with the models that put the entire world into lockdown. A news reporter scolded people for not wearing masks, and a bystander came about to reveal that his cameraman wasn't wearing a mask either. There are story upon story of our medical and our political betters breaking their own quarantine rules. And where does that leave the rest of us? Fractured economies, countries, and lives for methods that have done little to nothing or have had massively backfired. At this point, our first priority should be learning from our mistakes. To recap, we panicked. A lot. We did a lot of stupid shit in our panic. Some of us hoarded toilet paper. Other of us did a lot worse, snitching on our neighbors. Someone even burned down a church that wasn't following social distancing protocols. Yeah, that'll stop the spread of COVID, unleashing a fire that can burn down a whole fucking town. Throughout 2020, I've been increasingly depressed, which is why I've been so light on content this year. It wasn't from the virus and the worry that created, but it was from how everyone in our societies reacted to it. How everyone was ready to tear each other out at the throat throughout it all, and being so high and mighty about their moral superiority while doing it. The blind belief in the news after they changed their story back and forth was a special kind of infuriating. Every single time it was, they've got to stop believing this shit now. Okay, now. What about now? Please now. No, never. As the news literally contradicted themselves time and time again. This year came up with the term mostly peaceful riots because of the news programs. You have no right to get angry or uppity about anyone not wearing masks after our health establishment, all of it, discouraged mask use back during the start of this pandemic. And I do support people not wearing them until every single person in our health establishment who suggested that they didn't work or told people to stop buying them resign. The only sympathy that's being thrown around to the people who've had their lives sacrificed is a phone number for an overwhelmed suicide hotline. That is something I think I can be justified in being angry at. All of this for methods and policies that gain more and more evidence that they do not work. While some people cling to old models claiming they're following the science, I am so tired and sick of this goal creep. From 15 days of flattening the curve to eradicating the virus, something which is not possible to do. It's very possible that COVID-19 is so widespread that it may turn from pandemic to endemic. But it's not as worrying as it sounds, because repeatedly, we're seeing that the death rate of it is falling. The number of deaths of COVID have been declining for 10 straight weeks, as we bungle out of lockdowns and into mask policies, which means that COVID is actually on its way to losing its epidemic status in the United States. You have to take all of this into consideration if you still want to follow the science. Clinging to these old models and these old programs and these old protocols is not science, it's faith. Blind faith. I didn't even mention literally everything throughout this whole thing, but as you can see, I've been going on for more than an hour now. But the more and more that I look into it, and as you can see, I've looked into it a great deal. In the description, there's about 140 some odd sources. I've been collecting research for months now. The more that I look into all of this stuff, the bigger a mistake that all of this was. Not the virus, our human reactions in response to it. In many cases, if we did literally nothing, we would have been better off. One data point we're still looking for is the excess mortality of the entire year. If places that didn't lock down like Sweden or some of the US states have even equivalent excess mortalities than the rest of the world that did lock down, it will be the final nail in the coffin. But even without that, there is very little that can justify any of the measures that we took to fight this invisible enemy. If people ever ask you how the world ended, all you have to tell them is that we did everything we could to stop it, and that's what ended the world. So, the PSA's video has actually taken me past a lot of topics that I think would make for good videos in and of themselves, as it goes through a lot of different issues. We start at environmentalism, and it only goes downhill from there. Like, I bring up the Earth music video. If you don't know what it was an animation made in 2019 to raise awareness, or something, for climate change. It had problems. I mean, besides Lil Dicky literally humping the planet. And now none of you can unsee it either. There was also the, Forgive Germany line, which we can talk about next week. But towards the end, it says that we should look up to Leonardo DiCaprio in his fight against climate change. If you don't know, Leonardo DiCaprio's globetrotting makes him release more than 20 times the carbon as the average American. So yes, we should look up to that guy in stopping global warming. I'm gonna stand by this. I bring it up in the video, but I'm going to stand by it here too. If you travel around the world, like in boats and planes, in vehicles, you cannot be an environmentalist. These are exclusive. The second you decide to travel around the world in these gas-guzzling vehicles, you are not an environmentalist. This has been a growing pet peeve with me. It's probably what made me go crazy more than anything else in 2020. Not environmentalism or environmental hypocrisy, that's something else. I suppose you could call it a plague of moral convenience. Morals, ethics, standards, whatever you want to call them, are very important to me, respecting a person. I want to think that this is the case for most people. I think that we like to assume that our friends have some kind of values that they'll stand by no matter what. It'd be a shame if they could be compromised for selfish reasons. But that's the key word, but the imperative words there are no matter what. Unless your only value is protecting your own ego, there are times when it's hard to keep your values, or at the very least, it brings you to some kind of social consequences for doing so. For instance, if you say you're against cancel culture, it's easy to say something in defense of an artist who was just attacked for having an unpopular opinion, but was otherwise good and moral in their life. It's a lot harder to do so when the person was awful in all respects. But if it is your value to detest cancel culture and want it to go away, you must be against cancel culture for everyone and anyone. If you don't, you are not against cancel culture. You just want cancel culture to be redirected in your own preferred directions. You do not have a moral. You have a moral convenience. And personally, I'd prefer someone who earnestly believed in cancel culture than someone who only pretended to when it suited them. 2020 revealed a lot of pretenders in a lot of fields. And we're going to be talking about some well-worn topics in this video. For instance, believing that healthcare is a fundamental human right. Whether it is or whatever is not the debate that I want to have today. We can all have our opinions. I understand that some people believe it, and we can debate it all night and day. There's no problem with believing that. However, here's the thing. During the pandemic, some countries such as Canada and the UK prevented even up to stage 3 cancer screenings and surgeries. If you believe that healthcare is a human right, this must fundamentally disgust you to the point of being worthy of protest. If you truly believe that healthcare is a fundamental human right, you should believe that even in the midst of the harshest possible pandemic, someone should be able to go to a doctor and get anything remotely wrong, or even if everything's okay, looked at. Be damned at how overwhelmed the system actually is. It would be irresponsible to do so, but you should have the ability, considering you consider it a human right. Like, I consider speech a human right, but there are some things I believe that people shouldn't say. That's the definition of what a right is. It's the fundamental essence of a right. If anyone is blocking you from medical access for any reason, you must believe that they are violating your rights if you believe that healthcare is a right. You need to believe this to stay morally consistent. I don't see any other way of seeing this disconnection. Even if the resource is limited, it does not mean that something no longer becomes a human right. Personally, I believe that a human right can't be limited. It can't be on a first-come, first-served basis. And that means that a lot of my convictions are not convenient in the online debate sphere. When it comes to access to limited resources like food, water, and medicine, I absolutely believe that we should do whatever we can in order to make sure that no one goes hungry, thirsty, or dies due to a lack of treatment. But declaring them a right has logical hurdles for me, and it doesn't solve the problem of getting these things to people. Canada and the UK have declared them as a right, and people are dying because their governments decided that they shouldn't get medical treatment for preventable diseases. It's not easy to be logically and morally consistent, and there are definitely people who will scoff in your direction for your convictions. But this is a myth that I think is destroying our generation, that it's easy to do good, it's easy to be good, and it's easy to have consistency in character. It's not easy, and the fact that it's not is something that must be appreciated. Before 2020, some of even my colleagues have gone on and on talking about mental health and supporting those who have disorders or mental illnesses. Then when the pandemic started, they ended up supporting lockdown measures. Harsh ones too, that directly abuse the mental health of people. I have personally talked to many people who have gone through internal struggles during all of this. They desired to commit suicide, and were given so many neuroses through these lockdown measures. Even ignoring my own mental strife throughout 2020, I stand by this. If you support or have supported lockdown measures when the evidence started to build up of what they did to people's mentalities, you have either explicitly or implicitly apologized for your advocacy of mental health and those who have mental illnesses. You cannot support lockdown measures and mental health. These values literally oppose each other. And it's the same with lockdown measures and income equality or environmentalism. It's nice to worry about triggers until you realize that medical masks do trigger people. Even ignoring post-traumatic stress from being bound and gagged, I'm sure a lot of people are going to have terrible mental associations from the pandemic itself, and seeing one in the future can send them right back to these terrible moments. You can tell people to mask up and shut up all you want. Go right ahead. You cannot also care about trigger warnings and have me take you seriously at all on either front, because you're to some degree a liar, and this is why I personally hate virtue signaling. A virtue signal is when you claim to have a value that you do not have. I hate liars, serious ones at least. There is no faster way to lose my respect than if you come out and lie to me directly. However, when you lie to me about your fundamental values, who you truly are as a person, I find it a special degree of disgusting. And it lights up what you truly value more than anything else. It's not helping people, it's not saving lives. You value acceptance more than anything else. You value feeling good rather than doing good. Staying a moral person means that you sacrifice acceptance on many ends. And there's many times where you're going to be wondering if you're doing the right thing. Do you think that it was easy being against lockdowns throughout 2020 as experts were screaming about doom? All of my colleagues went entirely into support of them, and even my own audience didn't share my sentiments. Even making this video here, it's not what I call easy or convenient. Like, I want to make this clear about my conviction. Even if I were on my deathbed due to the virus, I would still keep my convictions and my belief in the lack of efficacy of lockdowns, and that the negative consequences they cause are too great. That's because it's what a conviction is. It's something you will keep to no matter what the world around you says, because you truly believe that the consequences are not worth this. That being said, keeping my convictions has been easier than the alternative, and it's why I keep doing this. For me, personally, at least, I can't speak to everyone. The George Floyd event last year painted a bleak picture of us as a species, for many reasons. The event itself was horrific. Even considering who George Floyd was as a person and the full body cam footage, it was still a horrific event that shouldn't have happened. However, beyond that, we had doctors who were, for months on end, decrying any protests being foolish, going on and on, saying that protesting was now important, and it was more important than social distancing. They sacrificed their own dignity and their own credentials on the back of this. People who were denied funerals for their own loved ones could have one for George Floyd, a man that they had never met and had no personal connection to. What broke me, though, was a Reddit post about a month later. It was the top post on Reddit for a time, when the police were putting a woman in Australia in a chokehold, and the Redditors and everyone online was cheering it on. Why? Because she wasn't wearing a mask, outdoors, with a medical exemption, and the entire internet, who was up in arms about police brutality cheered the cops on. Then I saw the internet cheering on a police storming into another woman's house in front of her kids because she had made a Facebook post about a protest where she did encourage people to wear masks at that protest. I also believe that at this point, I don't think you can call Australia a democratic country. Both of these things happened there, along with citizens not being able to leave the country and many other abuses that I'm pretty sure I haven't heard about yet. I don't think that I could live with myself if I praised that in and of itself, but seeing that after at least a month of protests against police brutality, it was a visceral kind of disgust, something I had never experienced before in my life. And this is a life that's had a lot of childhood bullying, parental abuse, and mental illness that brought me to the brink of suicide in the past. Seeing police brutality cheered on just because it was someone doing something that they personally didn't like. It's one of those events that makes you legitimately just not want to be a human being. I can only hope that that social media post makes the history books as an insight to what we did during this crisis and why people let this happen. And it's not just Australia either. Most countries have been doing something like this. I've seen a lot of footage of police officers and even random citizens holding down people without masks in Canada. When I brought up that the government in New York was specifically targeting the Jewish community, a lot of people were completely okay with that, happy with that even. They thought the community was a vector of disease and should have been abused. I know people don't like Godwin's law, but what the hell can you say about this when the government is abusing Jewish people and the people are okay with it? And on top of that, considering the Jewish people a vector of disease was one of the things specifically that the Nazis did to demonize them. I suppose it's only understandable that as World War II escapes living memory, we would forget a lot of the horrors that happened back then. If we did truly remember, I don't think that following the science would be a rallying cry. Eugenics was an established science before World War II, and the Nazis followed it just about as far as they could take it. And people liked that science because it was marketed as genetic hygiene and cleaning the gene pool. When you do know history, 2020 has had an extra layer of existential dread. Before, I used to wonder if it could happen here. Now I know that people will turn to tyranny against a specific group if they believe well enough that their safety depends on it. A lot of people use those snitching hotlines that popped up. A man, Andrew Cuomo, directly guilty of 15,000 deaths at last count, was praised by our leading medical official Fauci as doing everything right, despite that he was leading the epicenter of deaths in the entire world. Every single celebrity praised this man, and they even gave him a fucking Emmy. Why? Because he opposed Trump, and the value was never about saving lives with any of these people. And then Cuomo wrote a book on his leadership. It sold 11,800 copies in 1 week. Not as many people as he killed, but it was enough to get him on the New York Times bestseller list. Only after the election, when he was no longer a political asset and instead a deadweight, are people targeting him now. It's all ungenuine. We've known what Cuomo was doing since April of last year. And Cuomo's not the only one who's done something like this as well. Governors of California, Michigan, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania are also under heavy criticism. But people like to defend them because they like lockdowns, and these people were the strongest proponents and had the strongest lockdowns, so their sins were well and ignored. Because it's all about saving lives. Unless it's Trump or Boris Johnson. Then we can all hope and pray that they die. We hate all billionaires, unless they're Soros or Gates, to the point where we'll ignore their controversial pasts, because the conservatives just don't like them. Corporations shouldn't abuse the environment, and they should pay their employees $15 an hour. But they can censor speech because they're private companies and can do what they want. It's racist to say that the virus came from China, and we must absolutely never tie a disease to a location. But we can easily hype up variants from the UK, South America, or South Africa without worrying about any prejudice or problems whatsoever. If you don't like hypocrisy and even the slightest, I'd imagine that your blood is really starting to boil. You can imagine that this would cause some existential dread and stress. And this is only a fraction of what I know and what I've seen. I hate having a good memory and being able to think four-dimensionally. If you don't know what that means, it means that I realize that what happens today affects tomorrow. Like, I know a lot of the consequences of our decisions that we're doing today. A lot of people like to say, inflation isn't real, and it's not going to happen in defense for rapidly printing money. Keep telling yourself that as food is already about 300% the cost it was last year. Like, if you want an example, the experts are saying that even after you get a vaccine, nothing changes. Still mask up and social distance. I can't imagine what kind of consequence that'll have. Oh right, vaccine hesitancy goes up, because for many people the only vaccine that they will take is the one that lets them get their 2019 life back, and they're not going to take any other. It's frightening being around someone who values nothing but their own survival, because they will sell you out. They will lie to you to get into your good graces and stab you in the back when they're done with you. They'll apologize behind closed doors while shit talk you out in public. I respect more openly awful people than those who hide behind a facade of values. But like I said, we live in a world where the biggest environmental activists jet set around the world when video calling exists. We live in a time that abhors prejudice of a certain kind, but pushes for more of it against a specific group that they don't like. In fact, there are still 3 main prejudices that are cultural sickness at this point, where they're encouraged and at points even enshrined into law. The first one is political dissidence. It doesn't matter if you're left or right, Democrat or Republican, liberal or conservative. It's culturally okay and accepted to hate on, insult, stereotype, or do far, far worse to those who espouse different values than you. We have to do something like that now that we can no longer hate on people of a different religion, right? The second type of people you're fully encouraged to be prejudiced towards is stupid people. Even though a lack of intelligence is not something within someone's own control, you're allowed to insult, berate them, and consider that they're backwards hicks that are ruining the country. Unless they have a mental illness. If they don't, then they're entirely to blame for something that they didn't choose to be. And the third prejudice is ironically one of the oldest prejudices in history. Prejudice towards the sick. Think about it. Is there any other group that you're allowed to fully separate from all contact to no fault of their own? Literally treat them as an object in a danger? If you describe it like that, the concept of quarantining sounds like one of the biggest human rights abuses in history, and something that's not even medieval, prehistoric. Prejudice towards the sick goes back thousands of years, back when people were afraid to go near those who had leprosy. During the Black Plague, because the Jewish people weren't being killed off as much due to having better hygiene practices, they were blamed for making everyone else sick. In the 80s, when Fauci brought up the possibility that you can get AIDS through casual contact, as written in the book And the Band Played On, prejudice towards gay people exploded, because straight people didn't want to get HIV. It's obviously not a good thing to be diseased, and we need to stop the spread of disease. But we tend to forget that there's a person under there. And forgetting that there's a person under the disease has led to some of the worst atrocities throughout human history. But it's okay, because you want to live forever. After years and years of telling me personally that death is a natural part of life and you don't want to live forever, and you'd be happy to die young and blah 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 blah. I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of hearing about everything. 2020 made me a far more bitter person. I got a new story like this every single day. Every day. People I thought I knew sold out their values. Easily. Quickly. For what? Acceptance? That's the best possible scenario. The worst is that they like this lifestyle where they get to stay home, work from home, and everyone else around them gets fucked. The proper term for your delivery boy, your grocer, is not an essential worker. He's an expendable worker, because you think that it's alright if he risks getting the disease and even dying so you can have your own selfish little staycation. Even people I've praised and shouted out in the past. No, I'm not going to talk about specifically who, it's not particularly relevant. Considering that so many of them have done it, I don't think listing names is useful either. If someone immediately came to your mind, they're probably in this whole camp as well. I've watched people defend Australia's public housing towers, where poor people weren't allowed to leave and were given spoiled food because the rich people around them were uncomfortable with the sniffles. I've watched the Stanford prison experiment being conducted by department store workers in Canada. Also in Canada, I've seen children being put into solitary quarantine away from their parents. I've seen Hungary declare itself a dictatorship. I've seen South Korea turn to homophobia when a contact tracer pointed to a gay bar. I've seen New Zealand being so great at stopping COVID that they've done it 10 times now. And every single time, one person becomes a pariah for closing down the entire country. I've seen the entire media establishment defend a man who sends sick people into nursing homes, leading to thousands of excess deaths. And so much more. And no, you don't get sources, you don't deserve sources. I made a video with over 140 sources that people didn't seem to want to look at. Believe me or don't, that's completely up to you. Your ignorance doesn't hurt me personally. What's what I keep hearing? It's not my job to educate other people. If you want to live in blissful ignorance so you can pretend that you still have values, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Early into the pandemic, the celebrities told us to imagine there's no heaven. Towards the end of it, I don't think I could imagine a heaven if I tried. People are okay with this. All of this. It's something I just had to accept. Happy anniversary of 15 days to flatten the curve, by the way. Happy anniversary of 15 days to flatten the curve, by the way. Hope you brought cake. So, I just got done rewriting my atrocity review on PSAs. For like the 3rd time. If you're wondering, most of my reviews don't get rewritten that much, except for like minor segments. The only exception would be the, political ones. Or the ones that are based more on real-world topics. Yeah, if you're expecting my PSAs video to be like JonTron's or the Nostalgia Critics episode on drug PSAs, it's not going to be like that, mostly. It's going to be a lot closer to my episodes on extra credits, for instance. And I suppose that's gonna make a good topic of the week this week. Why the hell do I keep making episodes like this? I mean, what does it really get me? I'd probably be a hell of a lot more popular if I kept my mouth shut when talking about some of these topics, like my stance against lockdowns, for instance. And, well, things like technocracy are actually expensive to make. And monetizing something about that is difficult, as it talks about censorship, corporate abuses, and the hypocrisy of these platforms. And they really don't like paying me for that. When it came to the second parts of episodes like Homer Badman Screams of Silence and The Good Family, I didn't even try to monetize those videos. So, I ain't doing it for money or my career. I mean, every so often I get a pretty good review by going political or talking about real-world subjects. My extra credits videos were my favorite of 2019. And I do really like this PSA's video, even though I absolutely know that it's going to ruffle feathers. But I mean, it's not like I'm forced to do this, I don't have a contract. I never had to do a review on Let's Not Be Skeletons. Besides Patreon requests, which yes, I am still working on, slowly but surely, it is completely within my power to choose what I want to review. External factors don't tell me to do this. Usually the opposite, external factors tell me not to do this. Being on YouTube and talking about politics, unless you're like a corporate news channel or a talk show host, is not pragmatic. It's a lot of effort, funds, and time on something that's not a return on investment. And at this point, you know me. It'd be one thing if my opinions were mainstream, but my opinions usually aren't the mainstream. I mean, I'm not like Alex Jones crazy, but I don't often have the default everyday opinion that you might expect. And it's gonna be the same way in the PSA's episode as I tackle global warming, gun control, masks, and more. Here's the thing. If my opinion was the same as everyone else's, I wouldn't feel the need to make these videos at all. Here's a funny thing. Like, a lot of people think that I'm doing this more than ever, and it's becoming hard to watch because I'm doing this so much. But if you follow this channel from the beginning, I've been doing something like this since the beginning. Like, even as far back as my MLP reviews. Specifically the episode One Bad Apple, where the moral was just to tell the most oblivious adult of all times that you're being bullied, and the problem will go away. Which was a solution that didn't work in my actual everyday life experience. I did tell the adults, repeatedly, but they only stepped in to deal with my bully, this is after years by the way, when my bully pepper sprayed me. In my atrocity reviews, I've been doing something like this since episode 14, Seahorse Seashell Party, which went into abusive and dysfunctional families. In Admirables, it was episode 2, with The Mask, which is meant to be a comparison piece. And throughout season 2 of Admirables, I did this quite a lot. I touched on real-world topics quite frequently. Test of the Tested, Homer Badman, Stark Raving Dad, and most infamously, Shane Koizan's Troll. This ruffling feathers isn't new to my opinions on lockdowns or masks. If you'll remember with the troll video, I said that trolling was basically cyberbullying. This was in 2014, when swatting was just under the mainstream. It was just getting attention. And years before 2017, in which someone gave a swatter a fake address, leading to an innocent man's death. And on trial, the culprit really didn't seem to have any remorse of this kind of thing, and was completely willing to do this again. This was also years before those prank channels popped up, where they obviously abused people, but it was just for a prank, bro. This is because every single cyberbully thinks that they are a troll. No exceptions. All of those abusive assholes just thought that they were puckish pranksters. Building up the troll defense allowed them to defend and even justify their shitty and reprehensible behavior, because the internet has completely blurred the line. I made this video in 2014, a year before Steven Universe trolls got a fan artist to attempt suicide, and it wasn't until 2018 until I revealed the harassment that I specifically went through. Each and every person I mentioned in that video thought that they were entirely above board. And of course, by defending harassers and trolls, that allowed media establishments to attack social media as a whole, claiming that they're toxic hellholes. This eventually got places like YouTube building up their demonetization platforms, attacking people who were clearly not harassers but were just simply edgy. The commentary community, who tried to rip me a new asshole for this stance, eventually got the brunt of their ignorance, and now they are specifically harshly targeted by YouTube's bylines. It's almost like I knew that this was going to happen, because I did. Virtually all of it. You didn't have to be a psychic to know that if you prank called the police to say that an innocent man was committing an act of terrorism, that someone at some point would end up dead. I seem to be cursed with the ability to see the fourth dimension. As in, I can see what we're doing, and I can understand that it's going to have effects in the future, which is something that I thought all people possessed, but it's actually a very rare ability, as I've learned in the past year. In 2016, I reviewed Homer Badman, and in part 2 of the video, I went into details of false accusations and how they could destroy lives. This wasn't really a mainstream issue at the time. It was an issue, but most of the examples that I used came from college campuses, because that's where a lot of this stuff sparked up. It definitely happened to your average person, but this was like years before Twitter's cancel culture really took hold. In a way, I can say that I was against cancel culture before it was a thing, even though people have been canceling others since like stoning was a thing. In the years since, we've had high-profile cases against people like Pro Jared and James Charles. They proved to be full of bullshit. These people were viciously attacked for being on the wrong end of an accusation. The former losing 100,000 subscribers in a single day, and the latter losing 1 million in that same day. And there are many, many other people who've gotten falsely accused for X, Y, and Z. There was a recent controversy where trolls tried to claim that the Minecraft YouTuber Dream had used the N-word, which was also patently bullshit. There was also the pyrocynical controversy, who was accused specifically by someone I specifically said would get himself into trouble by falsely accusing others. I actually said this, and that is what actually happened. Could I tell what was going to happen? Yes, it's not that I'm psychic, it's that I have an understanding that if you give someone a gun that they can use with impunity, that will work very well to destroy the target of their hates on a place like the fucking internet, they are going to use it without hesitation. It doesn't take time or talent to think things through. But no, everyone seems to just want the simple, straightforward answer when life is very rarely like that. I didn't monetize part 2 of the Homer Badman video because it went into some very touchy topics. Like, the actual episode was about accused sexual harassment and sexual assault, and part 2 went deeper into that. This video you're watching isn't monetized either. Like, if you're wondering how I avoid that annoying yellow symbol, I don't even try to monetize videos like this. Which is how I knew that Jello Apocalypse was lying when he said that his vote video was demonetized, even though he never tried to monetize it. Videos don't get demonetized if you don't try to monetize them. Period. At the time I reviewed Homer Badman, I was going against the established wisdom of the crowd. People were desperate to remove any sort of rights of the accused in cases of sexual assault, even though, as showcased, many of these high-profile accusations turned out to be bunk, and the people accused were often innocent. You know why I didn't jump on that bandwagon? It's called principles. I have them, and I stand by them no matter what. Or at least I try to. I'm human. And like all humans, I do make mistakes, but I make great pains not to. And just thinking ahead can do wonders for figuring out where I stand on certain issues. 2016, just before the 2016 election, I reviewed The Good Family and went into the topic of political prejudice. It was something that was really just starting to boil up at the time in the United States. This was a year before a radical left-wing activist shot and injured several Republican congresspeople at a baseball game. This was before many, many stories of people being assaulted and shot just because they wore a red hat. And this was 4 years before several people stormed the US Capitol building because they were afraid of a Democrat president. As I'm recording this is before that particular president's war on domestic terrorism will turn innocent Americans into criminals, destroy innocent lives, taboo good or even important beliefs, and divide Americans even further. I am cursed with the gift of foresight. Why any of this isn't painfully obvious to other people, I don't know. I was alive for the entire war on terrorism. I've heard this song before. It never ends. It spins out of control. It ruins lives and tears people apart. I know what McCarthyism is, and I don't need to be a scholar of history to see where a left-wing version of it leads. It doesn't always prevent me from being wrong. I thought that people wouldn't tolerate a second lockdown, but they did. It's really worrying to me that being optimistic is frequently the only place where I am wrong. I never thought people in the land of the free and the home of the brave would tolerate having their rights stripped away because they were scared. I could tell you exactly what's going to happen in the future, but you don't want to hear it. Just like people didn't want to hear that going to college is not the right path for everyone. That it doesn't automatically guarantee them a job. And now we have graduates working at Starbucks, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, wondering where their lives went wrong. I told people that way back when. It's like one of the first of these battles that I picked. And every time I told someone this, they just stared at me. Possibilities other than college was like the possibility of a fish riding a bicycle to them. And I got the same reaction when I suggested that the lockdowns might be harmful. And I'm going to get that reaction the next time I go against the mainstream established trend. You want future? I'll give you future. The fallout of these lockdowns is going to affect geopolitics for the rest of the 21st century. Wars will happen because of our selfish decision to lock down. Mostly in the third world as food and resources become scarce there. They relied on a lot of shipments from us that they're just not going to get. But the economic devastation will ravage the developed world as well. Basic cause and effect says economic devastation usually leads to the rise of leaders like Hitler, Stalin, and Mao. So you can expect some of those. My bet is currently on Hungary because of what they did at the start of the pandemic. While countries like the UK, Canada, and Australia have already gotten a pretty good authoritarian establishment underway. This is outside of places like China that already basically have this. The futile lockdowns have destroyed the credibility of the CDC, the WHO, and pretty much all health authorities across the Western world. So when, not if, but when a 1918 level pandemic comes along, we've used all of our will and ammo to fight this one, which will look paltry in hindsight. We will have nothing. People will be hesitant to do anything to fight a virus or a disease because they've already been so scarred by the first time they've been through this. Health authorities frequently lied. There's no reason why they wouldn't this time, because last time they frequently used this to gain more power and control people. Any doctor or politician or a medical authority that takes front and center stage will only be accused of trying to further their own career and make themselves a celebrity. And fighting COVID, they've lost so much that didn't end up being worth it. Job savings, families due to suicide or overdose. People just won't give a shit, even if they are stepping over corpses in the street. Many of them would see dying of a grotesque disease a salvation from the life that this lockdown put them into. It's the long, long march of history. We see a problem and we overreact to it. Then we end up ignoring the next problem of a similar stripe. This happens every single time. And keep in mind, this is if those vaccines don't have side effects that made themselves apparent in the oncoming years. If they do end up having some side effects that prove detrimental, things will be far, far worse. And keep in mind, that is an if. Look up thalidomide if you want to know why we need extensive testing on medical advancements and why we don't use experimental medication. But the medical and science community have advanced far beyond that era. They have protocols and stuff. Yes, which we decided to throw out to get this one out as quickly as possible. I'd stop praising Fauci, immediately. Whether you like him or hate him, no matter what you think of him, I would stop praising him yesterday. When the house of cards comes tumbling down, the people in power are going to need to throw someone under the bus. That's just how politics works. When Cuomo was no longer useful, he became the winner of an Emmy, the person who stands up to Donald Trump, the person who gets things done, and a potential presidential candidate until the poster boy for a fucked up COVID response, an actual murderer and a sexual assaulter, despite several other governors making his exact same mistakes. It's now politically advantageous and important to attack Cuomo as much as possible so that the other governors who did his exact mistakes can get away scot-free. At least that's what they hope. Fauci wasn't the sole cause of our lockdowns. Like George W. wasn't the sole cause of the war on terror. But Fauci will get the blame, and his name will be written in infamy. In the future, every single medical doctor will try their best to avoid being a Fauci, because being a Fauci is probably one of the fastest ways you're going to lose your tenure and your respect. Especially because he's very apparent and determined to keep his time in the limelight as long as possible. The man's over 80 years old. This is his last rodeo. When the COVID pandemic ends, that's it. His life is basically done. He has nothing left to look forward to. But in the COVID response, he has made himself so famous and been at the forefront of all of this, he will be sacrificed for others' political careers when things finally crash down. Praising Fauci will be as unpopular as praising invading Iraq in just a few years. Maybe I'm wrong. It's a possibility. It really is. It's a nice possibility, and it's the possibility I wish for. Do you really think that I want any of these negative side effects? Let's say if any of this stuff happens, though, you do not have the option to say that you didn't know that this could have happened. Health authorities can't say, there's just so much we didn't know, because I went into all of the details and the consequences of their actions last year. We knew that Cuomo's decision was killing people before he was awarded an Emmy, and before media establishments decided that he could have been president. I warned you all about cancel culture, about defending troll culture, political prejudice. I'm one of the few people my age who doesn't have to worry about college debt. My job might not be all that glamorous. I still yell at SpongeBob for a living, but it is a living, in a world where doctors are going bankrupt because of their education costs. On one level, I'm not doing this for other people's benefit. I do this because I feel that it's what I have to do. Call it a principle, call it a moral, call it a complex if you wanted to. I do this because I need to sate my conscience. In many of these situations, my two options are speak up or do nothing. And from experience, doing nothing destroys a man more than anything else. I don't know if technocracy is going to do anything in the long run, change hearts and minds. Probably not. I'm well aware that it's probably not going to affect anything in the long run. But the other option is just sitting here waiting for Google to quash me and the people I care about on their quest for global domination, while Susan Wojcicki eats the blinding fruits of her nepotism. Staying silent, for most people, is the easy path. And for the first 21 years of my life, I stayed silent. I was taught to. Speaking up about my bully got me nothing. Saying I didn't want to go to college got me yelled at. Even today, you don't talk about real-world issues and stuff that actually matters, and you can get paid quite well online. Autism topped with social anxiety made it harder and harder to say anything, until I got pissed at myself for not finding the words during the heat of the moment. Eventually, it became very hard for me not to speak up. I can even consider myself unable to not speak up, as I am very ashamed at my silent past. But I will say, it's not always an easy principle to stick with, and it's something that requires a lot of sacrifice. But sometimes you just see something that reaffirms your beliefs. Remember when I said that I rewrote the PSA thing 3 times? Well, the main issue was the Arthur PSA on masks. My stance hasn't changed, if you're wondering. This whole time. The first time that I wrote that segment, I went in pretty hard. I tried to do what I did in the documentary video. However, then I made the plague of moral convenience, and it felt like I said what I wanted to. So that segment of the video didn't need to be so harsh. So basically, for the first time ever, in my entire history on this platform, I neutered my words. I took any talk of masks out of the mask PSA and talked basically about the production side of it, which is still terrible, but that kind of undermines what I was doing. And it said something about myself that I don't want to be true. That I can be shamed into silence. That is not an aspect that I want to be a part of who I am, ever. Especially because, like, a part of this is definitely for me, but a part of this isn't for me. When I do this, it's not about what I want to say. It's about what I think that others need to hear. Not want to hear. What others need to hear. It's a kind of attitude that I do go into with my actual reviews. Like, it's that thought process that I went into with my Soul review when I thought that other people were having a bit of a hard time understanding the complexities of the film. But I obviously do that a lot more when I talk about real-world subjects. I'm always doing research on topics. Like, every single day I add, like, a new source or whatever on a topic that I'm interested in. Like, the lockdowns and their effects. To this day, I'm still collecting more sources. I've got my ear to the ground in many, many places. And every so often I get some news that breaks my brain and just sends me over the edge, like when Cuomo was awarded an Emmy. So, since early last year, Canada has been making face masks mandatory, to the point where children are required to wear them in schools. Now, 5 days ago, Canadian health authorities, after requiring masks for almost a year, have decided to recall masks containing graphene. Now, graphene is very, very interesting. Until the start of this month, Google was pretty confident that graphene was this miracle material. But no, apparently it causes lung toxicity in animals. Probably safe on kids, though. No, forget that last statement. I can't even joke on this. Canada is one of those places that I've seen videos of cops literally wrestling a guy to the ground to put a mask on. I could personally tell you not to wear any masks containing graphene, or at least look and see if yours contains that. But I do believe that the terms of service on this website require me to tell you that all masks are good and wonderful, and so effective that you must wear too. Except neck gaiters, sometimes. You see why I don't play this game? Of just saying what the powers that be want, and why Google is not an arbiter of science? It's not that the group is always wrong, just as I'm not always right. But when people don't question things, when they get hooked up into a narrative, people get very, very hurt. Long term, permanently. In the third and final draft of the video is very harsh. It's very powerful, and there's a lot of visceral disgust upon learning this revelation. This revelation basically told me that I have to do this, because I know that ain't no one else gonna. No matter what the damned consequences are, I have to speak up. And I guess my nervousness and hesitation is trying to get ahead of that, giving a warning up front. Because learning this news, I can't even articulate how much it disgusts me. And I feel a need that I have to give the same shaming that every single wear a fucking mask to save a fucking life person shot at me. Because if I didn't, I don't know if I could sleep at night. Sure, save grandma by telling little Jimmy that he's going to kill her if he doesn't give himself asthma for the rest of his life, or cut it short via lung cancer. You really deserve the moral high ground. Future's gonna have a funny view of all of us. I love the memes during all of this. If we find out after all of this that masks did nothing, then I'll know that at least I cared enough to do something simple to save lives. Dipshit, being positive or doing nothing are not the only two options. Doing something harmful has also been a possibility this whole time, which is why we don't do arbitrary random things. Hell, even if masks have no negative side effects and legitimately do nothing whatsoever, people acting like they were effective when they weren't would have led to more spread of disease. It is common sense. During World War II, people didn't care about their freedoms and were willing to shut the lights out at night. Yeah, well, despite the risk that they could have been bombed at any minute, they still sent their kids to school and celebrated Christmas. Don't talk to me about morals of the past. Wonder what they think of what you're doing with the world that those veterans fought for. With all due respect, I do not have the ability to shut up, and it's not something I'm going to apologize for, ever. You're gonna hear less about my political, real-world side when the world calms down, and it will calm down, it always does. But I find it my purpose to challenge people, in all realms, not just in animation. My purpose is to make people think. One thing I know in my life is there's no straightforward answers in anything, and the delusion that there is tends to break society apart. It is my purpose in life to destroy that delusion in any means that I can, and this is a purpose that I am very much proud of.
This is crack.
One thing that I love doing is watching PSAs. You know, from way, way, way back in the day. From the 70s and the 80s and even the 90s. You know, when the war of drugs was at its height. I think that we've all seen at least a few of these.
This is your brain. And this is heroin. This is what happens to your brain after snorting heroin.
It was a different time back then, obviously. Culture was all about family values, lowering crime, and marijuana was seen as a gateway drug to hell. You started that and you were well on your way to crack cocaine, speed, meth, and then the lethal injection. That's what our parents said at any rate, while they smoked their cancer sticks and drove down the road drunk. Things are different nowadays. Most of the country is on its way to legalization of marijuana. Oregon has even gone so far as to decriminalize all drugs, which is a stance, to be sure. It's not that these drugs are without negative side effects, but the more rational of us are more inclined to let people make their own choices on the matter. And of course, it's become clear that the punishments for nonviolent drug offenses are very often much worse than the actual drugs. These drug PSAs seem so corny in hindsight. They show a world of rampant paranoia and an almost childlike fear. Every story is a tragedy. Just once and you're dead. It got, for a lack of a better word, like a cartoon. To the point where they had actual cartoons telling you to stay off the pot.
I hate to suggest this, but my guess would be marijuana.
What they don't tell you, though, is that this kind of PSA stuff never really left. Yeah, they've actually been around all along. During the 90s, as the Amazon's deforestation became more and more of a pressing cultural issue, everyone was focused on saving the rainforest, shrinking that hole in the ozone layer, and protecting our planet. Most cartoons and sitcoms had at least one environmental episode, but there were shows and even entire movies based on this. We had Fern Gully, Once Upon a Rainforest, and most infamously, Ted Turner's creation, Captain Planet. How did that go?
Check him out, you're gonna see. He's the Mega Mac Daddy of ecology.
This man, who has 5 kids of his own, believed that he could stop overpopulation, which is a complicated issue, by telling 7-year-olds that they should stop having so many damned kids. As a show, Captain Planet was a good theme song. In hindsight, it's just about one of the corniest shows that I've ever seen, which is why I tend to clown on it at every opportunity that I can get away with. Unfortunately, PSAs got a lot less funny during the turn of the millennium. The 2000s brought on a new threat to the American consciousness: terrorism. PSAs became how there could be a bomb in every book bag, your neighbors could be plotting against you, and anyone with a foreign religion was a danger. While the issues of environmentalism, drug addiction, and terrorism are and were very real, PSAs often paint a very black and white picture of the world, and they often end up misinforming people more than they help. They're closer to propaganda than an actual public service. And today, especially in the realm of animation, they're getting another prominence, most infamously with Steven Universe. Today, a lot of them are about aspects of social justice, and I suppose this is a good disclaimer before we really get into the brass tacks of things. This is going to be one of those political episodes, and nothing is off the table. I'm going to be talking about some very controversial issues today, and my political opinions don't always align with the mainstream, as you probably realize this by now. The only thing I could promise to be is as honest and understanding as possible, and I ask you to do the same. We're gonna have to talk about the political opinions within these PSAs and deconstructing their arguments. There's no other way to do this. I respect you guys a lot more than just to make this episode about laughing at stupid corniness. But there will definitely be a little bit of that as we go forward. Some of the PSAs are outside of cartoons, like they made a commercial for it, and some of them are basically whole episodes. I'm going to be a little bit loose with the definition of a PSA. For instance, I consider the episode Let's Not Be Skeletons to be a PSA on gun control, even though it's another episode of OKKO, and not a PSA by the traditional definition. And speaking of politics and such, most of Hollywood and the animation industry by extension is left-leaning. Very far left-leaning. I don't think that's controversial to say. I think most people know that Hollywood is pretty far left. But it does mean that we're going to be pretty much only tackling left-wing arguments and stances. Maybe one of these days Tim Allen or Mike Rowe will make an animated show, or Mike Judge will do something other than keep trying to revive Beavis and Butthead. But until that day comes, most of the animation industry itself has a very unified voice. Please do not follow any cartoonists or voice actors on Twitter. You will come to hate everything about animation if you do that, no matter which side of the political aisle you're on. Buckle up. It's going to be a long, winding road today, and I think we need something really simple to get started with. What is the least controversial topic that we can start with today?
Global warming.
Okay, well, I'm fucked. It's all downhill from here, kids. This kind of PSA is pretty common, I'd say, as climate change becomes a more hotly contested political football. We don't get these kind of things as much as we did in the 90s, but every show needs to have an Earth Day special, whether it be SpongeBob or The Loud House. So, the greenhouse from The Loud House kind of blows. Like, really hard. Actually, that's a weird statement. The Greenhouse is a fascinating episode for someone who is not an environmental activist. It's bad, but it's fascinatingly bad because of how incompetent it is. You see, The Greenhouse from The Loud House showcases exactly why every single environmental PSA ever made has been completely useless in doing anything. I'm absolutely serious on this one. You want to know why environmental messages don't work? This is the episode why. For starters, you ever watch an environmental PSA that shits on renewable energy? And I mean, the episode has a good point here. It's not up to the kids whether their house is solar powered or powered by fossil fuels. That's their parents doing, which is kind of a problem for the plot, you know. You ever get an assignment at school where your success or failure depends entirely on other people, like your parents and your siblings and the size of your family? As shitty as my school was, I don't think I ever had that situation like Lincoln does in this episode. But I mean, it's accurate, because a single person can't really do much for or against the environment, especially if they're not rich. I love it, really, but yes, in this battle between fossil fuels and renewables, they both have issues and downsides. I don't know why this is contentious, why these are seen as a magic bullet, but both solar and wind power have issues. Neither of them are effective enough to meet current power demands with our current technology, and each of them actually do have environmental issues. Wind power requires clear-cutting forests and chops up birds like nothing else. Solar panels actually produce a ton of waste in and of themselves, and they must be replaced every 5 years. And we don't have a place to really store retired solar panels. And of course, the most common criticism brought up, which is what the episode goes with, is that sometimes the wind doesn't blow and the sun don't shine. While batteries exist, a constant flow of power is required in a developed nation. Because without the constant flow of electricity, people will die, as would happen during the cold snap that hit Texas last winter. The Texas thing became a flashpoint in the climate change debate. Both fossil fuels and windmills froze, and both sides are claiming that the other side is stupid. The actual issue is that Texas failed to winterize, because, and hear me out on this, when environmentalists claim that the planet is warming at an unprecedented rate due to fossil fuels, the last thing that anyone thinks to do is make sure that windmills in the desert that is Texas, which is a primary exporter of oil, can withstand heavy snowfall. Climate change, global warming, whatever you want to call it, I do believe is real. The evidence is obvious. But it's obviously a poorly marketed and poorly named problem. And the way we talk about it is completely wrong.
Remember, weather is not the climate, but the unprecedented cold weather in Texas is proof of climate change.
Science communication is a field that has been dead for decades at this point. We are in desperate need of a Bill Nye that hasn't gone fucking insane.
So, you guys, seriously, this next thing I feel is very special.
Cause my sex junk is so much more than either.
This song was nominated for an Emmy, by the way. At this point, I would like to formally nominate Genghis Khan for an Emmy, because he is just about as deserving as an Emmy as anything else the Emmys award and nominate these days. So, the greenhouse accurately showcases what's going to happen when any country goes green. Climate change is not an entirely environmental issue. It's a diplomatic one. In the episode, Lincoln makes his house go green. So everyone else in the class trying to stay green takes advantage of Lincoln. If you don't dig for oil in your backyard, you're gonna have to ask your neighbors for some. And you're gonna have to do just about whatever they say, no matter how immoral they are, because the demand for it hasn't vanished. The problem is, with current technology, renewables aren't as reliable as fossil fuels. So when a country does decide to go green, it lowers its own productivity, hurting it on the global stage. Other countries are incentivized not to go green, as it gives them an economic boom and more relative power on the global stage. Eventually, the polluters are going to dominate the global stage by polluting. Things like the Paris Accord only work if everybody plays together. In the current state of global affairs, everyone is not going to play together. When conservatives point to China and India, they aren't just whinging. By ignoring their impact, it incentivizes them to keep polluting, making them more powerful, making pollution more powerful. Because if you ignore eco-resolutions and regulations, you produce more. Your economic power boosts more. It creates a feedback loop, where the countries that ignore eco-regulations become the most powerful. It also severely hurts the developing world because industrialization is just about the only way that they can become developed. So this episode that says you should go green brings up another really good point against going green. Environmentalism is gross. Like, really gross. If you want an example, the pandemic of 2020 killed a lot of virtues, but I think that environmentalism was one of their first sacrifices. Wear a mask, make sure you don't use the same one twice in a row. Either dispose it, or waste a shit ton of water in between each use if you want to do this properly and safely. Throughout 2020, 1.5 billion masks have fallen into the ocean, and they tend to end up scattered across the ground as well. The overcleaning and the aerosols involved in sanitizing everything is bound to jack up the ecosystem. Even ignoring 2020 specifically, you shower probably every single day, which is more than you need to, scientifically speaking, and it wastes water. You also waste clean, fresh water every single time you flush the toilet. Like, every single day, you waste enough water for an entire family to survive on for a week. If climate change scientists and activists are right, flushing the toilet might be the sin that future generations try to erase us for when the water wars start. No, I'm not exaggerating. But you want to flush the toilet every single time you use it, never reuse dirty clothes, shower every single day, because it's all about feeling good. Why else would you be an environmentalist if it didn't allow you to feel good? Maybe because doing good is hard work and there's no easy way to morality. It can be very hard to be good and to have values, and I think that's something worth respecting. Keep wasting resources to keep your standard of living, and put the glass bottle in its proper bin to think you saved the world. Never mind that the bottle was full of ingredients that need to be shipped across the world by trucks, boats, and planes. It's reduce, then reuse, and then finally recycle. People don't want to reduce because no one wants a lower standard of living, and reusing things is disgusting. I love how this episode portrays this. Like, I'm not an anti-environmentalist, if that's even a thing, I just love how incompetent this episode is. Like, The Greenhouse almost feels like a deconstruction of environmental episodes. Like, it really shows the worst sides of going green. Which, I mean, points for playing both sides of the debate, I guess, but in doing so, they never make a good argument for why anyone should go green. In the episode, Lincoln and the class aren't interested in making an environmental change for the better. They're doing it for the selfish reasons of naming a polar bear. In this environmental episode, everyone only does environmentalism for their own selfish ends, to the point they take advantage of other people so they can claim to be environmentally friendly. And also, everyone is held up to the same standard, despite vastly different sizes of population. Which, once again, is accurate. Environmental regulations tend to hurt bigger families, which are usually poorer families because rich people tend to have fewer kids for a variety of reasons that I'm not going to go into right now. And poorer families are disproportionately minority families. And yeah, that tends to be how eco-resolutions go. They treat every single situation exactly the same, even if it's unfeasible for some people to actually meet these resolutions. And they really fuck over the working class and the poor, which ended up sparking the Yellow Vest protests in France. It's like an episode on why environmentalism is a stupid fool's errand. But, I mean, climate change activists themselves have kind of convinced me of that. And what I'm about to say assumes that everything is honest and every single one of these studies is above board, where everything they say is completely 100% honest and truthful. The biggest proponents of climate change are climate change activists. They've basically been arguing unless we radically change how society is structured, we've got 12 years before the end of the world. Taking a step back from the panic, It's 12 years until climate change becomes irreversible or very much damaging. Either way, it doesn't really change how futile everything is. So, they have thoroughly convinced me, personally, that the only thing we could do in our fight against climate change is remove all funding to climate change research, environmental protection, and allocate it to surviving the oncoming changes. Because there's no way you're doing something that basically requires world peace to stop, and fundamentally changing the nature of the human race in a zodiac cycle. I mean, do you want to live in the 2020 lockdowns for the rest of your life? Because some environmental-obsessed governments are wanting to replace pandemic lockdowns with environmental lockdowns. And if you think that's a better life, please don't talk to me, because I don't want to talk to you. If you want to improve the environmentalist message, the first thing you could do is kick these crazies off the stage. Because it's an alienating message that nobody wants to hear. Isn't that right, little Dickie?
It's time to stop!
When one of the most public figures in the climate change debate is a man whose only talent is pointing out how small his manhood is, can you really be surprised that people don't want to get involved in this? These are the kind of people who fight climate change. Yes, we must stop global warming to save the beaver baboons because they have huge anuses. If we lost those, it would truly be a tragedy on this planet. We must also save HPV, the disease that causes genital warts. And of course, we gotta save Kanye West. That dude is gonna be president someday.
Guys, everybody look into whatever the fuck Leonardo DiCaprio is always pushing.
Okay, first of all, that animation on Leo is terrible. It's not stylized at all like the rest of the music video, but yes, let's look at what Leonardo DiCaprio is doing because I'm tired of watching little Dickie hump the Pacific Ocean. In 2019, the year that this PSA was made, he had emitted up to 418 tons of CO2 by flying all over the world with his globetrotting. Meanwhile, in America, the country of excess, your average citizen emits 19 tons per year. Maybe people would take these activists like DiCaprio or John Kerry or Thunberg more seriously if they practiced what they preached. You cannot, and I repeat this, you cannot be an environmental activist and travel all around the world in planes and cars and stuff. The action is entirely contradictory with the belief. It's like being a vegetarian butcher. It doesn't make sense. Especially in an age with video communications. It's like saying that you're an animal rights activist while running a dogfighting ring. Or saying that you care about people with autism while supporting Autism Speaks. Ahem. 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 Honestly, the biggest problem with the global warming debate is that it attracts people with a god complex. Who else has enough delusions to believe that they can change nature, human or otherwise? Which pretty much every single one of these environmental activists do have. Speaking of complexes, anything else you got to say, little Dickie?
We love you, India. We love you, Africa. We love you, China. We forgive you, Germany.
I don't... Excuse me, what? Yeah, Germany. I know you had the whole Nazi thing, but we're cool now. So let's save the planet. What the fuck? What the fuck even is this? Yeah, I don't give a shit what the message is. I'm not gonna listen to anyone who drops a line like that. Especially since Germany hasn't exactly been the best in the fight against climate change themselves. Following the Fukushima nuclear disaster, Germany started reducing its nuclear power plants and opening up more wind farms. These wind farms couldn't meet energy demand and they had to start burning more fossil fuels, raising the country's carbon footprint. Because nuclear energy is literally the only way we will ever phase out fossil fuels, and environmentalists need to stop protesting it if they don't want to be hypocrites. Yes, nuclear energy has problems. It's either fossil fuels or nuclear, your choice. What's next? I'm done with this. Speaking of things that should have stayed in the 90s, the Animaniacs had a reboot. A lot of people really seem to like it. Then there are others, the people who notice that Dot is actually in this show. Not to, mansplain, but when the theme song says no mansplaining, you can't expect that to not rub people the wrong way. It's alienating, which is the last thing that you want to do in a theme song. Look, Dot was always a feminist character. People who say she wasn't never watched the original. But in the reboot, they did take her in a lot more of an abrasive direction. It's kind of the difference between third wave feminism and fourth wave, honestly. To put it short, in this version of Animaniacs, Dot is the character who will fight against gendered language while telling you to stop mansplaining, manterrupting, and having a mantrum. All while going after words like bossy that have no actual gender connotation. Dot's 90s feminism was self-assured, but in the modern incarnation, it seems like she's going specifically out of her way to piss off anyone with a different set of values. It's funny, their predictions song says the show was written in 2018 before it came out in 2020. However, it feels like it was written in 2016 and came out in 2018. This is the kind of show that came from the same writer's room as the Ghostbusters female reboot, I'm sure. Basically trying to start culture war crap for clapback points from the idiots on Twitter. What I'm trying to say is that the modern Animaniacs really wears its politics on its sleeve, and it doesn't do it any favors. Once again, Animaniacs has always been political. It's even been abrasive at times. What it hasn't always been is alienating. And the Animaniacs reboot finds itself in a time period when political tensions are worse than they've been in at least half a fucking century. Shows like this are bordering on irresponsible. I don't know if you've noticed, but we've had political riots and people trying to take over buildings to meet political ends. We do not need this kind of divisive bullshit! I don't know if it's a cause of our problems, but it's certainly not helping. Speaking of divisive bullshit, we gotta talk about gun control. Again. Oh no, I'm sorry. We have to talk about bun control. That is no, really. Excuse me for a minute. I must really process how intensely clever that pun was. You must be some kind of comedic genius to come up with that kind of intricate wordplay. No, seriously, Chucka Conroy is blushing at you masterfully changing the letter G to the letter B. What other kind of genius could think of something like that? The satire of this episode, if you could call it that,
The only thing biting here is the satire.
that's what they call it, doesn't work because the scenario doesn't work in context.
Studies show that owners of multiple buns feel safer from the threat of other owners of multiple buns.
Look, skeleton remotes I could kinda get. You shoot them at someone and something permanent happens. It didn't really have a negative effect in the long run, but it was something permanent, I will give them that. A bunny, like a rabbit, unless you're a farmer or Elmer Fudd, isn't actually a threat to anyone. In a situation like this, you can't just preach to the choir. You have to be on your A game. You need to speak to the people who don't agree with you. And they're gonna point out this stupid writing right up front. And gun control is a very divisive issue. Actually, that's kind of getting to be less true. One of the odd little quirks of 2020, the year that this came out, it was a banger year for gun sales in the United States. Roughly 8.5 million people bought their first gun in 2020. And get this, mostly in liberal areas. You know, the people in this country that support gun control. Or used to, I guess. Gun control is a harder sell than it has ever been in a long time. And if you want to convince people to ban the things they literally just bought, you're going to need a damn good argument. And they do not have a good argument. This episode's brilliant solution to gun control is just do what Australia did, which is another thing that rings out like it came in 2018, but it was written in 2060. I feel like a robot for saying this, because the Australia argument is so well-worn. I don't think that even gun control activists use Australia anymore.
Australia was already experiencing a decrease in gun violence before the ban, and the ban itself had no effect on the already downward trend. Beep boop, libertarian programming activated. During the 2020 COVID pandemic, Australians became unable to leave their country without express permission from their government, preventing many families from becoming reunited. Something that typically only happens in totalitarian countries like North Korea, forcing them to deal with some of the strictest authoritarianism and pandemic controls in the Western world. This is likely something that would not have happened in an armed populace.
And for the final bit of stupid, and I do mean that this is the most stupid part of the episode, because of how little they understand Australia at all. The Animaniacs try to get rid of buns by introducing a predator, dingoes. I want to show you guys something. This is the cane toad. Why am I showing you the pictures of a toad? Well, Australia had this problem with beetles eating up all of their sugarcane, so they introduced a predator to get rid of them. You know, Animaniac solution, introduce a predator to get rid of a problem. Unfortunately, cane toads had no natural predators in Australia, so the cane toads became a big problem as they devastated their ecosystem. And to add insult to injury, the toads didn't get rid of the beetles either. So in order to get rid of the gun violence problem in the United States, we must follow along the lead of Australia by introducing a predator into our ecosystem, which is known as one of the biggest biggest mistakes in Australian history. Obviously not the absolute biggest sin Australia's ever committed, how they treated the Aboriginals takes the cake on that one, but didn't this show used to be about 3 cat-dog things annoying a psychiatrist in an animation studio? Whatever happened to that? I don't know why they couldn't see through any of these implications unless they did like absolutely no research. Here's the thing about quote-unquote biting satire. It has to apply to both the real world and the scenario that the episode creates. This one is so magical that it manages to do neither, and it's a shame. This is the episode that's famous for that anime sequence, and I really do wish it was in another episode because it's a really good sequence, and it shows that they really do understand the medium with countless references within just 2 minutes of animation. They understand anime way more than the problem of gun violence at any rate. Seriously, I've seen teenage screeds on Tumblr with a better grasp of the issue. So, your favorite show is having a reunion. It's been off the air for like a decade, but they're making a comeback. Just 1 episode. What are they gonna do? Maybe they'll have some big kind of adventure. Ooh, maybe the characters are older now. Maybe we'll see their deeper, more adult drama. Or maybe they're just gonna tell you how to vote. 16's a vote, dude, is one of the most awkward things that I have ever seen, and I personally feel bad for the fans of the show. I haven't spoken much about 16. I watched it occasionally, but at the time I was burnt out on Cartoon Network altogether. They were going down a dark path. Most of the original shows they had were mediocre to unbearable, like Squirrel Boy or the Cramp Twins. And in between that was not the best Canadian imports. I mean, Total Drama was an alright show for a season, but I had long lost interest in the show when this came out, and I wasn't going to be getting into something else by the same studio. But I know that 16 meant a lot to a lot of people. It had a much bigger audience in Canada, though. It was a Canadian production. So in 2018, the United States was getting into its midterm elections. You see, the way the United States works is that we have a presidential election every 4 years, but there are several other elections in between. And the most significant of those is the halfway point, where we have elections for many members of Congress and senators. And that gets to determine what kind of legislative branch that our president has to deal with. If the president is a Republican and the 2 houses of Congress are majority Democrat, it's unlikely that they'll be able to do much, or vice versa. Partisanship in this country is that bad. The last thing that Democrats and Republicans agreed to in the United States is going to war with Iraq, in 2003. Members of Congress will stick to voting in certain directions based on party in front of everything else, and opposing parties will do nothing but obstruct. So you may be wondering what the American midterm elections have to do with the Canadian television series that ran in the mid-2000s. No, I got nothing. This is one of the stupidest things they could have done.
Hey guys, wanna know what I just did? I just looked up how to register to vote.
And then I took the pledge to not have sex until after I got married. Same energy. Same fucking energy.
Have you seen what he's done today?
Who?
Trump! He's repealing the gun restrictions!
I reiterate, these characters are Canadian. They are Canadian within the short. They expressly state that. And the president can't just unilaterally repeal laws. I know that that's a joke, that we eventually find out that they are Canadian, but it doesn't work as a joke. The setup actually needs to make sense in the universe in which the show takes place. And I mean, it's not like you couldn't make this joke make sense. The most passionate person about American politics you will ever meet is probably a Canadian. But until the punchline, it's like they literally believe that they are in another country. And I know that Canada and the US look alike. Many people, even living in the respective countries, might not be able to discern a photograph between the two. But we are different countries, and we have different issues.
And now he's starting a trade war with Canada. I mean, who doesn't like Canada?
I'm guessing you guys don't, since you've apparently renounced all your Canadian citizenships. Like, this short goes on and on, showing about how all the characters have changed and giving a general update on their life. It's something that would have been nice if it wasn't mired in current political bullshit. I mean, 2 years on, and this midterm is a distant memory, so it comes across as awkward and outdated. The swearing doesn't help much either. Also, they keep using the word millennial over and over again. Number one, I don't think that term even existed when the show came out. It definitely wasn't in widespread use. But here's the, fun fact. If you turned 18 in 2018, you're not a millennial! You're a member of Generation Z, or Gen Z, whatever. No, not that Gen Z. We do not speak of that Gen Z ever. This whole thing really does feel like it's concentrated. Hello, fellow kids.
You doofuses know we can't vote in the U.S. election, right? We're Canadian!
Like, here's another thing about this punchline. If you do care about American politics at all, you'll know how disrespectful this is. Since 2016, foreign election interference has become a very real concern in the United States. And it's not something that Americans would find a laughing matter. Doesn't matter if it's Russian, Chinese, Venezuelan, or Canadian, it's not funny. And it's quite tone deaf on some American citizens' actual concerns. This message is approved by Ronald Reagan. What's next, Arthur? How bad could it be?
So, what have you been up to lately?
Good fucking lord. What the hell happens to the animation? This looks like a 90s entertainment game. No, wait. The Arthur games from the 90s look better than this. Oh yeah, Arthur went to Flash animation for some reason I can't understand. It used to be hand-drawn, and it had a lot of personality that was reminiscent in the original Arthur books. Look, I know the PBS is publicly funded, but this kind of animation quality is not acceptable. Anyway, what's Arthur trying to teach people to do today? Is it about how stealing is wrong, or how you should tell the truth, or...
Ooh, Trey chic.
Oh good, it's a pandemic safety PSA. Well, this isn't going to shoot my career in the foot again. We're really doing this again. Do I have to?
Yes.
Like, people know what I think on this, and they don't like what I think about this.
If no one ever gave an unpopular opinion, where would your species be as a whole? If you personally suddenly stopped talking about this issue just because you didn't get a response of sunshine and rainbows, what would it say about you and what you truly believe in? If you believe that you are right, it is a duty to continue to speak up, no matter what the consequences are. You must remember that this is who you are. This is a feature, not a bug of who you are. And it is an important feature. The most important feature.
I know that. It just seems so futile. So pointless. Like, can I ask a question here? Is literally anything I say going to change anyone's mind? Just one person. Because I'm getting tired of speaking into the void. Seeing people literally comment that they are okay with other people committing suicide if that means that they personally don't have to get sick, even if they are not in an age group where they are at significant risk of any complications. I spent my first years on this platform telling people that going massively into debt for college might be a bad idea, and they just looked at me like I was telling them that magic existed. Now, we have people with like PhDs and master's degrees serving Starbucks, wondering where their life went wrong. But like, the possibility that college might not be the right path for them, or that getting a degree in bullshit doesn't automatically guarantee them a good job, was a complete unreality, and a teenager going to college was just as scientifically certain as the sun rising in the morning. And a country going into lockdown when they have an outbreak of a disease, despite not being recommended by health authorities past or present, is just as scientifically certain as entropy. Our pandemic efforts in 2020 convinced me of only one thing. We are doomed as a species. Doomed to do the song and dance every fucking time. Maybe burning witches is a bad idea. No, if we don't, God will condemn us. Maybe manifest destiny is a bad idea. No, see the shining sea. Maybe interning the Japanese is a bad idea. No, we need to be safe. Maybe the war on drugs is a bad idea. No, we need to be safe. Maybe the war on terror is a bad idea. No, we need to be safe. Maybe lockdowns are a bad idea. No, we need to be safe. I'm just starting to wrap my head around us doing this about once a generation until I'm long dead. Or, who knows, maybe this war on death will be far, far more successful than the war on drugs, or the war on terror, or the war on poverty. A lot of people wonder what's going to cause the end of the world. You know, many people claim nuclear war or global warming, or maybe an asteroid. Let me get rid of all of those fears. I know exactly what's going to kill off humanity. Humans will kill the human race. That is an absolute certainty at this point. And no, I don't mean by nuclear war or conquest, just the opposite really. The human race will destroy itself trying to save itself. Because it's more and more apparent that the human desire to save itself is one of the most destructive forces in the entire universe. What was I talking about again?
The Arthur Mask PSA.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about how nothing I say on this is going to matter. I'm not usually a determinist, but this is proven to be futile. I could say gloobity globbity glorp, and it'd be worth that fucking documentary I made that had over 150 sources. I mean, even if I shot with their side on this one, they still wouldn't listen to me. I mean, I could say that the science of this PSA is outdated, and apparently now you need to wear 2 masks. even if they're vaccinated, which is great incentive to get vaccinated, by the way, guys. Does it matter that many countries and states who had mask mandates actually had an increase in cases? Or that plenty of places that got rid of mask mandates saw a drop in cases, like recently Texas? Nope, science avoids evidence. And it's not worrying at all that a Dutch study that talked down the effectiveness of masks was afraid it couldn't find a publisher, because consensus is the most important thing to science. That's why we know that the sun revolves around the earth. Science should never be controversial ever. And I get it, I really do. We all need to have a completely unquestioned priest or preacher who is infallible no matter how many times that Fauci's lied. Masks, asymptomatic spread, herd immunity percentage.
When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. That even if there is some asymptomatic transmission, in all the history of respiratory-borne viruses of any type, asymptomatic transmission has never been the driver of outbreaks. The driver of outbreaks is always a symptomatic person. Even if there's a rare asymptomatic person that might transmit, an epidemic is not driven by asymptomatic carriers.
Those are 3 major times that Fauci has lied. There are dozens and dozens of other times where he has, to put it as generously as I can, flip-flopped. If you want to listen to an avowed failure and an active liar, that is completely up to you. You can do what you want. I mean, even if masks do nothing, they don't have any negative effects. You know, besides the excessive police brutality all across the world, getting people to turn on each other, psychologically damaging children, forcing people to undergo previous trauma, an environmental disaster unlike the magnitude of anything we've ever seen before, discriminating against the mentally ill, and Canada recalling masks that contain graphene, which Canada more or less mandated people to wear, because there are health risks associated with graphene. You know, graphene, something that Google, the greatest scientific authority in the world, was pretty confident in until the start of April. Yeah, who knew? Graphene causes lung toxicity in animals, but I'm sure it's safe to use on children like Canada forced them to do. One of these days, you follow the science people should look up thalidomide and see what happens when you use these medical advancements and apparati without proper testing. Be warned, the pictures can be considered quite disturbing. Children born without limbs often are. But I get it, we all need a security blanket or a teddy bear, or else we just don't feel safe. How else would we constantly remember that we could all die at any given minute? You know, one of the reasons that I tend to avoid stores and shops that require masks? I mean, the biggest one is that they cause me sensory overload, and we as a species have decided we collectively don't care about mental illness anymore. It's because these stores often avoid social distancing protocols. And even the CDC has said that masks are not a substitute for social distancing. You're only supposed to use them in places which you can't social distance, like the grocery store or school. You know, the place that we've closed down. Except for private schools. You know, where the rich kids go. Because we've also given up trying to care about income inequality as well. According to this PSA, because Muffy is wearing a mask, it is absolutely okay for her father to have this big blowout sales event for cars, which will most likely encourage a mass gathering. The most essential thing to buy in a pandemic. This goes on without any sort of shaming or criticism whatsoever. Really responsible to encourage mass gatherings, Arthur. You got any other pieces of advice?
If we all do our part, we can get rid of this virus.
You disgust me, viscerally. Let me be the bearer of bad news, Arthur. COVID is endemic. We're not getting rid of this virus entirely. The best we can do is defend against it. In all of human history, we've only eradicated one virus. That was smallpox. Nowadays, it only exists in a lab, and that's after we got a vaccine and 200 years for a virus that's less infectious than COVID. Seriously, if you fuck around in the Arizona desert, you could still get the Black Plague. You know, the one that killed like a third of the world's population. We've still got leprosy, measles, malaria, mumps, swine flu, bird flu, even the 1918 flu, and even polio. We were pretty close to getting rid of that one until we as a species figured that we had something better to do. PBS, if I can ask you to do one thing, it wouldn't be to improve the animation, it wouldn't be to check your morals, it would be for you to stop lying to children. I'm just wasting my breath and making my throat sore for no reason. It's a moot point anyway. Everything I just said means nothing to no one, just like virtually every fucking wear a mask statement that's ever been said. All of it amounts to a grand total of shit! We've learned this with abstinence-only education. Just telling people to do something like this has a backfire effect if it does anything at all. Like when Bill Nye tells you to wear a mask. It would be a lot more effective if he didn't come across as this miserable person while doing it. But no, it has to be different this time because we really want it to be different this time. That should make it scientifically different. No, all this abstinence only, mask PSA, makes you look like an asshole or a clown. You know, especially if you do something like recommend a face mask during sex like the UK did, or wear a mask in between bites of food like California did, or, wear 2 masks after being vaccinated. Which doesn't make you look like you're taking the pandemic seriously. It makes you look like a fucking joke. And by extension, it makes masks look like a bigger joke. Because I personally would take you a lot more seriously if you just wore the fucking clown nose. What's the story been since Fauci flip-flopped? That's right, wearing 1 mask is all it takes to basically save lives. 1 mask is a perfect magic bullet. Here's the funny thing. If wearing 2 masks is really important, that means that every single time you've only been wearing 1 mask, you've been spreading the virus. But I guess that's not a problem, unless you've assumed that the mask is 100% effective at any point in time. Meanwhile, because I am skeptical of masks, I have basically just stayed home and ordered things online and stayed away from other people. It's been hell on my psyche, and the walls in my house move every single day. But this is how you properly social distance. Whether masks work or they don't, my conscience is clear. How about you? Because if this does turn out to be security theater, it can have a major backfire effect. So you better hope, for your sake, for all of our sakes, that 1 mask is effective enough. Instead of, all of our protocols and all of our advancements being so useless you still need to do all of this shit even after taking a vaccination. But hey, at this point, if you don't want to question the theocracy, that's totally fine. I don't discriminate against other religions. But I'm done pretending to take this debate seriously. Children were mandated to wear masks that may have given them lung toxicity. You have lost the fucking argument and any moral standing you have. Sure, masks, lockdowns, whatever. Maybe they're effective at stopping COVID. All of the evidence basically says no. But let's pretend, because pretending makes us feel so good. And feeling good is just so much more important than doing good. Feeling good should just literally be the only thing that matters, no matter if we're actually doing good or actually hurting people. Let's hope that the future you're building is worth its weight in lives. Even toying with the idea of vaccine passports, which was said to be conspiracy nonsense last year, says no. Has Arthur done anything else? Because this debate just gets me in such a foul mood.
I can't believe someone would be hurt like that, just because they're black.
So, I'm going to need you to point out the problems with Arthur tackling this particular subject matter. If you don't get it, let me explain. In Arthur, the characters, don't have race. They have species of animals, yes, like aardvarks and rabbits, but you'd have to be MatPat to assume that they had an in-universe reason. This is a conscious choice that many shows made back in the day to make race irrelevant in their world. It was one of the main reasons that shows used anthropomorphic animals. There are no black people in Arthur's universe because there are no people of any race in Arthur's universe. We can see this also in things like Doug, where all the characters are Technicolor specifically for this reason. It's something that even happens to this day. Frisk is yellow and Undertale as well to take race out of the equation.
It's not enough to just say, I'm not racist. It's not my problem. We have to actively fight against racism.
So we get to our final stop on this train. So, in late May of 2020, a man named George Floyd was killed in the hands of police officers. It became another example in a long line of incidences of police brutality aimed specifically at minorities. But this was a tipping point for many. Protests and civil unrest sparked all across the United States, sometimes ending up as riots. They continued for over 100 days, and there was a sense of outrage among the country. There is a lot of controversy surrounding the situation, and as I record this, the trial is ongoing. The full body camera footage was actually leaked to the public sometime later, and it mired the situation quite a bit, as well as Floyd having a controversial past, but you'd be hard-pressed to believe that he or Breonna Taylor or any of the other numerous individuals who have been shot and killed by police deserve to die. In cases of actual crime, the police are there to apprehend and not to execute. This is a very serious discussion that could probably take up a full video that I'm not entirely comfortable making. But it gave rise to mantras of all cops are family unfriendly expletive, and silence is violence. And in the animation realm, we got a whole host of PSAs. It feels like we got the entirety of the drug war PSAs all in 1 month. And I hate to be the one to say this, but they're all about as good as the PSAs against drugs.
Talk about racism with your friends, your parents, your teachers.
Hey Fred, we're about to play some Mario Kart, you want in? Sure, but I think we should talk about how predominantly black schools are underfunded due to a systemically racist Department of Education. Okay Fred, not this again. We're trying to play a fucking game here. Racism is definitely a bad thing and an evil in this world, and it should be fought against. However, not every single person or weapon is equally useful in this attempt. For example, Barbie. Barbie wants to tell you all how bad racism is. Yes, Barbie. The doll. The doll.
Hey, everybody.
Oh god, another one of these things. Okay, maybe animated characters should not vlog. Like, seriously, it's weird as hell seeing a cartoon character stare awkwardly at the camera. They're not supposed to do that. 2D or 3D, it barely works in live action. For vlogging to work, you need to be really expressive, and this stilted animation just makes it look uncanny, like a Barbie doll. This PSA has a problem that the Arthur one does, which is why I'm tackling them next to each other.
People might think that my life looks fine, but the truth is, I and so many other black people have to deal with racism.
Now, here's something that I don't know if you've noticed, but this character is, well, a fictional character. Their entire life and every experience within is completely made up. I can show you my character and say that she's had to go through X, Y, and Z as a girl and that sexism is bad, but it doesn't change the fact that I made them up, both the character and the sexism that she's been exposed to. In both of these PSAs, they talk about fictional examples of racism. The Arthur one is more close to what actually happened, but it's so vague that you'll only know what he's talking about if you actually directly know about George Floyd. Meanwhile, not only is the Barbie one made up, it's completely off screen. It's one thing if it's like in the context of an episode about racism, but these are coming off like actual people trying to talk about a real world issue, when they're clearly and patently making shit up. If the problem is bad, and the problem is bad, you should not need to make up fictional examples. All it does is dilute the problem and look like you're making it a bigger deal than it really is. Once again, if they did like an actual episode about this, I wouldn't have much of a problem. But no, these PSAs are about fictional events, and they're talking about them as if they actually happened in everyday reality. It's okay if an actual human vlogger in the real world talks about this, like, okay, I don't know any vloggers. Let's say Oprah starts a vlogging show. She can talk about any racism that she's experienced with credibility because she's a real person. We can assume that she's honest about her life experiences, and we're to assume that her stories are true, especially because there are real-world consequences if the stories are not true. Like when Jussie Smollett made up a fake hate crime. Fake hate crimes, even in terms of a PSA, only undermine the actual problem. You can make like 50 million PSAs about any problem you want, real or not. Like, the moon is gonna crash into the earth, and we have to do something about it. You could make as many PSAs as you want about it, and it would be on the same level of these racism PSAs, despite one problem being real and another one being clearly science fiction. Give some of those drug PSAs credit. They often talked about what would have happened if you took drugs, not what did happen to fictional characters. Although, yes, some of them did fail on that regard, but, like, not one of these racism PSAs even takes that step. This is my biggest issue with the whole silence is violence mantra. It's not that you're compelling certain people that they have to speak up if they don't want to be branded a racist. It's because some people should shut up because they're stupid, and anything they say can actually hurt the fucking cause. There's actual racism in this world. If you deny that, you're a moron. But if you feel the need to make shit up, you're worse than a moron. We shouldn't have to make things up to tell the full story. And speaking of that, it's the moment that you've all been waiting for. Steven Universe, our grand finale. After June of 2020, Steven Universe made a bunch of PSAs, despite the fact that the show was actually over by that point. It's not as awkward as 16 coming back a decade later, but it still raised a couple of eyebrows. There's actually 6 of them by my last count. 3 of them are about racism, and they've teamed up with Dove to do 3 more self-esteem and body positivity PSAs. Dove, if you don't know, is a company that's so woke it had an ad of a black woman turning into a white woman in 2017. That wasn't so long ago. If you said something of that caliber in 2017, you'd be canceled by now. Anyway, the PSAs.
Who am I to say what an improvement is? Especially when it comes to something as personal as a gem's own form.
Got it, kids. Don't criticize shapeshifters. But the other Dove one, the one about social media, is actually pretty decent. Credit where it's due. You don't have to be on social media, and there can be positivity if you do know where to look. I wish a lot more PSAs were like this, to be honest. I mean, the third Dove one is okay too, but once again, the alien stuff kind of gets in the way. Like, most people's bodies aren't too different. I mean, we don't have many people running around with 3 arms or being 20 feet tall, but I get the idea. That being said, I get the idea behind the racism ones too. Let's do Pearls first. Each PSA follows the same format. They're about to follow a traditional PSA, but they break the fourth wall to talk about, let's say, something else. Pearls is the one that's most widely talked about because it most obviously gets facts wrong. And it's been so well worn that I don't think I have to get too deep into it. Like, you could probably go deeper into the facts about this on someone else's video.
Are we going to ask why kids are apparently learning about Thomas Edison?
Honestly, I don't get the battle that they chose to fight here. Thomas Edison's fame has waned over the years. He ain't as popular as he used to be, and in most online discourse at least, he's known as a con artist. Like, Thomas Edison patented a lot of ideas from Nikola Tesla. He also killed an elephant, so you'd be hard-pressed to find a person today who thinks as highly as they did of him even back in the 2000s. Thomas Edison certainly had contributions, but the Wizard of Menlo isn't all that magical these days.
There were black Roman warriors, black medieval knights, black classical musicians, black cowboys, black fighter pilots. Where are they?
Okay, so I guess that you're in a world history class and not an American history class, which usually starts with the Fertile Crescent. You know, in Africa and the Middle East. Actually, hell, I don't even remember learning about the Roman warriors until I took Latin class in high school. But whatever. Even ignoring that, history gets truncated in classes. Like, even the big events, like World War II, we don't learn every single nuance. Like, it's pretty bad when a channel called Oversimplified goes into more detail about major historical events like the American Civil War than our own actual education system does. But second of all, and more to the point, I don't know about whatever school you're teaching, but my school actually did go into black musicians. We learned about the Harlem Renaissance, the invention of jazz, Louis Armstrong, all of that. Like, I'm genuinely curious here. Did they take that stuff out of the textbooks and I just don't know it? Or maybe it's a regional thing, like how deep Texas gets into the Alamo? Because I distinctly remember learning about that. I mean, we learned about the Civil Rights Movement. I even learned about Jesse Owens, the black athlete who won 4 gold medals in the 1936 Olympics. You know, the one hosted by the Nazis. As for the Roman warriors, yes, there were black Roman warriors because their society wasn't race-based, and they conquered parts of Africa. This means, in addition to having black Roman warriors, the Romans also had white slaves. Look, sorry, they told me to tell the whole story, so I'm just doing what they said.
I worry about you humans because you only live, what, about 100 years?
Haven't you been on this planet for like 600? Why haven't you done anything about slavery or civil rights or anything like this? I reiterate, having a fictional character make a PSA about this kind of thing is stupid, especially when in-universe they have the power to actually do something about it. But no, Pearl is just gonna sit back and watch for hundreds of fucking years and then shame us about her inability to do shit.
Was this modified to make white readers comfortable?
Yes, my school made us watch the film Roots when we were learning about when our American forefathers partook in the atrocity that is slavery to make us more comfortable as white people. We learned about the Trail of Tears, read Farewell to Manzanar, you know, the book about the internment of the Japanese citizens during World War II. We learned about the American Civil Rights Movement with the Alabama bus boycott and the teachings of Martin Luther King, and how they got blasted by fire hoses for trying to earn their rights. And yes, while a lot of individual accomplishments by individual people have been sidelined, I never got the impression that my history class is trying to make me feel comfortable as a white person. Wherever that fucking notion came from. American history had a lot of race-based atrocities, which are repeatedly taught to us throughout our entire education. Alright, Garnet, you're up next. Hers is probably the least out of all of them. It's bad for the reasons that the drug PSAs were.
Stuff like this doesn't actually happen in real life.
Whoa there.
Are you kidding? It totally does.
Just because this has never happened to you doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Seriously, I didn't know.
Stuff like this doesn't happen. Actually, it does. Whoa, I had no idea. I'm sorry. If you've managed to convince anyone on Earth to not be racist this easy, please let me know. Like, seriously. From what I understand, actual racists are kinda more entrenched in their fucked up beliefs. And it takes more than a slight scolding to get them out of it. I mean, if it's this easy, I guess people just don't want to try to fight racism. Seriously, I want to live in your world where all of this is this simple. Man hates black person for 50 years, but just talk to him for 2 seconds, and he's a changed man. See what I'm getting at? It's not that simple. And the cartoon that these characters live in is not our world. Amethyst, last chance here. What do you got for me? Sea color. Oh, this is going to be something.
Whoa. Hold up a minute here. Ugh, who wrote this? I think it kind of does matter that I'm purple.
Alright, where are you going to go with this?
Well, I'm not an alien, but it definitely matters to me that I'm black. Yeah, it makes a difference that I'm white.
All of these PSAs, they're giving me like some serious r/woke kids vibe. You know, where these Twitter people post stories of how their 5-year-old that doesn't exist stood up to a teacher's racist rant that would have gotten them fired, and then everybody on the bus clapped because kids don't talk like this. They don't talk about this kind of stuff. They don't talk like this.
I just think it's messed up to compare me being an alien to you two being different races.
Why are you looking at me? Was anyone comparing black people to space alien? I mean, I agree that's kind of fucked up. It sounds like the elites are lizard shit, but I haven't noticed anyone but you doing that. Is this some kind of major problem that I'm unaware of? Is there this massive swath of people who are comparing people of different colors to being aliens from outer space? Because that's a new one to me.
Adding purple people into a lesson about human racism makes no sense.
Like, I could deconstruct these arguments, but I'm just baffled. Who else is comparing human races to purple aliens but the Crooniverse here? I mean, there is this trope about aliens in fiction take on ethnic stereotypes, like Jar Jar Binks, but is someone who isn't completely off the deep end comparing black people to space aliens in earnest? But I agree, this is a problem that we have to stop, like right now. It is the most important thing we should do in this war on racism. We have to tell people to stop comparing ethnic minorities to space aliens. I mean, I always thought that stopping police shootings, or the racially biased justice system, or black majority schools being systemically underfunded were more pressing issues, but you have convinced me. We really need to stop people from comparing black people to space aliens. It is the most pressing issue in the black community right now. And then we get the very, very problematic tagline. Can I just say that this is ableist to colorblind people and go home?
No, it is incredibly important to deconstruct this very toxic message.
Okay, so what's the difference between not being racist and being anti-racist? Because, believe it or not, there is a difference. And this is where things get dirty. Anti-racism is actually this big, complex thing with a lot of nuances. Surprisingly so, considering the term. But it goes beyond just not being racist. If you just don't be racist, anti-racist people think you're ignoring the problem. And by ignoring the problem, you are a part of the problem. And you might as well be racist. Being anti-racist means that you need to look at a black person and assume that they have a bunch of cultural baggage thrown on them for the sake of being black. Doesn't matter if it's a black homeless person on the street or Obama. See color. What do you think that means? What else could it mean? Unless you believe that there is one unifying feature or experience that affects every individual member of a group, that individual experiences don't exist. Anti-racism isn't anti as in antibacterial. It's anti-racism like anti-villain, where the person in question is still a villain. They're just being villainous towards a bad person. Anti-racism is being racist, but in a positive direction. That sounds a little bit fucked up, don't you think? And I'm betting a good deal of you guys don't believe me on this one. I want to tell you something. Last year, California had a proposition ballot, Prop 16. The media reported on it as the affirmative action bill. What it would do, and all it would do, is repeal Prop 209. What is Prop 209? Proposition 209 prevents state discrimination based on sex, race, or ethnicity. And in 2020, the most left-leaning state in the nation put up a proposition bill to basically repeal their civil rights law. Voting yes on Prop 16 is what is demanded and required to be anti-racist. If Prop 16 passed, someone could easily have a whites-only restaurant, and it would be legal under California law. But no, it's about affirmative action. It's about giving downtrodden people a leg up, so you can feel good and appeal to your white savior syndrome. Prop 16 didn't pass, by the way. It was close, 57% to 43. I absolutely understand that there are black people who've had experiences that I could never imagine going through. I know this because I talk to them and treat them as individuals. Same with Asians, Indians, Hispanics, Polynesians, Native Americans, so I can understand their worldviews better. But no, you people want to take a shortcut and assume that all of these people have had the same life experiences, which strikes me as kinda racist. You know who's very good at seeing color? You know who does it a lot? It's actually their primary feature, the alt-right. Their entire political ideology is about seeing color, and these kind of PSAs might just be good recruiting tools for them. I am so glad that they've gotten the pushback that they have, because quite frankly, a lot of what I've talked about today is disgusting. This especially. I'm sorry if you thought that this was going to be like the, let's mock the silly PSAs that are cringy and don't understand reality. But no, like, these bad PSAs are something else. I'll end it with this. Discrimination is bad. I don't know what else to say. Like, throughout my entire life, that has been my thought process. That has been the world that I've grown up in, and that has been my moral value. Discrimination is bad. If you think anything else, I believe you are an immoral person. Here's the thing. Some of the most racist shit that I have ever seen and heard has actually come from anti-racist activists. Like, there was this big story last year. The Smithsonian National Museum of African American History had a chart last year. It was controversial because it was on whiteness. And I can't put this on this video because it is one of the most racist things that I've ever seen. Not towards white people. It was racist towards black people. They literally stated that things like having a plan for the future, believing hard work is the key to success, and objective, rational, linear thinking, and viewing time as commodity were all a part of whiteness, as intrinsic to white people and no one else. It is clear to me, undeniably, that racism is alive and well. Unfortunately, it's endemic in the people who are claiming to fight it. A lot of this stuff from these anti-racist activists sound almost exactly like what I hear from the alt-right. And I would not be surprised if the people who made the Arthur or the Steven Universe or the Barbie PSA believe this shit. When these people say to see color and want to remove laws that protect minorities, I don't think they have anyone's best interest at heart, except their own. And it feels like they've hijacked the movement for something incredibly awful. Racism is bad, discrimination is bad, and that should not be a controversial statement. I personally stand against racism of all stripes, of any political affiliation. Left, right, I don't care. History has a funny view of all of us, and we'll see how things are judged going forward. But remember, every single PSA stood against drugs in the 80s and 90s. None of them said that they were good or that you should take them. They were the worst things ever that would destroy your life completely. 20 years later, and at least one state has decriminalized all drugs. Marijuana, the gateway drug, is fully legal in many states. These PSAs were corny, they were over the top, and they failed to understand their own issues that they were talking about. They had nothing for nuance. And that hasn't changed in 40 years. And slowly, but surely, people turned away from the PSAs of old. I can't say for sure that they caused the cultural changes that came along, but I can certainly say they didn't stop culture from making a 180. These are real issues that PSAs simplify into cartoons and sound bites. But we live in a world of reality, and things are never straightforward or simple, and pretending that they are only leads to bad results. The biggest fear I have going about this episode and doing all this research, the one thing I desperately don't want, is for us to look back at the message of don't be racist the same way we look at this is your brain on drugs. And it's scary that this is a very real possibility. Whatever side of the aisle you're on, whatever you think of me, please do your best out there to be a good person. Like many of these activists and PSAs, I'm not going to pretend that it's easy, but it's something that's well worth doing. And we need a lot more good people out there. And always try to stay honest with yourself. Keep questioning and just try to do good. Genuine good. Don't take the easy way out. So, little robot dude, you got anything?
My name is Al, like it says on my body.
I think that's AI.
I have robo-dyslexia. Lowercase L's look exactly like uppercase I's to me, but I am fairly sure that my name is Al.
Okay, Al. Anything you got?
This whole thing makes me think of a C.S. Lewis quote.
Is it the one that I'm thinking of?
Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may at some point be satiated. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience. They may be more likely to go to heaven, yet at the same time likelier to make a hell of earth. This very kindness stings with intolerable insults. To be cured against one's will and cured of states which we may not regard as disease is to be put on a level of those who have not yet reached the age of reason, or those who never will. To be classed with infants, imbeciles, and domestic animals.
Yeah, that's the one that I've been thinking of for a good long time now. Let's hope for a better tomorrow, Al.
Indeed.
And I'll see you all next time.
You ever look at yourself in the mirror and not really recognize what you see in the mirror? 2020 was the year that I went crazy. I don't even know what 2021 has been. I've been kind of quiet for a lot in the last half of the year because I've gone through quite a lot. The past 6 months alone has given me challenges that I don't think I could have properly prepared for. And I write this video not knowing exactly where to start. Just a quick heads up. This video is going to have some very heavy stuff in it. We're going to be doing some talk about COVID, and we're also going to be talking about death. Not necessarily both at the same time. So let's start with something that might be obvious by the sound of my voice. I don't know. I came down with a case of COVID, and all of a sudden he could hear a pin drop. I'm okay. I was always going to be okay. I'm on the mend now. There's going to be a million smart aleck guesses as to how this happened, so I'll cut to the chase before there's too much speculation. Earlier this year, some family of mine had lost their homes. And so I invited them into mine. Because they actually have lives and jobs outside the house, they got COVID and tested positive. And I exhibited similar symptoms different from those that I normally get during illnesses. This was person-to-person at-home contact, so karma doesn't apply. Masks or lockdowns would have nothing to do with anything. There was even a breakthrough vaccination case. For the record, the relative who brought COVID in is not vaccinated. For the record, I am not vaccinated. For the record, I have what is often considered a mild case that people often attribute to getting the vaccine. I recorded my symptoms throughout the whole thing if you don't believe me. There was a cough that sounded a lot worse than it is. There was a fever and wild fluctuations in body temperature. And of course, difficulty breathing capped it all off. Feeling as though my nose was stuffed when it wasn't. At no point did I seek medical attention. At no point did I consider seeking medical attention. What I did record is that my case of this disease was not horrible. It was horribly anticlimactic. This was the disease that all of society was obsessing about for the past year and a half. Almost 2 years now. This was a disease that was defining this chapter of my life, now several chapters. I get it, and for me personally, I want to reiterate, for me personally, a case of the flu that I got in early October this year felt worse. You may say that I'm lucky, but that is untrue. If I was lucky, my case would have been completely asymptomatic. If anything, the past 2 years have proven that I am anything but lucky. I am someone who was thrown against his will into a dystopian future. I didn't get lucky. I just didn't get unlucky. I didn't seek medical attention because I am 29 years old. I have no pre-existing conditions. I am not overweight. Those are many of the reasons that I personally chose not to get vaccinated either. There are other reasons, but I don't know how permitted I am to speak of them. One that I think that I can mention is that I have a family history of blood clots. Both my mother and my grandfather got a blood clot. Not during the vaccination, but previously in their lives. And when my grandfather got a blood clot, let me tell you, this normally quiet man screamed so loud, it woke up the entire house. That was a pain that I never even wanted the chance of experiencing. Of my entire family, my case of COVID, at least as far as I can tell, has been the least bad, or the most mild. My brother and his girlfriend got it, I think, last year, sometimes before vaccines were even available. According to him, he got pretty sick, one of the worst illnesses that he's ever had. The relatives staying with me got hit worse than I did, too, although still not enough to consider seeking medical attention. There's only one person in my family who needed to seek medical attention for COVID. And this was months ago, completely unrelated to this event, and that was my mother. It must have been maybe early summer. She did need to go to the hospital because of trouble breathing, and for a few days I was definitely worried. She got better though, went through treatment, was COVID negative, and then she was on her feet for the next couple of months. And then she died towards the end of October of an apparent drug overdose. Life plays a lot of funny games on you. Like, you have to realize that life is a comedy. It wants to be funny, just with you as the punchline. My mother was not someone who was in the best health to begin with. She gets into the pandemic and she gets the disease, and then she lives, and then she dies of something else just a scant few months later. And now that was actually the second funeral that we had to plan that week. And no, the other person didn't die of COVID either, but I'm getting ahead of myself. One thing that I've noticed in the past couple of months is that we as a society are repeating the same mistakes that we used to. This happens during every pandemic, really. It's where we get the term leper, where people take revelry in people dying or coming to consequence because of their own choices that are deemed not morally acceptable by the puritanical collective. I know for a fact that should the less than 1,000th of 1% that something actually did happen to me, I'd probably make a pretty popular post on the subreddit Herman Cain Awards, where very moral people like to scapegoat and mock the dead. But it's like Joe Biden says, the President of the United States, The unvaccinated are taking up all of our health supplies, the ones the society has had 2 full years to get prepared, that he has personally had 11 months to get into shape. Wait until he learns how many medical supplies the overweight are disparately taking up. Oh boy, it's gonna be a field day when that discovery is made by these people. I can tell you that. No, I know what this is, and I hate that it seems to be working. No, don't blame the government for taking your rights. Blame the people who aren't listening to the government. It's the same old story. We've been here and we'll be here again. When I said that my mother died of an apparent overdose, what did you think? Which drug did you assume? Go ahead. Don't be shy. Anything is on the table. I won't get offended. Does it really matter? No matter what, it must have been her fault, right? My mother's life was destroyed and then ended by prescription medications. One of her previous doctors went to jail because another patient of theirs overdosed. Ironically or not, this was one of the final conversations that I actually had with her. Remember, OxyContin. FDA tested, doctor approved. It's funny, when I say that there are systemic problems in government, everyone believes me. If I say there are systemic problems in the education system, everyone believes me. If I say there are systemic problems with the prison system, corporate America, hell, if I said it with agriculture, people would probably believe me. But there is nothing systemically wrong with medicine in America that doesn't have to do with the price. You know, regulatory bodies being bribed, hostile medical practices, pharmaceutical corporations advertising directly to doctors, and then callously turning innocent people into drug addicts, while they bury their findings of adverse effects. I think that by now it's pretty clear that I have a natural distrust in doctors in general. This lucky person has had pretty bad luck with doctors in his life. You know how when you get a cavity before you get the shot of Novocaine, they're supposed to use a numbing agent in your mouth? It's usually flavored. I had a dentist who never did that once when I was like 12. So for every single cavity, I would just get the full force of a needle directly in my mouth. So if you're wondering, no, it's not the needles that make me uncomfortable. The pills that my mother were given often made her very drowsy and forgetful. And she'd often either fall asleep with or light a cigarette in her half-asleep state. And once she forgot, she turned on a gas stove. And the house would have exploded if I didn't need to come downstairs to use the bathroom. If I don't trust doctors, I have to apologize. Some of them are definitely good. This is not me saying all doctors are evil or whatever. I've read many of doctors' messages over the past 2 years, and the good ones seem to be virtually all censored by Google and the Silicon Valley corporations, because they go against the messages of the bad ones. The bad ones that have been controlling my life. I am a broken man. I've been trying to basically play the person that I used to be in many cases. I'm angry, I'm hurt, I'm sad, but most of all, I am just tired, and I'm wondering what about my feelings I should tell. This video would probably get banned if I don't say that you should speak to your doctor about what is right for you. Definitely don't listen to me about a vaccine. I don't care. I'm not about to give medical advice, but I mean, talking about how much doctors that were trusted fuck up my life, it probably rings out hollow. I can't tell you who to trust. I could tell you who not to trust about medical advice, and that's some dipshit on the internet thinking about the good old days, because that's the only direction you can see the sun. It's not impossible for me to trust doctors again. Hell, even the whole medical establishment of the US of A. I can think of like 25 different things right off the top of my head. But let's keep it simple with one. The simplest one. The simplest, easiest thing that the American health establishment could do to earn my trust is state openly, repeatedly, and consistently that being overweight, especially being obese, is a major risk factor for COVID complications and worse results. The fact that they have never done this means that they care about something more than public health, and that means that I cannot trust them. I know that one day, my distrust of doctors and the medical establishments of my country will put my life in jeopardy. Refusing medical care or not trusting doctors is probably the thing that will eventually kill me. Am I okay with that? I don't know. I've been in such a mind space where it's hard to really know what I'm okay with. And this video is about to get dark. Even darker. I had a conversation with someone who tried talking me into getting the vaccine months ago. It was a conversation about all kinds of things that I can't go into here on YouTube, and if it was done today, it'd probably be even bigger with more to it. At some point, I'd probably be even ranting about chickens, I'm sure. But the crux of my case was that I was at a very low risk. Not for catching COVID, but for something truly bad happening. Of course, there's the one point that's not possible to argue with. What if? What if the virus did kill me? And I'm going to say this, the darkest parts of me saw that as a positive. Now let me tell you something about me, strongly and as forward as I can. There are things about my life that I value more than my life itself, and my freedom is one of those things. I don't mean getting the vaccine takes your freedom away. That's stupid. If you spread that, or spread that I said that, you are stupid. I don't want to live in a world where I see a 12-year-old girl get peppered sprayed by police because she's not wearing a mask, and then see that get shared on the internet by people who oppose police brutality. I don't want to know the name Howard Springs, a camp where people of color, teenagers who are not sick, have been kidnapped against their will and are contained there because Australia has gone off the fucking deep end. I don't want to live in a world where half of my country worships a man who funded beagles getting their heads eaten by sandflies after their vocal cords were surgically removed. I wonder why they didn't put that in the Fauci documentary. I don't want to live in a world where I keep losing respect for every single person. Hey, remember that Kyrgyzstan video that came out at the beginning of the pandemic?
There are two futures for a pandemic like corona, fast and slow. Which future we will see depends on how we all react to it in the early days of the outbreak. A fast pandemic will be horrible and cost many lives. A slow pandemic will not be remembered by the history books.
Really now? You don't say! Good God, if this wasn't slow, then what is? What about the AIDS epidemic, which lasted several years and never really ended? This was blatantly false when this video was made. What about Dr. Mike, YouTube's own favorite doctor? Went to Florida, partied without a mask, and then tried to quote-unquote apologize about it on another channel by saying that the time he spent partying in Florida was the best psychologically he had felt all year. Then everyone seemed to defend him, so I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he had the gall to start talking about COVID again. I could keep going. Locking down only the unvaccinated in Austria. Economies around the world are imploding, leaving experts dumbfounded. How could this have possibly happened? We just ignored literally every single rule of economics. To put this as simply as I can, I do not want to live in a world that has turned saving lives into an evil. No, I'm not suicidal. I'm just tired. Really fucking tired. I need a good long sleep, and to wake up in 100 years, when all of the people who did this are mentioned in very bad spots of the history books. I am currently 29 years old. Life expectancy for men in the United States is about 79 years. And that's basically for people who are that age now. By the time I do get there, it's probably going to be later. In October, I had to deal with 2 deaths, back to back. One was my mother. She was young, and she had me young. She died at age 45. Most people would probably agree that that was too young. The other person who died was my great-grandmother, at the other end of the spectrum. She was 93 when she died, about 2 or 3 days after my mother. As I said, life loves a sense of irony. Only in my life was it a good thing that my great-grandmother was no longer lucid, no longer cognizant in those last few days. She was a very good person. She was actually my godmother, believe it or not. In 2018, her son died, my uncle. During that time, she caught a hospital-acquired infection that nearly took her out then. In the previous 3 or 4 or whatever years, her health deteriorated. Every fall did so much damage and became an emergency. Every single disease was life-threatening. She was basically deaf by the time that she did die, and the drain of taking care of her took its toll on the entire family. Do I sound crazy if I say that I don't want to live until 93 years old? I mean, it must. Years are all that matters, right? That's what I've been told, repeatedly. This must be the truth. Years are the only aspect of life that is important. Of course I have no idea what I'm talking about. My case of COVID was super mild. I must be very lucky. My mother survived COVID. I should be celebrating. My grandmother that everyone told me to protect won a prize. She got to attend her mother's funeral and her daughter's funeral in the same week. I guess I should be grateful that this didn't happen last year, where no funerals would have been allowed. I don't know if I have the right to tell anyone to do anything, but if I had a suggestion, figure out what it is that's so valuable about being alive. Think of your family, your friends, your hobbies, and experience them. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't live your life. We can play pretend about this all we want, that we can legislate or invent or science or pray or magic immortality. But the truth of the matter is that everyone dies. The only mystery is when, and even then it's not a mystery. There really is only 2 options. You're either going to die way too soon or way too late. Your life is a mere drop in eternity. Less than 80 years out of trillions. You already gave up 2 of those very rare moments. And with Omicron, it seems like your government is going to try and charge you for a 3rd one. Do you like what you've gotten out of this deal? Why are you alive? I know why I'm alive. And in times like this, it sometimes feels like the why is the only thing that's keeping me alive. Merry Christmas, by the way. I truly hope you enjoy it.
Hi, it's me. And it's been a very long time since I made a video like this. As of February this year, I've made it to 10 years on this platform. So I thought that I'd take the opportunity to just make a video to just talk. This time, I need to talk. I can't ask for much at this point. I know how much goodwill that I burned, but if you'll grant me one request, it's to wait to the end of the video before commenting. Saying that it's been a rough few years is more than an understatement. It's been hell. That is also an understatement. However, for the past few weeks or so, I felt strangely lucid. Maybe it's the effect of it being a new year, or maybe it's me finally coming out of some kind of haze. Cutting straight to the chase, the pandemic and the events that happened over the course of it broke me. I want to state up front that this isn't an apology video or a recant or anything like that. I do truly regret many of my actions and many of the events that transpired over the past few years. However, I go into a lot more detail about that in my top 10 worst videos list. The point of an apology video is to ask for forgiveness, and I'm not really asking for forgiveness. As the old saying goes, don't be sorry, be better. I understand that some hurts go too deep and some wounds are still too fresh. This video is more about the future than the past. It's a way of putting the last few years into words in an attempt to move on to, hopefully, a better future. I'm only now coming to terms about how truly broken that I was in the past couple of years. The pandemic was the worst time in a lot of people's lives. It was certainly the worst part of my own life. A life that had no shortage of hardships. From bullying at school to abusive parenting and insomnia incidents that felt like it was going to kill me. The summer of 2020, I was the most depressed that I had ever been in my entire life. Over the first half of that year, every time that the pandemic was mentioned, I just wanted to jump off a bridge. Considering that it was 2020, the pandemic was mentioned quite a lot. Sometimes, literally, the only thing that kept me going was a promise that I made to myself years and years ago that I would never consider an early end. It felt like life itself was strangling me. There didn't seem to be much positive in the world. Beyond the actual events, so many other problems were just stacked on top of it. People viciously attacked any positive news online as not taking things seriously, and a lot of people were genuinely arguing that this was the way that it had to be forever. There would be a whole new normal and the past was over. One by one, escapes became limited. Television and music and movies gradually became about reminders of what was going on, and online content creators followed in one way or another. Any hope that I tried to give myself backfired horribly. Yeah, this will really be over in 2 weeks, maybe a month. Alright, but it'll be over by the 4th of July. It is symbolic after all. Maybe the year mark. Maybe the 2-year mark. This is life now, isn't it? At some point, I just snapped. I snapped a lot. At a lot of people. Regardless of what I believed or what I thought or this or that, that's never something that I should have done, and I can't apologize enough for that. A lot of anger was being hurled at me, and I channeled it towards everyone else. Even in my worst times, I should be better than that. Not as a content creator or as a YouTuber, but as a goddamn person. I say a lot of this in my worst videos list, but if there's one thing there that bears repeating, I have, and will always stand by the belief that whatever my actions are, it is not my mental illness. It is me. My mental illnesses are my responsibility. The only one in control of my life is me. I want to say that I am better than that, but I'll leave time to prove it. Me saying this or that means nothing. My actions are what I am. They are all that I am. And this belief is very important for me to tell myself, because during the summer of 2020, I got a brand new friend. Did I say friend? No, I meant the worst fucking thing ever. Obsessive compulsive disorder. A lot of people actually have misconceptions on what OCD is or what it actually entails, so let me describe it the best I can. Fucked up shit goes through your mind all the time, like the most heinous shit you can imagine, and your brain is at war with itself. Specifically, I have contamination-themed OCD, which is ironic, maybe. It goes something like this. If you don't wash your hands enough to go through a bar of soap a day, your mind will make you feel horribly diseased. And here's the thing. The more that you wash your hands like this, the worse those feelings get. Your brain starts playing the you missed a spot game with your hands. So you wash your hands to get that missed spot. But for some reason, the more you wash, the dirtier you feel. Then it gets really fun when your brain starts gaslighting you, making you think that you may have touched, say, the garbage can before you touched your face, when in reality it happened the other way around. As you keep falling into these behaviors, other fucked up shit starts popping into your mind. Suddenly, one day you start thinking of the violent deaths of everyone around you and everyone you care about for no apparent cause. You desperately wonder why you're thinking this way. And your brain starts to ask, maybe it's a desire. I would not wish this hell upon anyone. I've always had obsessive-compulsive tendencies in the past. Back when I was uploading videos on a schedule, there would be a great deal of anxiety for me not being able to meet it. But the trauma of the pandemic unlocked its full potential within me. There's other more minor stuff too. Like stereotypical OCD, I tend to organize shit a lot. Until my brain tells me that I did it wrong and I dump everything out like a jigsaw puzzle. The more you listen to this, the worse that it gets. Bad things happen when you submit to your mental illnesses. And bad things happened when I submitted to my worst instincts. I got into long-winded arguments with people that I cared about and total strangers alike. At some point, there was just an apathy. I didn't care about anything. And in the worst of it, there was an antipathy, a burning hatred for everything. It was scary, both inside and outside. I lashed out at people. I got into long-winded arguments with both people I cared about and total strangers alike. It's disgusting behavior, and I legitimately do not like the person that I was. This angry person that I was is not something that I want to be. These days, I look back to a lot of the videos made during the pandemic, and not just my own. There's just so much anger, vitriol, and yelling at the other. It can feel like a very striking mirror at times, a reminder. This is something that hit close to my heart, something I despised, and as a result, I tried to fight fire with fire. And in the end, I think I made the world a worse place. I want to say this very clearly. My place in the world is that of an entertainer. I can do very thoughtful things and very meaningful things. I can help people appreciate heavier subject matter, make people think deeper about this or that topic, or just show them something beautiful. However, if and when I abandon entertainment, I've lost something incredibly personal and incredibly important. In the worst of times, my temper got hair trigger. Even a mere mention of, you gotta do this, or you can't do that, or a wayward joke towards current events set me off. Perhaps not outwardly, but deep inside. I let it affect me far more than I should. As pretentious as this statement may sound, as an entertainer, I find it a duty to give people a little bit of reprieve from those exact same feelings. Instead of doing that, I reflected what I found as toxic back into the world at large. If nothing else, it was hypocrisy. And considering what I stated about moral hypocrites, I can't feel enough shame about this. A lot of contention over everything was about my opinions on this or that subject, masks, lockdowns, prevention methods, and I definitely understand that. Regardless of my opinions on any of this, I am YouTube man who talks about cartoons and stories. I yell at a yellow rectangle for a living. My opinions on the matter, no matter what I say or think, or how they're sourced or where I got them, mean nothing. I'm stating that now. My opinions on this mean nothing. The one opinion that I have that matters is to be an adult, make your own decisions, and accept whatever consequences may follow from those decisions. I've privated all the videos that I've made on the subject. I don't exactly consider that a retraction, and I don't expect anyone else to either. I understand that anything I say now is probably going to ring a little bit hollow now that we're not in 2020. If you're morbidly curious as to the actual things that I said, all the videos have been archived if you know where to look. I'm not going to point you in their direction because I'd like to leave this in the past. Regardless of your opinions on the specific subject matters, regardless of my own opinions, the videos are all grossly unpleasant to watch. They're made from the same vitriol that broke me. I'm being an adult. I've made my own decisions, and I accept whatever consequences follow from those decisions. I know to many I've been cast out of grace, and I had a reputation and a respect that I may never get back. I may have lost the benefit of the doubt for the rest of my internet career, no matter how long or short that might be. I'm definitely not going to be bitter or angry at the people who have distanced themselves from me. I get it. I really, really do. I fucked up a lot, in so many ways over the past couple of years. Some small fuck-ups, some big fuck-ups. Some small fuck-ups that became big fuck-ups due to my actions. The only thing I really can do is be thankful for those who are still here, who still support me, and try to not fuck up tomorrow. Life is fleeting. If there's one thing that has been repeatedly drilled into my head and heart over the past couple of years, is that life is fleeting. And each day spent bitter or angry or in hatred is a wasted day. My mother got COVID in the spring of 2021. She wasn't in the best health to begin with. Her laundry list of medical issues is something that I'm not at liberty to talk about. When she had to go to the hospital, I thought about a lot of things. I thought about everything. She did make it in the end. She got better. Then she died 6 months later of a drug overdose, which is ironic, maybe. That's probably not something that I should have said publicly, but I did, and you can't take back the things that you've said. What's out there is out there, and it's out there now. The thing about this story is the last time that I saw her alive. I was actually visiting another relative, my great-grandmother, who everyone knew was not going to be lasting much longer. She was 91 years old, and her health had been dwindling for a while now. Since 2018, really. I knew that this would be the last time that I would ever see her, and even then she was only semi-lucid. Despite that, though, she was really happy to see me. She was my godmother, after all. And the entire time I was there, I tried to keep tears down. On the way back home, I couldn't do that anymore. But I didn't want my mother, who was with me on the way home, to see me tearing up crying. So I tried to hide that in my face from her. And that was the last time I saw my mother alive. That's a life-changing memory, for better or worse. It's still a surreal experience. It's the kind of thing that only happens in books. The whole ordeal convinced me to not get so hung up on bullshit. So what if she saw me crying? What's really important? In the time immediately after her death, it was really hard for me to keep down a lot of dangerous what-if questions, considering what happened. It helps that I actually went there to begin with. You see, I almost didn't go for that last visit, because I was too preoccupied with bullshit. I'm glad that I did in the end, because not going on that visit would have been something that I would have regretted for the rest of my life. The experience reordered what I find important. What each day truly means. As we went into 2022, I decided that that year was going to be about healing and reevaluation. It obviously had its pitfalls and dramas. It's also known as the first fuck-up that actually got me trending. Considering all of the stupid things that I've said and done, even in the past couple of years alone, never mind my entire career, it's still a mystery to me as of why that particular stupid thing went trending. Despite that one incident, I wanted to say that 2022 was a good year. It was the year I started to learn to let things go. In the moment of the incident, I definitely acted like a twat, and once again, I apologize for that. But I decided early on that I'm not going to let the Turning Red incident define me or even the year, even if the rest of the world decides it does. I survived a pandemic that tore my psyche apart, and my mother is dead. People shit-talking me on the internet literally don't matter. Going from talking about 2 back-to-back deaths in my family to my stupid take on a movie sounds like a bad segue because it is. But that's the segue that life took for me. Honestly, it's humorous. It's funny that someone at Forbes thought that that was worth their time to write about. Of course, I am human, and I have human emotions, so some things about the incident did affect me. You know, my own father insulted me over this. Not my stepfather, my actual birth father. The one who stepped out on my mother, who was a pregnant teenager. But even that's not what affected me. He, wrote some books that he told me to check out, and I did. And the contents of those books are how you freak me out. I look back at my career with a lot of regret, but not in the way that many would expect. I cared too much about bullshit. Back in the glory days of 2016, 2017, when I'd say that my content was at its best and I was making a really comfortable living, I had friends and prospects and a creative project that people were excited about. I kept worrying about being, well, where I am now. The idea that internet fame was fleeting, that everything I had would be gone, maybe because I said or did something stupid, kept sticking with me. My behind the review on BoJack Horseman video is fascinating to watch right now. I was so worried about losing the good things in my life that I could never really enjoy the good things in my life. Even back then, I always knew that something like the Turning Red incident would happen. Either that or it would be a slow burn and I'd fade into irrelevance. And you know what knowing that and predicting that did for me? Nothing! It didn't make the future any better and it made the past worse. So worried about tomorrow that you can't appreciate today until it becomes yesterday. Way too much of my life has been defined by bullshit already. I don't know what the future truly holds for me or this channel. What I do know is that I'm going to try and work as hard as I can to rebuild and to make amends. I want to move on to a better and brighter future. Leave a legacy and a memory that can truly be appreciated. Speaking of appreciation, I want to thank each and every one of you who have stuck around with me throughout all of my bullshit, all of my dark and dour moments, and every single misstep. I'm glad that there are people in the world as forgiving as you. And I especially want to thank those of you who have decided to give me a second, third, who knows how many chance. I don't know what I truly deserve in the end. All I know is that I've got a lot of work to do, and a lot of goodwill to get back. Despite my missteps and the misfortunes that have befallen me, doing this is an experience that I would not trade for the world. It sounds corny, but you guys do make it all worthwhile. I started this whole thing as someone so socially anxious, I couldn't speak to people or buy things at the store. I was someone who thought he had no prospects in anything. You've helped me make this a career, and something in my life that I can truly be proud of. And through every rough patch or hard time, you've seen me through. I hope to be doing this for many years in the future, and I hope that you stick along for the ride. I hope that you're all doing well out there. Thank you for your time.
Was a cup of good intentions, a tablespoon of one big mess, a dash of overreaction, and I assume you know the rest.
A lot of people have probably been anticipating at least one of my pandemic-themed videos on this list. Let's just cut to the chase and put them all here. There are 7 in total, technically. One called Pandemic, released in mid-April 2020, My Lockdown Story, released a few days after that. How the World Ended, which is a documentary of the first half year of the pandemic response, released in the summer of 2020. Topic of the Week, A Plague of Moral Convenience, released in March of 2021. Another Topic of the Week, The Real Life Internet Shadow, released a month later. The original version of Animated Atrocities, The Wild World of Modern PSAs, a week after that. And My COVID Story, released in December of 2021. This ignores streams and tangential videos that have probably gotten lost in the fray. So let's talk about this, calmly and rationally. The pandemic broke me, like, truly, in ways that I'm only beginning to be able to articulate, in ways that I'm only beginning to be able to put myself back together. It affected a lot of people in very horrible ways. Even if you didn't get sick or didn't know anyone who got sick, there was a lot of panic, and people were going in random directions trying to do anything and everything they could to stop the virus, or to not get sick. Fear led to anger, and anger led to hatred. Nobody knew what to think, or they knew exactly what to think, which could have been even worse with rampant misinformation and conspiracies everywhere. The first video that I made on the subject was angry. Most of them were. It got to the apex with the PSAs video, which is probably the angriest that I have ever been on record. Probably even more angry than I was in Screams of Silence. With real, genuine anger. And it was a time where anger was the last thing that the world needed. The world at large had plenty of anger. It did not need mine in any way, shape, or form. And the kicker, why this made it to the top of the list, is that I knew this. I knew that there was too much anger. A lot of people distanced themselves from me over the pandemic, and I don't blame them. I distanced myself from many others. And I did that more and more as my temper became hair trigger. Even the slightest reminder of the horror outside my door set me off. I went to YouTubers and entertainers and such to escape, to have a moment of peace. And as time went on, all I seemed to get was reminders. I needed that escape that I was not getting, and it's definitely what I needed to provide to other people. I could rattle off an endless list of reasons why I did this or said that, but I don't think it matters because there really is none that justify it. A lot of people got to see my meltdowns firsthand, and what was going on behind the screen was even worse than I let on. The summer of 2020 was the most depressed that I had ever been in my entire life, and around that time I had even begun developing obsessive-compulsive disorder. And while these are definitely troubling things, they're not an excuse for what I said, and they're not an excuse for what I've done. Never mind about how I went about doing and saying these things. From the very beginning, I have always stood by the mantra that I am in control of what I do. My actions are not my mental illnesses. My actions are me. And this is something that I am desperately trying to work on. I'm hoping that I haven't fucked up too much too permanently. I'm an entertainer YouTuber guy, one who got too cocky after too many Homer Badmans, Screams of Silences, and Technocracies. I lost the point in the shuffle. If I was really annoyed by constant reminders to do this or not do that, I should have been making that escapist content that I desperately needed, not projecting my trauma onto everyone else. If it was getting to me so badly that people were acting like the world was ending, I should have been the person saying that it wasn't. People are probably going to ask me if my opinions on any specific subject have changed, but I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not going to go into any detail about them. Call it a cop-out if you want to. I don't blame you, but all I can really say on that matter is I'm sorry. It was never my place to talk about any of this to begin with. I've even gone so far as to private all of the videos and gone to remake the PSA's video. So if you're watching this sometime in the future, the one that's on my channel now is not the issue. I have already privated the offending video. What I want to do now is focus on moving on from what was the worst time of mine and many other people's lives, and I want to help everyone else do that too. I hope that whoever you are, no matter what you think of me or everything that's transpired in the past 2 or 3 years, I hope that you're okay out there, and are willing to help walk towards a better future, a better tomorrow.